Hey everyone, welcome back. Quick thanks to the patrons who keep this channel alive. Your requests are what I narrate next. If you want to join them, you can try Patreon free for 7 days, then it's starting with just $3 a month. Links in the description. Now, let's get into the story.
See Circle Calendar. At the end of 1485, 3 months had passed since the unprecedented war that broke out in the Holy Land of Mariehua. The Rocks Pirates, who dominated the entire second half of the Grand Line and had 8 Grand Pirates as captains, were completely defeated in the war. Rocks D. Zebek and Luo Hu, 2 captains of Rocks Pirate, died in the war. Captain John, Silver Axe, and Achiku, 3 powerful pirates with bounties over 1 billion times their worth, died in battle. The other 3 captains who survived by chance, Whitebeard, Golden Lion, and Charlotte Lin Lin, began to recruit soldiers under the banner of their own pirates. A new round of battle for supremacy at sea has begun with a new group of equally powerful people, including Cone of Blue Veins, Burndy World, and Barrick Redfield. The world government concealed some details about Luo Hu killing celestial dragons in this war, and chose to publicize more positive designs. All of a sudden, dozens of originally hesitant kings flocked to the entire ocean and chose to join the powerful world government to obtain Marines protection. The second half of the Grand Line, Hakanosu Island. At this time, the once prosperous Hakanosu Island is basically deserted. The pirate kingdom, which once brought together countless great pirates and various pirate forces, has completely fallen apart. At this moment, inside the huge skeleton room in the center of Hakanosu Island, it was unspeakably quiet. Except for Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Charlotte Lin Lin, Kaido, Gloriosa, Miss Bajin, Crocodile, Mihawk and other original Rocks pirate members, no other members will come here. A group of people sat in a quiet conference room, each in silence, not knowing what they were thinking about. After a moment of silence, Whitebeard stood up first, grabbed the supreme sword Kusakimi-ri beside him and prepared to leave Hakanosu. Seeing this, the calm Golden Lion quickly tried to persuade him to stay. Newgate. Join me. Captain Rocks and that Luo Hu guy are all dead in the battle. As long as the 2 of us work together to form a new pirates fleet, even if we can't dominate the world. But we can definitely control the original maritime power of the Rocks Pirates. My lion fruit ability has awakened. Our large pirates fleet will definitely be able to achieve unprecedented mobility. The ocean of the future belongs to us. The Golden Lion looked at Whitebeard's figure, which was so tall and majestic compared to him, with a stern gaze. Originally when he was in Rocks Pirate, he already wanted to improve so much. How could such a domineering and arrogant person like him be willing to stay under the control of others? When Rocks was still in this world, he might have been more tolerant. But now Rocks is dead. There is basically no one in this world who can stop the Golden Lion. Of course, since the end of that great war against the world government, Golden Lion's personal dream has changed from dominating the world to dominating the ocean. The reason is simple, even Rocks and Luo Hu are the perverts among perverts. Each of them was a strong man who could fight 3 or even 7 people at the same time, and they all died in that war. Golden Lion doesn't think he has the strength to match these 2 captains. If you can't dominate the whole world, then dominate this ocean. People still have to have dreams after all, otherwise what's the difference between them and salted fish? Kololalalo, Shiki, are you kidding me? You are not qualified enough to ask Lousy to help you. After Whitebeard listened carefully to the passionate introduction of his former colleague, he did not pay much attention to it and walked out of Hakanosu happily on the spot. People who are familiar with him can clearly tell from his actions and expression that Whitebeard has definitely rejected Golden Lion's invitation to compete. Damn Newgate. So arrogant. Faced with Whitebeard's merciless face-slapping, Golden Lion was a little annoyed and gnashed his teeth in anger, but then ignored it. Golden Lion has a very strong hold on women like her. Golden Lion passionately introduced his ideal fleet and released his conqueror's Haki in an attempt to let everyone feel his courage. Perhaps if he chooses to agree to the conditions, he can indeed obtain the right to use Charlotte Linlin pirates for a period of time. You rejected me so cleanly. Let me guess. You be asterisk 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 d, didn't you just give me too little time? After all, they have been together for many years. How could he not know what is going on in Charlotte Linlin's mind? The Conqueror's Haki, when used in such an occasion, has truly reached the ultimate level. After feeling the Golden Lion's undisguised gaze, Charlotte Linlin also sneered and mocked Shiki's ideals on the spot. After all, although he thinks he is very powerful and a very powerful pirate, it is definitely not that easy to take down this guy Newgate. If that's the case, I don't like men like you. 3 minutes is not enough time to even take off your pants. Is there anything else in this world that they haven't seen? Do you think you are Captain Rocks and Captain Luo Hu? You want to recruit us with your limited strength? Charlotte Linlin's bounty has soared to over 2 billion Baileys. Although her personal life is extremely undisciplined, she is still a very powerful pirate. After all, they are members of Rock's Pirate. Thinking of this, Golden Lion's eyes suddenly lit up brightly, and he looked at Charlotte Linlin and Kaido and couldn't help laughing. It's been so many years. Damn Lion. Do you want to fight? Losing Whitebeard didn't have a big impact on him, at least he still had Charlotte Linlin and several other members who were originally from Rock's Pirate. I can reserve the number 1 and no. 2 squad leader positions for you. Mama you, a broken lion, want to recruit me? Aren't you overestimating yourself? In addition, Kaido, who is only 17 years old, has awakened Conqueror's Haki and mastered Conqueror's Entanglement, and has the highest combat power level. He still has a lot of choices. As soon as Golden Lion saw Charlotte Linlin's obscene look, he waved his hands on the spot and chose to directly reject the other party's proposal. But once Charlotte Linlin gets what she wants, she will definitely kick him away without mercy. Especially that guy, after eating Paramecia's shock fruit, he gained ground-to-air combat capabilities. Is it possible that no one can still be anyone else's boss? They are all powerful pirates with bounties exceeding 1 billion. His strength is very strong, so don't provoke him. But the next moment, Charlotte Linlin's style suddenly changed. Unless Charlotte Linlin has changed countless lovers in Rock's Pirate. His eyes looked at the Golden Lion's body with a vague look. Alright. You can stop now. Lousy doesn't want to sleep with you. How about it? What about you guys? Do you want to join Lousy's flying pirate fleet? However, his seemingly Haki action was seen by everyone at the scene as the ultimate clown. Ha 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 ha, stop it, Linlin. After all, Lousy was once known as the little white dragon of the waves who became 18 overnight. I just don't want to be treated as a tool by you. After being directly provoked and slandered by Charlotte Linlin, Golden Lion became a little anxious and hurriedly explained his once powerful nickname to others present. However, his panicked explanation directly caused everyone to smile more meaningfully. At this time, Charlotte Linlin also looked directly at Kaido, who was muscular and strong, drinking alone and not saying anything. Kaido brat. Golden Lion is not a good person. You can choose to join my big family. When we were fighting in the Holy Land of Mariehua, we worked together happily. As long as you are willing, sister can meet all your conditions. No matter how you want to play, you can play, sister will cooperate with you. Charlotte Linlin ignored Golden Lion's forced explanation and instead began to strongly invite Kaido to join her family pirates group. However, although Kaido is still a little young at this moment and has grown some stubble, he is naturally unwilling to join anyone's team. Forget it. I don't have time to mess around with you guys. I'm going to go out to sea to find Luo Hu. A man like him can't die at the hands of celestial dragons. If I can't find any news about Luo Hu in a short period of time, I will also set up a team composed entirely of Zoan demon fruit power. This chaotic, damn world needs a bigger war. People shouldn't bow down and obey the orders of those so-called high and mighty world nobles. Only war can highlight the value of human beings. My Beast's pirates will definitely become the largest team in the world in the future. Even surpass Rock's pirate. Become the strongest in the world. No one can stop me from destroying these so-called aristocrats. Kaido was muttering to himself, while recalling a sentence he heard during the time he met Luo Hu on the sea. If he can achieve his lofty ambitions in the future, he will dare to laugh at Huang Chao for being a coward. At that time, he had just been betrayed by his own country to the Naval Headquarters laboratory. After listening to Luo Hu's words, I was immediately astonished and filled with admiration. I had been worried about taking action against the nobles of the member countries of the world government. Facing the full-scale pursuit of the Naval Headquarters, he completely let go of the depression in his heart. He is no longer the kid who fought desperately on the battlefield for the nobles of the Vodka Kingdom, but would still be betrayed. He has grown into a man who can truly withstand all kinds of winds. Goodbye everyone. From today on, I am the captain of the Beast's pirates. The next time we meet, if nothing unexpected happens, we will be enemies. Kaido finished his hearty words, and then his whole body became full of strong muscles, and green dragon scales began to grow on his body. A moment later, a huge blue dragon flew up directly from the island of Hakanosu. In the blink of an eye, it completely disappeared from everyone's eyes. At this time, Whitebeard, who had also set out on a boat on the sea, also smiled with relief after seeing this scene. Watch out, Marco. That guy is the one you'll be chasing after in the future. I must surpass him and don't let my dad down. Whitebeard pointed at Kaido, who had transformed into a blue dragon in the sky. Then he introduced him to the little kid in front of him, who was also his first son. How naive. They are all people without ideals and Haki. Charlotte Lin, who was sitting in the conference room and had not yet reacted to the change in the situation, smiled meaningfully. He held a lit cigar between his teeth. But do you think you can escape from my sister's clutches with this ability? Laozi must invite that crazy guy Roger to join Laozi's flying pirates fleet. Ha 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 ha. That's why he never experienced any setbacks. A bounty is offered for escaping from the marine lab. For a moment, the lonely figure of Golden Lion was the only one left on the entire island. When Kaido was in the army in the Vodka Kingdom. Future. She laughed loudly and took the dozen children she had given birth to over the years and left Hakanosu Island. Then 3 or 2 of them hooked up together and left the place where they had been together for many years. As the user of the Zoan bird fruit mythical beast phoenix form, he has enough confidence to surpass any strong person in this world. The future strength is only maintained in the upper middle class. Marco agreed to his father's expectations and directly displayed the light blue flame form surrounding his whole body. Let's dominate this vast ocean together. Became a hero of the Vodka Kingdom army and was sold to the marine laboratory by the king. Mama, you run really fast, little Kaido. Don't worry, Eurasian chicken. I will definitely surpass that guy. He's just a Kaido. I'm a phoenix form ability user. I want to form a pirate group with Zoan devil fruit abilities. This must be something that appeals to you. This sea poses no danger to him at all. He has more than enough time to grow into the strongest. With both hands, he drew out the 2 famous swords that had killed countless lives with him, and with a domineering look he looked towards the sea and grinned. Charlotte Lin is 28 years old and has a well-proportioned figure. Her pair of round, bubble tea breasts can easily stun any woman in the world. Moreover, he has such a powerful father who protects his growth. It is simply a pipe dream to want to surpass a guy like Kaido who has comprehensive development of mind and body. Current status, around 16 years old. Then, he took out a devil fruit with dark gray patterns and hard serrations from his genes. After a long silence. Of course, what Marco didn't know was that it was precisely because of the power of Whitebeard's father. Mama. Perhaps Roger is the only one in this world who can understand Laozi's ambitions. The remaining members naturally felt bored. at an altitude of 10,000 meters above Qinghai. Rox, who was slapped by Luo Hu from the Holy Land of Mariehua and smashed into a deep human-shaped pit on Sky Island, slowly opened his confused eyes. Ahahahahahahaha, Luo Hu really is quite capable. Even when surrounded and beaten by dozens of these old bastards, he was still able to beat Laozi away. The multi-fruit ability user is a pervert. Lying in the pit, Rox, who had survived the dangerous period and recovered his spirit with his tenacious physical fitness, had an expression of admiration on his face. Although at this moment his body was still seriously injured. But obviously, these are no longer fatal factors. This is the legendary Sky Island. I've been so busy conquering the world that I've never had time to visit this area. I wonder if there's anyone here. If I don't buy something to eat, I'm going to starve to death. Rox forced himself to support his broken body and walked step by step on the land of Sky Island, relying on the induction of observation Haki to search for the presence of human habitation. It was not until this moment that Rox realized that he needed a suitable Zoan Devil Fruit ability. Preferably a mythical beast type. After all, his current combat power is extremely strong, and he can easily fight 1 against 3 or even 4. But there are more than 3 people on the world government side. Faced with a huge disparity in the number of strong enemies and our own, Rox also believes that he really needs a suitable Zoan Devil Fruit ability. As we all know, in this world dominated by the strong, Haki is the most critical factor in dominating the battle. The Devil Fruit ability can only be used as a supplement at best and cannot be relied upon. But there is one type of Devil Fruit that is the most special. Zoan Devil Fruit of the mythical beast species. Compared to the Devil Fruit abilities of Paramecia and Logia, the ordinary Zoan Devil Fruit is indeed not that amazing. It won't even bring very obvious combat value to the user. But if it is the Devil Fruit ability of the mythical beast, it is completely different. If a strong man possesses the power of the Zoan Devil Fruit, he can definitely increase his combat ability by 2 or even 3 times. Luo Hu is a very obvious example. Originally, Rox could clearly sense that the gap in strength between him and Luo Hu was actually similar. But after Luo Hu seemed to have gained the blessings of multiple Zoan Devil Fruits, Rox could clearly sense that Luo Hu's strength had almost instantly reached the point where he could crush him. After stumbling along for more than half an hour, Rox suddenly realized that the area of Sky Island where he was uninhabited. He has been circling around and around this small Sky Island several times. Observation Haki has scanned every inch of sand on the island, but no one has appeared. As the torn body consumed more of his physical strength, Rox began to experience circles of dizziness. Shit! Could Laozi be the only sea overlord to starve to death in this world? If this gets out, won't we be laughed at by the pirates of the world for 100 years? Thinking of such a horrific scene, Rox's drowsy eyelids instantly brightened up a little. He held on to his body and continued walking step by step towards the bushes in front of him. In the face of hunger, Rox could no longer care about so much. I'm almost starving, so it's not shameful to eat some leaves to fill my stomach. However, just as Rox was frantically eating various leaves, a fruit with strange patterns all over the body in spiral shapes and growing on it in bizarre shapes suddenly appeared in his pupils. Rox, who had already eaten 2 devil fruits, immediately recognized the fruit with a fixed pattern in front of him. It was the extremely rare Zoan Devil Fruit. After seeing this devil fruit, even the temperament of a sea overlord like Rox showed a slight fluctuation. Could it be that I am also destined to be the protagonist in the novel? However, the devil fruit abilities of the Zoan mythical beasts from the 4 Sacred Beasts series simply disappeared in the long river of history and have never appeared again. It actually fell into his mouth so easily. After a few minutes passed. Quite rare. Rox looked at the fist-sized devil fruit in front of him with some disbelief and muttered to himself. The reason why all devil fruit abilities have not been fully equipped before. Now, taking advantage of this opportunity to escape, I am lucky enough to get a Zoan's devil fruit ability as a waiting. He never thought about the Chilan fruit which had disappeared for who knows how many years, just like the azure dragon fruit. As long as you pray silently in your heart, the opportunity will always appear, right? Isn't this easy? Laozi will definitely come back. Laozi was just running for his life, and while walking on the street, he found a mythical beast devil fruit. Rox laughed excitedly as he felt the crazy power surging in his body. Among them, the most famous are the azure dragon fruit, phoenix fruit, black tortoise fruit of Zoan's fantasy beast species, and the ruejin fruit he currently possesses. It was because he was busy with Rox pirate and the unsuccessful search for dark fruit. Ha ha ha. 5 elders. Zoan Shikaku fruit mythical beast species, golden Kirin form ability. Rox's own adventurous years at sea when he was 18 years old. They are collectively listed as the 4 sacred beast forms and abilities. Rox had a big smile on his face, and he clenched his 5 fingers tightly, making a crackling sound. One by one, golden scales began to form and embed themselves between his skin. This is the ability of the ruejin Kirin fruit that has never appeared in the devil fruit encyclopedia. If these devil fruits were to appear according to their normal reputation, they would definitely be chased by a large number of powerful people. But he, who always had good luck, immediately chose to wolf down the fruit in front of him, which tasted like star. Great, great. God is helping me. Those idiots are spreading rumors about the power of the Zoan devil fruit, and it's hard to come across one in a lifetime. The corners of his mouth slightly curved up, and he actually laughed out the same weird laugh as Luo Hu. Although he couldn't recognize which animal the power contained in the devil fruit in front of him belonged to. It is a being that can directly swallow 3 devil fruits to gain 3 completely different abilities. Gain brand new devil fruit abilities, and the reborn rocks become even more exciting. It turns out to be fate. Rox spoke excitedly about the demonic power within him that was constantly repairing his body. This is simply a piece of cake. He had more or less heard of some of the most legendary devil fruits in the world. He is a man born with 3 strong hearts, see Circle Calendar 1490. The second half of the Grand Line, inside the body of an unknown Sea King. At this moment, inside the body of a Sea King's with red scales all over its body and spikes and sparkles on its face. A figure with murderous aura and terrifying momentum is gathering. What a terrifying creature. Just getting close to it gives me chills. In front of this middle-aged man, there was a figure whose body was constantly being restored. It was Luo Hu, who was hunted down and destroyed by Yim using lunar technology in the Holy Land of Mariehua a few years ago. Due to the terrifying destructive power of lunar technology. Even though Luo Hu's physical strength had reached the ultimate level at that time, he was still unable to resist. His physical body was destroyed on the spot. Fortunately, Luo Hu obtained the alien octagonal blue dragon fruit, which was a fusion of the water bear fruit and the blue dragon fruit. He already possesses the same ability to restore his physical body as King Nad. As long as there is sufficient blood, chi, and nutrients, Luo Hu can achieve a certain degree of physical immortality. In the years since the war, Luo Hu has been working hard to repair his body and has not appeared in public. The world government naturally believed that Luo Hu and Rox, the 2 most heinous criminals, had been completely strangled. As for why the only remaining part of Luo Hu's body, after it was destroyed, ended up inside the body of this giant Sea King. That can only be God's will. Anyway, at that time Luo Hu only remembered the moment when the little bit of meat left on him fell into the sea. It was swallowed up on the spot by the swarm of fish. There was no chance for him to resurrect. However, Luo Hu's dragon body, which is as strong as steel, cannot be digested even if it is eaten by a school of fish. After several twists and turns, it becomes a food chain cycle where big fish eat small fish. Luo Hu's body flowed directly into the body of this huge Sea King's and parasitized inside it. By continuously absorbing the nutrients from the flesh and blood of this Sea King over the years, Luo Hu's overall strength has basically recovered to 100%. And because of the recast body. Luo Hu's originally extremely terrifying height of 10 meters was directly restored to a normal level of more than 2 meters and close to 3 meters. And the strength of the whole body becomes even more condensed and heavy. The agility attribute has also been improved to a certain extent. Of course, this is just to maintain the height and weight of the human body under normal circumstances. If you use the power of the 8-clawed blue dragon fruit, Luo Hu's physical strength will once again return to that 10-meter-tall, terrifying half-giant state. Veins bulged, and the air surged. This change in the torso can be considered a blessing in disguise to a certain extent. At least Luo Hu doesn't have to maintain such a tall, majestic and terrifying dragon body in his normal life. The kind of state where you could accidentally crush the little Karami next to you to death. It's a bit unbearable. After all, not all of them are powerful pirates like Rocks and Whitebeard. Boom! As the damaged granulation tissue inside the body completes its final connection, a horrifying roar erupted. Luo Hu directly tore open the tumor that wrapped his entire body tightly. He walked out with a terrifying aura. There are actually humans living in here. That's right. I am the greatest scientist in the entire world. Oro Ryomo. As Luo Hu walked out. Is the Marshal of the Naval Headquarters Konggu? Luo Hu doesn't consider himself a righteous person. After all, he was in 2 wars, the Valley of the Gods and the Mariehua. This is a miracle in biological science. Even though he only killed celestial dragons from ordinary families, not real members of the Nerona family. 200 years. Constantly exclaiming in amazement. Facing Luo Hu's questions. The middle-aged man in front of him suddenly had his pupils shrink, and he seemed to be in an ultimate excitement. If the Germans could kill all the J*WS during the war. What year is the C-circle calendar now? Not long after I developed pure gold, Lantern Sama directly pursued the power of pure gold and swallowed up the entire island where I once lived. But no matter what, ordinary celestial dragons are still celestial dragons. The only thing he wanted to do now was to return to the sea and complete his unfinished Celestial Dragons project. However, in terms of clearing the world's cancer. Sir. If I remember correctly, the current time should be the end of C-circle calendar 1490. So this is why I stayed in this damn place for so long. That was an existence that killed nearly 100,000 celestial dragons. Pure gold. It is a precious metal that has enormous energy and can greatly slow down the division of human cells. But at the moment Luo Hu was not in the mood to pay attention to this little Karami. It has left such a serious mess for the whole world. As long as you wear jewelry made of pure gold, even an ordinary person's body can have a life that is not limited to immortality. The middle-aged man first scratched his head in distress, and then tentatively answered his guess. So where in the world over on Earth are there so many people living in misery? It seems like more than 200 years have passed since I last looked at the calendar. It's been so long that I can't even remember it clearly. Luo Hu asked the middle-aged man in the scientist's uniform in front of him in a calm tone. After all, we can't be like Hitler. Luo Hu was somewhat surprised and stared at the middle-aged man in front of him again. His face was tight and wrinkle-free. The world government spent a lot of money to pursue me, but unfortunately, Master Lantern seems to be a sea king who is naturally very sensitive to pure gold. Luo Hu ranks second and no one dares to say that he is first. After looking around, Luo Hu turned his gaze to the middle-aged man in front of him who was still crazy. More than 200 years ago, I developed the most precious metal in the world that could buy the entire world. Luo Hu looked at the person in front of him thoughtfully, as if he had been alone for too long. So he seems like a talkative middle-aged man. After listening to the other party's story, Luo Hu slowly realized that this was the pure gold mentioned in the movie Heart of Gold that could bring eternal life to people. It is said that as long as the body comes into contact with pure gold, even if more than 300 years have passed, the division of body cells is just a change that takes less than a second. Although it is not true immortality. But generally speaking, you won't die. Go get me some pure gold, and as a reward, I will send you back to the sea. Luo Hu stared calmly at Oro Liangma in front of him. Judging from his strength, he can just snatch away anything he wants in this world. But Luo Hu is still willing to do so under normal communication conditions. Conquer people with virtue. Go out. It's such an unrealistic and beautiful fantasy. According to my hundreds of years of research, Lantern Sama is an extremely special type of sea kings. The scales of this special fish are as indestructible as diamonds. And they are extremely powerful. Extremely dangerous. Once you enter the body of Lantern Master, there will be absolutely no chance of getting out. Oro Liangma began to chatter while searching everywhere for the laboratory for finding leaks that he had built by collecting various materials over hundreds of years. While doubting Luo Hu's words. After all, he has tried countless methods over the past few hundred years. But there was never a chance to go out. The daughter also hated her father because his research on pure gold led to the death of his wife. The father and daughter had hardly met each other in the body of this sea kings for hundreds of years. After a few minutes of clanging and collision, the search continued. Oro Liangma directly dragged out a ball of gold weighing about 10 kilograms and emitting golden light from the corner, and pulled it in front of Luo Hu with great effort. This is pure gold. Take everything you want. There's no use for this thing anyway. Of course, if you really have the chance to bring both my father and I back to the sea. Please do your best. Please. Oro Liangma's originally dull eyes showed interest in life. The moment Luo Hu was heard preparing to take it back to the sea, a glimmer of light appeared. Although he didn't think that the young man in front of him had the ability to take him out of Mr. Lantern's belly. But life always needs a little hope. It's like a statistical lottery station that can continue to operate. Even though they know clearly that there is no possibility of winning the prize, many people still flock to participate. Always have to try it. What if it succeeds? Luo Hu ignored Oro Liangma's words, but reached out and grabbed the pure gold in front of him, which was as light as cotton. The first moment the body touches this flowing metal. Luo Hu's keen physical reaction immediately captured the consumption of internal energy in the body and obtained a unique restriction. According to the basis of biology, every cell in the human body is constantly dividing throughout life. If something like this were to circulate in the fantasy world, even the powerful beings in the Ascension realm would spare no effort to snatch it. Swish. Puff puff. Then, he will have the ability to achieve immortality in a certain sense. The crisp sound of sword rang out. Luo Hu spoke directly to Oro Liangma in front of him in a tone that could not be refused. Then he rushed back to his laboratory without thinking twice, found the various drawings he had saved from years of research and packed them up. In an instant, a tremendous gust of wind erupted, interweaving with each other to form a winding dragon-shaped sword energy, slashing out on the spot. It is a large sea king's. Vegapunk's scientific level is high because of the advantage of Paramecia's brain fruit. That is to say, an ordinary person just needs to obtain pure gold. Oro Liangma looked at Luo Hu in front of him with some shock, who didn't seem to be joking. Lantern Master. The sound of flesh being cut continued. Luo Hu held the knife in one hand and chopped it down lightly towards the front. The fresh and tender fish sashimi was chopped into 2 bloody pieces right in front of him. Suddenly, a hot flame was ignited to bake pure gold into a gold ring which was then worn. It is obvious that some form of energy is used to directly put the division of body cells into a state between stopping and running. It is natural that the best way to use such a scientist with extremely high scientific research level is to use him. After all, he has never eaten any devil fruit and has achieved such an achievement with just an ordinary person's body. Shining pure gold. The aura of ultimate swordsmanship. The scorching heat makes the already very humid internal environment of the fish even worse. The function of this pure gold in front of you. Under the Haki entanglement hardening. The sharp Qin Yen sword suddenly appeared. This guy's scientific research level is definitely not lower than that of Vegapunk, the world's most powerful brain in later generations. And since the cells no longer divide, he no longer needs to replenish his energy by eating large amounts of food every day. What a nice little gadget. From today on, you are the chief scientist in my team. Sir, do you mean that we can really get out? Once this division stops, the cells will die and the body will fall into death. Luo Hu was somewhat amazed at the talent of this middle-aged man in front of him who was able to develop such a pervert item as pure gold. In Oro Ryomo's opinion, Lantern Sama is an extremely powerful and terrifying creature. Mr. Lantern is a huge one. Supergiant lanternfish sea kings can be as long as 30,000 to 40,000 meters or even over 70,000 meters. Such a huge monster, with its entire body covered with red scales like rubies, was chopped into 2 pieces in Luo Hu's hands in less than a second. This kind of combat power has surpassed that of humans in the eyes of ordinary people like Oro Yangmo. It's as terrifying as a god. In his impression, the most powerful person in the world is none other than the Admiral of the Naval Headquarters. But wasn't the strength of the Admiral of Headquarters just this much over 200 years ago? What a crazy world, please take good care of me in the future, Mr. Luo. It seems that the person who realizes that his talent and scientific research value can be best protected is Luo Hu in front of him. Oro Yangmo raised the dozens of scientific research record sheets in his hand without any hesitation. He chose to accept Luo Hu's previous invitation to serve the new team. After all, he is a truly talented scientist who can develop pure gold without any funding. There are only 2 things that Oro Yangmo regrets most in his life. The first was that his wife died in the mouth of a lanternfish. This is an irreversible fact. Today, more than 200 years have passed, and he has long since let it go. The second thing is that we failed to obtain sufficient financial support for scientific research, which led to the subsequent forced suspension of various scientific research plans. If he could join a scientist under the tutelage of Luo Hu, who is powerful, easy to get along with, and looks very kind, he would definitely be able to better realize his true ideals. We Huxia have an old saying, CC is the master of Wei Junjie. As long as you follow me well and work hard for my future team, I will not treat you unfairly. Well, you will definitely not regret your choice today. Luo Hu looked at Oro Yangmo in front of him with great satisfaction, and exclaimed in admiration, his scientific mind definitely not inferior to Vegapunk's. Luo Hu is very happy about the joining of this talent. At least he had just recovered his physical body and this guy directly offered him pure gold that could allow him to enter a state of immortality. It is not reasonable to let such a guy who understands the ways of the world be buried. After gently patting Oro Yangmo's shoulder, Luo Hu directly used the ability of the Paramecia lion fruit in his body to float him into the air. Prepare to set out to find a new island to gather some information and see what Kaido and Rocks are doing now. Have you redeveloped a stronger pirates force to fight against the world government and kill celestial dragons? Boss, before we leave, can you allow me to take my naughty daughter with me? This is the last thing she left for me in this world. Oro Yangmo, who was suddenly controlled to float in the air, looked at Luo Hu hesitantly before setting off. Although his daughter resented him for hundreds of years because of her mother's death. But as a qualified father, it is impossible for him to stop loving his daughter because of this. Of course, there's no need to be so reserved in my team. You are more valuable than you think. For example, if you can create an artificial devil fruit, or continue to study genetics and create a genetic potion that allows the human body to absorb the energy of multiple devil fruits at the same time. Luo Hu looked in the direction of Oro Yangmo's finger and waved. This is a Logia devil fruit that Luo Hu snatched when he fought against the 18 kings of celestial dragons in the holy land of Mariehua. As there is currently no place to inquire about the source of the information. Celestial dragons are a species that will continue to exist. By the way, give my scientist father and daughter some fruit juice drinks. At least give Dad a chance to make up for his fatherly love. At least for Luo Hu, such clouds can allow him to enjoy the feeling of flying in the clouds. He looked left and right, observing with some curiosity the middle-aged men around him who were drinking, making noise, and looked fierce, and who looked like they were not easy to mess with. A fruit that can condense various strange clouds, such as dark clouds, white clouds, etc. Luo Hu walked directly into a pub that looked very retro and had a Western cowboy style. Only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win every battle. Luo Hu didn't have any taboos at all. Faced with these extremely vicious people, they are all middle-aged men who look like pirates. Just live a good life and don't get in the way. But in terms of practicality, it's still pretty good. Come up, Orogia. Although your father has let you down for many years, we now have a new backer. Then he swam lightly towards the little blonde girl who was still on the corpse of the lantern fish, looking at her father somewhat at a loss. Have a glass of strong liquor from the vodka kingdom. Around this island, there are many vertical cliff islands that look like karst landforms. In combination with the houses of residents in the surrounding highly commercial towns, the whole looks full of a special vitality. Logia, cloud fruit. Oro Liangma looked at his daughter with moist eyes, who seemed a little strange to him after not seeing her for a long time. A small or medium-sized island with lush green vegetation coverage appeared in front of everyone. After floating to the center of the town on the island with Oro Liangma and Oro Jia, father and daughter. If Rox returns earlier than himself, Luo Hu also plans to go directly to Rox to plan a plan to attack the Holy Land again. Luo Hu couldn't let go of the murderous intent in his heart for a whole day. The mood at the scene became a little strange. Are you kidding? In front of a man like him, who dares to say that they are vicious pirates? The three of them flew high in the sky for about half an hour. A pure white cloud formed in an instant. Orogia, who had been staying in the belly of the Sea Kings for hundreds of years and had never seen the outside world, naturally fully aroused the little girl's active nature. Its application value in combat is not very great. So Luo Hu immediately planned to take a rest on this island first, and ask passers-by about the current development of the sea situation. After hesitating for several times, the little girl timidly climbed onto the white cloud created by Luo Hu. The lighting in this tavern was a little dim, and the atmosphere was depressing and bloody, coupled with the vague gazes of the people around. A few minutes passed. The charming female bartender who worked part-time in the bar glanced at the middle-aged men around her with a dazed look, then served drinks to Luo Hu and the other two. Thanks. Following his father's signal, Oro Jia carefully picked up his freshly squeezed orange juice, and then very politely thanked the female bartender in front of him. Luo Hu naturally picked up the vodka from Kaido's hometown and took a sip. However, things always go extremely wrong. Just as Luo Hu went to the pub to read the latest issue of the newspaper. Inside the tavern, several middle-aged men who had been sitting in the corner with fierce faces, fierce eyes and scars all over their bodies were shaking their bodies. She walked up to him drunkenly. He stretched out his broad palm and placed it on the table in front of Luo Hu. Hey, hey, hey. Where did this pretty boy come from? He didn't even say hello to me, Iron Fist Kaz. He's so arrogant. Ha 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 ha, looks like the boss's reputation isn't as great as we thought. Who said it wasn't true? The great pirate Iron Fist Kaz, who had a bounty of 98 million berries offered by the naval headquarters, was actually ignored by a bunch of little brats. As Kaz approached Luo Hu with a bad look on his face, he provoked him. The members of the pirates group around him burst into excited laughter. The female bartender next to her seemed to be accustomed to this kind of thing and continued to wipe her wine glass without being moved. Faced with this rare situation, Luo Hu was also very interested and looked up at the middle-aged man in front of him. The corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a very kind smile. You are also called Iron Fist. Do you know there's a guy called Iron Fist at the naval headquarters? Go get a ride there now and ask him if he dares to talk to me like that. Since all his clothes had been torn off in the previous battle, Luo Hu was now only wearing very ordinary remaining clothes. Therefore, unless one pays special attention, the whole person does not seem to have the temperament that a strong person should have. Hiss, is this true? Is this guy talking about Garp the Fist, who is famous on the sea and has been hunting down Roger Pirate's gang? Such a calm demeanor reminds me of those terrifying pirates who roamed the seas a few years ago. Maybe this guy is really powerful. Why don't we retreat first, boss? After hearing Luo Hu talk about the famous Garp without any scruples, the pirates all gasped. It was obvious that he couldn't believe that this young kid in front of him would say such shameless words. However, Kaz, the leader of the pirates, seemed a little hesitant. After all, he had never met a young man who could remain so calm towards him. However, at this moment, he had been forced into a desperate situation and could no longer back down. If he quits in front of so many crew members, how can he continue to be the captain? Besides, in order to hook up with the young bartender in this tavern, he stayed here for several days to show off and scare the newcomers. If he really gives in here, how can he survive in the underworld in the future? Ha! Garp the Fist. Who do you think I am? If I get scared by you today, I will write my name Iron Fist Kaz backwards. After hesitating for a few seconds, Kaz made up his mind. Suddenly he let out a sinister laugh, stood up abruptly, picked up the unopened bottle of rum in his hand and smashed it hard on Luo Hu's head. I am iron. Bang! Before Kaz finished his words, a dull sound suddenly reached the ears of everyone in the tavern. Before Kaz, who rushed over, could even react, Luo Hu hit him on the top of his head with a precise bang. The scene was just like hitting a watermelon. The hard skull exploded on the spot, the headless corpse flew across the ground, the brains splattered all over the ground, he was deader than dead. Looking at the headless body still twitching on the ground, the pirates' discussion suddenly stopped, and the hideous smiles suddenly froze on their faces. Kaz, the captain is dead. Did I see that correctly? Captain Kaz, whose bounty was 98 million berries, had his head smashed by a single flick of a finger. Just what terrifying realm has this young man's strength reached? Could it be true that what he said about the hero Garp not daring to act presumptuously in front of him is true? This is horrible, we won't all be killed. The pirates' crew members who were watching the excitement inside the tavern all gasped. He looked in disbelief at the famous Kaz, who was now lying on the ground with his head shattered. After suddenly encountering such an unpleasant thing, Luo Hu lost interest in drinking. It exploded with a bang, blood was dripping, and the entire back of the head looked like it had been eaten by a wild beast, revealing the white and tender brain inside that looked like jelly. In the blink of an eye, all the 50-plus pirates members gathered by Kaz were killed by Luo Hu. Faced with this scene, Luo Hu's expression was extremely indifferent. His white vest fluttered in the wind. He casually lit a fire to evaporate the blood on his hands. Damn it, could it be that those big pirates with bounties of over 1 billion are here to play the pig and eat the tiger? The next moment, golden particles like machine guns continuously shot out from between the fingers and shot directly at the back of the heads of the group of fleeing pirates. What's worse, some people kept rubbing their eyeballs with their fingers, trying to pretend that they were seeing the picture wrong. The only 2 swords that made Luffy bleed. Run away. 7-star sword. As he was killing people everywhere in the Rocks Pirates era. We can't handle this kind of guy at all. No one paid any attention to the captain who was lying on the ground, and no one was there to clean him up. Everyone ran for their lives. A voice with a slight sigh and interest sounded. The blood splattered all over the ground made people feel scared. The content written on that newspaper was an article about the secret treasure legend of the ominous blade 7-star sword. There were several consecutive dull explosion sounds. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. So fragile. The stones born from Luo Hu flashed a brilliant, golden light. These escaping pirates didn't even have time to get out of the tavern's partition door before they were all hit by the flying golden lasers that pierced through the back of their heads. Generally speaking, only a general of the Emperor level can control this magic sword. That's power. Have you ever been shot by a laser? It shattered into pieces with just a slight touch, and the brain parts flew everywhere. He casually reached out and crushed the female bartender in front of him who was already peeing in fear. When the fingers touched the opponent's crown, it felt like it was made of paper. This horrifying scene almost made the other pirates members in the tavern shut their mouths and even their breathing stopped. However, how could Luo Hu, who was so murderous, allow these guys to escape from his hands? Killing these little pirates doesn't require any effort at all. Oro Liangma also quickly stretched out his hand to cover his daughter's eyes, not wanting her to see such a bloody scene at such a young age. Luo Hu put away the newspaper in front of him and walked out of the pub. Splat, 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 splat. The traces of blood and energy in the body were directly transformed into a force that was so weak that it could not be any weaker and was absorbed by the body. After a brief moment of amazement, all the pirates swarmed out of the tavern like a mad storm. Judging from what is written in the newspaper, Luo Hu already has a general understanding of the name of this island and the current time period of the pirates' world. The name of this island is AKA's Island, a special island that appeared in the plot of the movie, The Cursed Holy Sword. In the kingdom on Arcus Island, there has long been a story about a magical sword called the Seven Stars Sword that can control other people's minds. Thousands of years ago, the residents of Arcus Island lived in a state of panic because they were afraid of the red full moon that appeared every year. In such a panic, the successive priestesses of AKA's island prayed to the legendary gods. To everyone's surprise, the legendary god actually sensed the witch's request and bestowed the kingdom of ACAS with a holy sword that could eliminate sin, the Seven-Star Sword. However, due to the struggle for power among the three princes within the kingdom of ACAS, wars broke out one after another. As a result, the legendary holy sword was contaminated by huge desires and blood and turned into a cursed demon sword. Under the control of the demon sword's desire, the kingdom of AKAs was completely destroyed thousands of years ago due to a series of violent wars. In order to stop the Seven-Star Sword from continuing to control the war over the entire ocean, successive priestesses chose to sacrifice their own lives. Eliminated the hatred and blood contained in the Seven-Star Sword. In order to repay this great witch, Prince ACAS, who had restored his country, once again prayed to the gods of ACAS, and received 3 gems to seal the Seven-Star Sword. After completely sealing the Seven-Star Sword, the kingdom of AKAs gradually returned to normal life. However, this seal also has limitations. Whenever the red full moon comes again, the power and desire contained in the Seven-Star Sword will be revived again. If blood were to stain the Seven-Star Sword once again, this demon sword with self-awareness that seeks to dominate the entire ocean would be completely revived. But this is just a legend after all. After thousands of years of baptism, the people in the kingdom of AKAs have long been immune to such rumors that amuse children. No one would believe that such a terrifying demon sword existed. When Luo Hu saw the record in the newspaper that the red full moon was about to arrive, he naturally became interested. After all, he just happened to be lacking a handy weapon. He gained a lot of attributes from rocks and directly reached the ultimate swordsman's swordsmanship. It would be a shame if you didn't use such a cool ability. According to the legendary information recorded in the newspaper, Luo Hu waved his hand and summoned a white cloud, which directly took the scientist father and daughter with him. Soon they arrived at a mountaintop in the Akas kingdom where there was a dense camphor forest and an ancient altar. Brother Luo. Is the Seven-Star Sword in the newspaper a holy sword or a demon sword? If it is a demon sword, won't brother be controlled by it? Oro Jia curiously grabbed the newspaper that Luo Hu threw to him and read it again and again, as if he was taking the legend seriously. Ha 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 ha, this is a very funny joke, Oro Jia. Luo Hu touched Oro Jia's head without saying anything more. It's just a demon sword. Just because there is more blood on the knife, can it control the murderer Luo Hu? Luo Hu once went out to sea as a pirate and in less than a year he had already set a record of killing 100,000 people. Excluding the miscellaneous enemies. They are definitely the bad guys. Among a group of tribal men, the man who looked the strongest stared at Luo Hu in front of him with a rather unfriendly tone and shouted a warning. However, Luo Hu simply dismissed such rumors. He ignored the beautiful witch who was running towards him not far away. Anyone who dares to approach the sarcophagus. This sarcophagus will only open automatically when a red full moon appears. Dozens of men with feathers on their heads and various knives in their hands, looking eager and aggressive, suddenly ran out from the primitive tribe that had been guarding the seven-star sword. A powerful conqueror's Haki, accompanied by subtle black lightning, rushed directly towards the group of civilians in front of them. However, just as Luo Hu raised his hand to shatter the sarcophagus and take out the demon sword inside. The kingdom of AKAs does not welcome people like you. Leave here immediately, or we will not be polite. In just less than 0.1 seconds, this powerful conqueror's Haki instantly shocked dozens of strong men in front of it and made them faint on the spot. According to normal Haki equivalents, it would take at least a week for these ordinary people to recover their spirits. There is no other way. This is the weakest conqueror's Haki that Luo Hu can unleash under his best efforts. In his opinion, the hereditary belief of their tribe is to protect this evil sword that will bring great disaster to the world. According to the state described in the legend of the seven-star sword. Among these 100,000 people, at least 50,000 are the legendary world nobles, celestial dragons. The mind moves slightly. At the altar, after wandering around for a few minutes, Luo Hu walked directly to a pile of sarcophagi in a hidden corner. Under the gaze of the timid little dirty girl next to him. Ignorance. If his memory was correct, the legendary seven-star sword should be stored in this sarcophagus. Luo Hu went straight to the sarcophagus in front of him, which was covered with various ancient characters and fitted tightly without any gaps. No one wakes up. After all, these guys have helped him guard this magical weapon for many years. What if another group of shameless and ungrateful guys came over? Faced with being surrounded by this group of ordinary people, Luo Hu had no intention of explaining. Then Luo Hu thought that his own murderous intent could affect the seven-star sword in turn. Again, these guys want to come and take a peek at the demon sword. If they can't control the leakage of Haki at home, these people will not only faint for a week, but they may not even survive. Otherwise, no one would be able to take out the sealed seven-star sword. After all, the seven-star sword probably killed fewer people than the celestial dragons he set on fire. If the seven-star sword could emit desire and make ordinary people have strong murderous intent, then their end will definitely be extremely tragic. However, Luo Hu still respects these ordinary people who dare to challenge him. Luo Hu's palms were suddenly wrapped with the pitch-black armament Haki, and the thick and large blue veins on his arms burst out. One after another, dark blue dragon scales grew out, and the airwaves rolled. It looked so powerful. Bang! The fingers, as hard as deep-sea black iron, suddenly grabbed the center of the sarcophagus. With a loud bang. According to the legend, the indestructible sarcophagus was like a piece of tender tofu, which was directly crushed into pieces by Luo Hu's dragon claws. At the moment the sarcophagus shattered into pieces, an extremely deep green sword energy splashed out directly from it. Then, huge desires and distracting thoughts rushed directly into the depths of Luo Hu's mind. However, after this legendary sword that could drive people into a frenzy of killing entered Luo Hu's mind. I was completely stunned. The will of the seven-star sword has always been to directly influence the will of others by using the cruel scenes revealed by years of war to achieve the effect of control. However, after it read the murderous image in Luo Hu's mind that was as poetic as a mountain of mountains and a sea of blood, it was so frightened that it almost shrank back into the sword on the spot. I simply didn't dare to continue doing that. At this moment, if the will of the seven-star sword could speak, then the first words it would say would definitely be to kneel down and admit defeat. Compared to a terrifying killer like Luo Hu, what does the murderous aura of his little broken sword mean? Isn't this a pure Lu Ban door keyhole? After throwing away the slightest distracting thoughts in my mind, Luo Hu didn't hesitate at all, he just grabbed the slender sword in front of him and looked at it. This is a weapon with extremely high sharpness that is comparable to the supreme sword or even better. Even if an ordinary person masters this kind of sharp blade, he can directly rely on the extremely sharp blade to swing out a huge sword energy to directly split gold, iron and stone. And the 7-star sword is completely different from the other swords in the pirates' world where there is no distinction between them. This is truly a sword blade. The total length is about 2 meters. The entire blade is made of a jade-like green color, and it is a double-edged sword that suits Luo Hu's taste very well. Boss, perhaps the reason why this holy sword has the so-called will is due to the influence of some ability. For example, devil fruit. According to my research, Zoan's devil fruit itself contains willpower. Watching Luo Hu wielding the 7-star sword, Oral Yangma thoughtfully pulled out a research report on the devil fruit living on inanimate matter from his pile of scientific research manuscripts. Maybe you can study this aspect more at that time. If the weapons can be given the power of devil fruit, it should be possible to create a group of weapons with amazing destructive power. Luo Hu is very impressed with this scientific research maniac. With the existence of this guy, maybe one day he will be able to develop a genetic potion that allows the human body to adapt to 2 devil fruits, or even more. After all, he is a terrifying scientist who can even research something as bug level as pure gold. How can a mere Vegapunk compare to that? However, if there is a chance in the future, Luo Hu might use some means to invite Vegapunk under world government to join his team to cooperate with each other. The reason is that a few years ago, Luo Hu was beaten by Yim's lunar technology in the holy land of Mariehua and he began to doubt his life. It is basically difficult for him to improve his strength any further, but in the face of lunar technology, he still cannot withstand the destruction. Although he was not beaten to death on the spot. But at least that wave of lunar technology allowed Luo Hu to enjoy a few years of lonely resurrection. In order to avoid repeating the same mistake, Luo Hu decided not to act so recklessly this time. Learn to harness the power of science. Didn't a great man once say that? Science and technology are the primary productive forces. Luo Hu held the 7-star sword tightly between his broad and powerful palms, and then a stream of extremely violent ultimate armament Haki directly wrapped around it. Under the influence of Luo Hu's armament Haki, which is so rich that it is terrifying. A series of crackling sounds continuously came from the sword blade, as if the entire sword body could shatter to the ground at any time. Under the astonished but not very understanding gazes of the crowd. The originally emerald green 7-star sword transformed inch by inch from deep inside into a pitch-black blade in front of everyone's shocked gazes. And this black color showed no sign of fading away after Luo Hu released his palm. Just wrap it around it and it becomes a permanent armed black sword. Regarding the method of directly refining weapons into black swords, Luo Hu had heard about rocks a long time ago. It's actually not that difficult. It doesn't rely on any persistent belief. The only requirement is that the user must raise his or her armament Haki to the ultimate level. After practicing to the ultimate level of armament Haki, the purer the Haki, the faster the speed of refining the black sword will be. Even the future famous pirates King Roger, and the so-called great pirates like Whitebeard, are still not qualified to practice the black knife. Of course, although the conditions are very simple. If you can wrap armament Haki around the blade for decades, you can slowly soak the Haki into the blade. Black Knife Knight. Luo Hu is not keen on pretending to be this kind of person. This is also the reason why Odin, the rookie from the United Nations, was able to train Yama into a black sword. However, in addition to this method of quickly practicing black sword, and if you can reach more than 50% of the ultimate armament Haki training, you can directly refine the black sword. Long Ma holds the black knife Chiu Shui. Luo Hu may have really saved her in a sense, a life-saving medicine for a tasteless life. If a real man wants to show off, he should show off his strength. Armament Haki is the epitome of this aspect. However, it is somewhat difficult for ordinary people to cultivate the armament Haki to the ultimate level. I'll leave the villagers I accidentally injured to you in your care. Just consider it as my compensation for helping you take the demon sword away. Luo Hu can control the 7-star sword and will not be contaminated by the will of the sword formation inside. Well, we just take what we need. That means that these so-called priestesses who have been in the inheritance and born to guard the altar all their lives can finally be liberated. The witch next to her, whose mouth was so open with shock that she could swallow an egg, suddenly changed her expression from anger to excitement. The witch was so excited at this moment that the corners of her mouth slightly curled up, and it was obvious that she could no longer suppress her inner emotions. After all, he is different from the future Mihawk who likes to show off by carrying a black knife all day long. Luo Hu patted the colorfully dressed witch, then took out some gold and ignited a flame. There are only a few people in this world who can achieve this level of armament Haki. Moreover, if you want to quickly practice the black sword, you still have to increase the purity of the ultimate weapon Haki to more than 50%. Apart from rocks, the only ones left are Garp and one of the 5 elders, Zambarona's Juro-sei. My lord. Although I don't know why you are not controlled by the will of the 7-star sword. But I sincerely wish you the best. Apart from anything else, the Wanakuni warriors who don't look very smart are indeed very stubborn in this regard. He immediately made a golden scabbard for his pitch-black 7-star sword. Luo Hu discovered that the will of the blade residing in the 7-star sword had completely surrendered to the power of his Haki at this moment. If you look at it from another angle, including the first-generation Goei-Chei, there are currently 3 black swords. After all, Roger and Whitebeard's personal strength still rely more on the extremely talented Ultimate Conqueror's Haki. She also doesn't have to face this boring altar at such a young age, doing nothing all day long until she grows old like the previous witch. After grabbing the 7-star sword, which had turned black and looked more pleasing to the eye. After leaving Arca's island, Luo Hu directly brought Oro Yangma and his daughter to an uninhabited medium to large island. Then he directly used Paramecia's lion fruit ability to control the entire island. It directly becomes a floating means of transportation with extremely high speed. At this time, Oro Yangma had purchased some useful scientific research materials with the generous financial support of Luo Hu. He will bring his scientifically minded daughter to this island to study the hundreds of scientific research records that once had flashes of inspiration. Among Oro Yangma's stacks of thick scientific research reports, Luo Hu even saw quite a few astonishing records. This guy once actually tried to research a time machine. And various difficult experimental studies on the reversion of the Zoan devil fruit gene sequence. And these 2 seemingly very difficult research reports are just an insignificant part of Oro Yangma's heavy plan. Perhaps this scientist, alone and with the cooperation of his wife, was able to directly develop pure gold. In terms of scientific research level, it is indeed far superior to Vegapunk. After all, Luo Hu had seen the most words in the other party's stack of research reports. Surprisingly, all of them were forced to stop research due to insufficient funds or insufficient sources of materials. In other words, this guy Oro Yangma is really in extremely difficult conditions. Made eternal pure gold that could buy the whole world. This level of scientific research is extremely terrifying no matter which era it is placed in. Even Joy Boy, who once brought lunar technology. When facing Oro Yangma, a scientist who looks sloppy and unkempt, I'm afraid you have to bow your head and offer him a glass of Mao Tai. Luo Hu casually lit a cigarette with a strong smell of tobacco, exhaled a puff of snow-white smoke, and then stared at the blue sea in front of him. The current time period is around 1490 in the sea circle calendar. According to the normal plot development. At this stage, the Battle of the Sea should still be in a state of competition among many heroes. GOLD, Roger is still on his journey of traveling and sailing and has not yet become the pirate king admired by many pirates. Golden Lion Shiki didn't go to the naval headquarters to cause trouble for Garp and Sengoku and get thrown into jail because of Roger. But what surprised Luo Hu the most was that Kaido had actually formed a strong team during the 5 years he disappeared. Beasts Pirates. This is a team whose entire crew is composed of elite pirates. Every crew member is a Zoan demon fruit power, and their fighting power is quite fierce. And it's different from previous plots. Since Kaido just followed Luo Hu when he first went out to sea. Personal courage, vision, strength, etc., all aspects have grown to a certain extent. And during the battle in the Valley of Gods, Kaido was also besieged by many Marine elite vice admirals and CP senior agents. And was forced to learn Conqueror's entanglement attack technique. So within this period of time, Kaido showed no sign of being timid in the face of Wanakuni, who had many powerful samurai legends. At this moment, he has already rushed forward with his team. Even though Wanakuni currently has Kazuki Oden, the powerful warrior who is said to be the only one in history who can surpass Ryoma, doesn't care at all. Luo Hu was also very interested in this and wanted to go over and take a look as soon as possible. What kind of sparks would Kaido, whose spirit and strength had greatly increased this time, produce when facing Kazuki Oden? In the impression in Luo Hu's mind, Kazuki Oden is a samurai with just about acceptable strength. But based on the information and impression conveyed by this guy, it is basically difficult to attract anyone's favor. Or maybe it's hard for Luo Hu to have a good impression of anyone in Wanakuni because of his preconceived notions. Whether it's Kazuki Oden, who is basically trash, or his worst of all bad father, Kazuki Sukiyaki. Or maybe it's waste produced from waste, and then Momosuke purified from waste. First up is Kazuki Sukiyaki. This guy is a modern-day Wanakuni general. After he was usurped by Kurazumi Orochi and thrown into prison, he lost his harem. He has been depressed and sighing all day long. Even if I manage to escape one day in the future, I will still choose to endure and hide. He didn't even have the slightest idea of resisting Kurazumi Orochi. Not only does he not dare to resist, but he doesn't even dare to take any action on the ignorance he claims to be so stupid. Purely useless, he is too afraid to resist and even commit suicide. But this is okay, it's not his fault. After all, it goes without saying that the place Wanakuni refers to a country in the real world, and it represents the devil country. The beliefs that the superiors in such a place preach to the ignorant people at the bottom must be the samurai integrity with the spirit of blind loyalty. In other words, of course, the lower-class devils will fight to the death with the enemy for the sake of their country and their own samurai honor. Even if you are trying to stop a chariot with your bare hands, you still have to show the integrity of a warrior. However, as a monarch, I cannot obey this. Ordinary people would die by committing seppuku. If he, the general of Wanakuni, really committed seppuku, then wouldn't he be a general in vain? He is the number one emperor in the whole country. Therefore, Kazuki Sukiyaki was unwilling to resist no matter what, let alone committing suicide by seppuku, with blood splattering all over the floor. This dramatic scene is basically no different from the Japanese emperor's slogan of 100 million people dying in battle. Before the war was about to fail, he shouted out the battle slogan of 100 million people across the country dying in battle. But after learning that the air raid shelter he was in would be attacked by a nuclear bomb from the Americans, they shouted slogans in the morning, but surrendered in the afternoon. This is also an old tradition of this garbage nation. So in Luo Hu's opinion, Kazuki Sukiyaki is just a little bit useless, and it's not that shameful. Kazuki Oden began to think about going to other countries to pursue his so-called dream of freedom. But this does not affect Luo Hu's desire to kill Momonosuke. Those people in Wanakuni who were captured by him and taken to the temple would actually choose to succumb to Kazuki Oden's charm because of his clever brain. The reason was actually just because Kaido captured a hostage and agreed to release 100 Wanakuni people in exchange for a dance. As for what kind of abuse they will suffer after being locked up in the temple, no one knows. That thing is really cheap. Anyone with a little bit of common sense would know how many times Kaido has captured and released those hostages in the past 5 years. He pretends to be cool when the wind is blowing and invests when the wind is blowing. Not only is he a despicable person, he is also ugly. This disgusting behavior continues into adulthood. As for Kazuki Odin's son, Momosuke. However, because he had strong limbs and a simple mind, he did not have any plans and was fooled by Kaido's random little tricks. So he threatened the abbot of a temple in the country with force and lived in seclusion in the temple. After discovering the conspiracy of Kaido and Kurozumi Orochi, the first thing he thought of was to resist and take back the power of his harem. This habit is exactly the same as his useless father and useless grandfather. He sneaks out every night just to kidnap someone and forcibly throw him into the temple to keep him. After spending a few years with the Whitebeard pirates, he returned to Wano Kuni. This behavior is basically the same as the Japanese who tampered with history. Odin, the guy next door, actually believed it. In Luo Hu's opinion, this kind of behavior makes the whole country seem really smart. But his son Kazuki Odin is different. Kaido dares to say it himself. In order to join the Whitebeard pirates who just came to the port of Wano Kuni, he had to fight all the way. You can kill it in seconds without showing your head. When he was just born and not even 1 year old, because of his strong innate physique, the nurse who took care of him was thrown out and smashed to the ground, and fell into a coma. As soon as he shows his head, he's killed in seconds. Although Odin in this time period has not had the chance to meet Tian Yuesher who traveled from 800 years ago. Even after King Luffy liberated the entire Wano Kuni, he tampered with the history of his own waste. There is no need to say more. He even danced a bad dance right under the city wall for 5 whole years. Just like that, in the face of the written contract casually agreed upon by Kaido, Odin really spent a full 5 years for the hostages. However, relying on such a personality, he takes all the credit just to portray himself as a true hero. When I was 15, because I was young and strong, my mind was full of thoughts about venting all my energy. Even Kaido, who also participated in the Battle of Kamisama Valley at the age of 15 that year, could not keep up with his pace in terms of personal combat power alone. In particular, he carefully took care of the hero medal hanging on his chest, as if he was afraid that it was stained with the blood of such a weak person. Against the backdrop of the pirate captain with his head exploded and the pirate corpses scattered around him, this extremely strong young man exudes an extremely violent and cold temperament. His eyes were cold and emotionless, without any compassion or sympathy. He was not afraid at all because he had killed so many lives. Even the deputy captain Rayleigh, who already had the title of Pluton at the time, could only fight a difficult draw with the 15-year-old. At the same time, Luo Hu controlled the island all the way and flew towards the location of Wano Kuni Island. In his broad palms, he was actually pinching a pirate's captain who was drowsy and obviously unresponsive. There is no way to defeat this naturally gifted young man in fighting head-on. Around his body, there were more than a dozen corpses of pirates, large and small. Some of them had their hands and feet chopped off, some were split in half on the spot, and some had their chests pierced to reveal their broken hearts. All of them died tragically on the spot. A strong bloody smell emanated from his body, as if he was a villain who had just walked out of hell. The young man, who was extremely muscular and looked like a ferocious beast in human form, casually adjusted his black military uniform that fit his body very well. After doing all this, he suddenly exerted force between his palms, and the powerful force combined with his thick fingers like black iron directly crushed the pirate's head in his hands to the ground. In such a bloody scene, the temperament of this extremely strong boy stands out particularly. The head exploded, red and white objects splattered all over the ground, and the pirate's captain fell limply to the ground, deader than dead. A blond boy who looked like he was not a good person came out. Although he was defeated every time, Roger was the only one in the entire Roger Pirates group who could withstand his explosive fists. In the comics, Bullet, who was only 15 years old, had already joined the Roger Pirates and challenged Captain Roger many times. Don't mention Bullet, even if pirates overlords like Rox and Luo Hu were in the movie version, they would get a beating from Guillermo del Toro. Hot, Wet blood flowed as the body fell to the ground. Douglas Bullitt. A true young emperor-level powerhouse. A tall statue with layers of tendon flesh all over his body, and his right ear had been broken and shattered at some point. Inside a pirate ship on the second half of the Grand Line that had been shattered by the aftermath of the battle. It seems that I still have to find those pirates with bounties over 2 billion Baileys to satisfy Laozi's goal of becoming the strongest in the world. There was a black light flashing in his hands, which were covered in blood, making people shudder. Humph. These days, any pirate can be offered a bounty of 100 million berries. A young man who can truly be called gifted. The strength is so powerful that it is terrifying. 15 years ago, Bullitt was born in a country called the Land of Endless War in the second half of the Grand Line. Just like other strong people who became famous at a young age. Bullitt was abandoned by his mother on the first day he was born. He became an orphan on the first day of his birth. As fate would have it, Bullitt was adopted by the enemy's army and became a young soldier under the then Army Captain Douglas Gray. 7 years ago, in 1483, 1 year before the Battle of God Valley broke out. Bullitt was only 8 years old during this period. He didn't have any outstanding qualities, but he was well received by the army commander because of his daring and aggressive character on the battlefield. In the army, Bullitt's main task is to charge towards the enemy with a bomb, or to act as a human mine stomper to step on the mines buried by the enemy on the battlefield. In such an extremely dangerous battlefield, Bullitt's combat effectiveness has been greatly improved. Therefore, his performance on the battlefield became more and more amazing. According to national regulations, soldiers who perform outstandingly on the battlefield can receive medals of honor as state awards. The young Bullitt at that time was eager to receive a nationally recognized Medal of Honor. In order to obtain the honor he wants, Bullitt becomes more active on the battlefield and achieves remarkable feats again and again. However, just when he was about to receive the heroic honor of his life, he was betrayed by other young soldiers of the same period. And the reason was simply because these boys of the same period were jealous of his rapid growth in strength and chose to stab him from behind. Not only did they beat him severely and leave him on the battlefield in a near-death state, but they also took away all of his hard-earned medals of honor. However, Bullitt was not discouraged. On the contrary, this painful betrayal made his heart even stronger. After a period of rest and recuperation, Bullitt returned to the barracks, and then wiped out all the young soldiers who had teamed up to seriously injure him. Take this head. Laozi's fame will surely spread across the sea. Young Bullitt believed it to be true, and for the trust of the vice-captain, he wiped out all the enemy forces on the battlefield. Although this devil fruit is not very suitable for me, I have developed it into the most perfect fighting technique. See Circle Calendar 1490, which is this year. When he saw clearly the huge island floating not far in front of him, he was so angry and embarrassed. He wanted to kill the man on the island that was floating towards him. He felt an extremely powerful and overbearing aura coming towards him. And those rude guys even dared to mock him for the right ear he lost in the betrayal war. Bullitt's defiant eyes suddenly froze. They immediately rushed to the pirate's ship and started a killing spree with a huge disparity in strength. Being called One Ear, such an humiliating title, Bullitt's blood instantly turned red. 8 years old. But he didn't expect that the Captain Douglas would betray him and want to kill him. After kicking the shattered pirate's head in his hand into the sea, he let the waves carry it away. Bullitt ate a paramecia devil fruit on the battlefield. The whole person suddenly showed an ecstatic expression. At the age of 15, he was already a standard 4 Emperor's fighter. Bullitt, who was sailing alone on the sea, met a group of pirates who invited him on board. Having become famous at a young age and possessing great power, he doesn't care about the so-called big pirates at all. Bullitt, filled with resentment, destroyed his own country and army, and as a result, was hunted down by the world government. 1 year ago, see Circle Calendar 1489. Bullitt didn't pay much attention to the weak man's invitation, but continued to row forward alone. From beginning to end, he only believes in power. The captain of the troop killed by bullet. 2 years ago, see Circle Calendar 1488. Captain Douglas promoted Bullet to National Admiral because of his military exploits and took great care of Bullet. But his disdain was soon met with a strong retaliatory attack from these pirates. 15 years old. And promised to let him leave the battlefield and give him true freedom. No one survived. Flying Pirates Golden Lion Shiki. With his stronger belief and strength, Bullet was awarded the same title of hero, the country's highest honor, as Kaido. Bullet's bloodshot eyes were filled with a chilling bloody smell. Having just walked out of a brutal killing, his eyes were cold and ruthless. It's a little strange that big pirates like Golden Lion Shiki would come to such a frontier sea area, but it doesn't matter. As long as we can kill him, the powerful name of Lousy Douglas Bullet will resound throughout the world. Bullet, who used to be a soldier, now had a look as firm as steel, and his eyes revealed a ferocious aura that made people feel frightened. Those eyes seemed to be burning with blazing flames, full of endless strength and determination. Every blink was like a flash of lightning across the dark night sky, making people shudder. The words just fell. And the reason why Luo Hu set his sights on this target. As long as you have a fist big enough to beat him up severely and make him completely convinced, you can directly recruit him into your team. In other words, this guy is recognized by the world as the man who is qualified to inherit the position of Pirates King. Boom. Then it must be Bullet without a doubt. He could sense very clearly that the Haki strength of the man in front of him was far greater than his own. Roger in the plot is the one with great strength, which directly attracted the challenge of Bullet, and then Bullet joined the Roger Pirates group. Bullet's dense and hard muscles all over his body suddenly burst out with terrifying power. With a powerful gust of air, like a cannonball fired from a gun, he instantly jumped towards the island controlled by Luo Hu. Bullet rushed to the island almost instantly and stood on the ground of the floating island. It has even reached a whole new level. After all, in the history of this world, who is most likely to be recruited by the strong? The distance between the two sides was still several hundred meters. After all, even Roger, who would dominate the entire ocean in the future, was just an unknown pirate's rookie at the age of 15. But Luo Hu recognized the other party's identity almost the moment observation Haki sensed this extraordinary figure. Douglas Bullet. Another purpose is to try out the new ability of the meatball fruit that he developed accidentally during the period of recovering his physical body. Luo Hu, who was controlling the floating of the island at this time, had naturally noticed this young man a long time ago. Did you kill that big pirates, the Golden Lion? However, Bullet has reached the strength to go head-to-head with the big pirates at his age. But strictly speaking, Shiki should call me captain. You're not Golden Lion. Who are you? And why do you have its devil fruit ability? After testing the floating island and its approximate distance from himself. If we talk according to the normal talent hierarchy system. Even like Kaido, who looked like a small minion in the Battle of God Valley. Even the Pirates King's deputy couldn't get any advantage when fighting him alone. The reason why Luo Hu deliberately slowed down and let this guy jump onto his floating island was because he wanted to win over this young strong man through force. I'm definitely not a Golden Lion. Bullet widened his eyes, looking in disbelief at the man who was standing quietly in front of him but releasing an extremely powerful Haki all the time. Although Douglas Bullet is still very young at this moment. A man who will be called the Devil's descendant after Roger's death in the future. Such a reckless man who only worships power. Under his terrifying force, the already broken pirate's ship could no longer withstand such a huge pressure and instantly fell apart, turning into countless wood chips and broken wreckage, scattered on the endless sea. The whole person seemed to be flying directly over there. Luo Hu stared at the young man in front of him with great interest. His eyes were like lightning and he had already seen through this guy who was full of potential and talent. Douglas Bullet's talent ranking is definitely close to Rock's level. Ever since the beating in the Holy Land of Mariehua, Luo Hu's personal thinking has changed a lot. Although in a one-on-one situation, he can fight against 7 or even 8 people at the same time. But relying on such strength to fight against the world government is still far from enough. Not to mention the 18 top-level celestial dragons kings. The world government, even with Joy Boy's body and the mysterious Im Saint, did not take any action. Add to that the existence of the terrifyingly powerful Uranus who can track and locate at any time. Luo Hu has been forced to restrain his arrogant style of doing things. This time he made a comeback, in addition to completing the unfinished project of not killing all the celestial dragons. What is more important is to establish a powerful organization that can fight against the world government. At least this new organization is more powerful than the original Rocks pirate. And it must not be the chaotic, disorganized and undisciplined pirates force like before. For example, directly establish a new government regime. Then with the new government regime, just set up a few departments similar to those under the world government with their own functional systems. This is a long and arduous journey. Every step requires more powerful talents to move in order to operate such a huge force. Captain of the Golden Lion? Laozi has never heard of him. But if you are planning to scare off Laozi with his name, then I can only tell you not to be so naive. I will show you, a self-righteous guy, what the world's strongest power is. Watch the punch. Bullet's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a confident smile. That smile seemed to tell Luo Hu, I am the strongest. His thick thighs were as hard as steel under the dark armament Haki, and every step he took was full of power, and the whole earth seemed to be shaking. As he walked, his aura became extremely steady, like an unshakable mountain, which made Luo Hu look sideways. This 15-year-old Bullet is indeed much stronger than Kaido back then. Suddenly, Bullet's steps paused, and then his body leaned forward, shooting forward like a cannonball. At this moment, his speed reached ultimate, and he turned into a black shadow. In the blink of an eye, he rushed to the front dozens of meters, leaving behind a cloud of smoke and dust. On the other side, Luo Hu, who was standing quietly with his hands behind his back, also instantly tensed his muscles, with veins exposed. Thick black blood vessels crawled all over his body, and dark blue dragon scales grew one by one, interlocking together. Full of ultimate defense. The terrifying half-dragon body appears. The height of the whole person soared directly to the height of a giant of about 10 meters. At this moment, even Bullet, who is more than 5 meters tall, with a rough face and explosive muscles, is in front of Luo Hu. Next moment. But it was because Bullet himself had already fainted. The crackling sound of the thick bones breaking can be clearly heard. Then, it fell heavily onto the hard island ground. Luo Hu didn't even use the Conqueror's Haki, which could be felt from afar. An extremely ominous premonition lingered in every cell of his body. Can't stand any beating at all. Even his bones were wailing, as if they were about to break at any time. Fell heavily to the ground. Boom! In Bullet, he had never seen such a powerful force hitting every inch of his muscles. But even with such a powerful force in front of him, this man still looked relaxed and attacked as usual. It is just as immature and tiny as a little ant. However, faced with this situation, Luo Hu did not stop attacking. There's no time to react. In fact, the strong beating during these 7 or 8 minutes was not because Luo Hu's physical strength had reached its limit. Accompanied by severe pain, his body quickly flew backwards thousands of meters. Afterwards, Luo Hu treated him like dough and kept hitting him left and right. This horrific beating scene lasted for 7 or 8 minutes before it gradually stopped. Faced with this scene, Bullet, who was also charging forward, narrowed his eyes. With a dull thud, Bullet's broad pectoral muscles were instantly dented. But he never gave up and chose to grit his teeth and persevere, just to try to fight back. However, Luo Hu didn't give him any chance. 5 fingers as strong as diamond clenched together, with incomparable terrifying power, directly grabbed his arm and suddenly lifted it into the sky. But that's not all. The power burst out, lifting Bullet to the highest point. The next moment, Luo Hu stepped on the ground, and with a whoosh, his body also rushed forward. Instead, he continued to chase after him, and each attack was carried with extremely terrifying force, making Bullet unable to resist at all. Bullet's face became paler and paler, and scarlet blood was spitting out of his mouth frantically. Before Bullet even had time to react, he felt a powerful force coming towards him. His vision went dark, and he was hit on the forehead by the black lightning. Before Bullet could feel the pain, his 5-meter-tall, muscular body flew up again. This is an aura that is simply irresistible. The terrifying aura on his body suddenly burst out, as dazzling as a black sun, and the whole person directly transformed into an extremely violent black thunder. His speed was so fast that it was impossible to catch his figure. He had never met an opponent since his debut, but for the first time he felt that the man in front of him was as powerful as a Shura demon from hell. More than 10 days later. The island controlled by Luo Hu is still floating towards the second half of the Grand Line. Deep in the island, a very simple but fairly complete laboratory has been built. Scientists Oro Yangma and his daughter were holding a long devil fruit and various bottles and jars of potions, recording experimental data. On the seat next to 2 scientists, one big and one small. Bullet was beaten by Luo Hu and was unconscious for a long time with wounds all over his body. He didn't move at all, and seemed to be a little dead. He still didn't respond as usual. But it seems that the pale complexion on this guy's face has slowly turned a little rosy. It shouldn't take long for me to regain consciousness. Being able to reach the Emperor level at such a young age, it goes without saying that his physical fitness is very strong. How's the experiment going? Any clues? Luo Hu knocked on the door and asked about the progress of the experiment of Oro Yangma and his daughter. Booze, the experiment is going very smoothly. Before, because there was no experimental material at all, my experiment on the devil fruit's ability to multi-body has always been at the stage of speculation, so there has been little progress. Now that we have this paramecia fruit of power as supporting material for research data, within 3 months at most, I will definitely make a gene potion for boss to test multiple fruit abilities. Oro Yangma's speech speed was not fast, but his words were filled with extremely excited emotions. As a mad scientist, Oro Yangma's biggest wish in this life is to verify all his conjectures. And put all these conjectures into practice and get a result that can be applied. In the past, he suffered from insufficient funds, lack of materials, and a severe shortage of manpower. This is why the various experiments and conjectures accumulated over more than 200 years of my life have not been put to good use. But the situation is completely different now. After accidentally meeting Luo Hu, a boss who is at the top of the world and is not stingy when it comes to paying for experiments, in the body of Mr. Lantern, Oro Yangma just felt that his ambition in life was about to be realized. Well, you are worthy of being a world-class scientist. Keep it up. If your lab is missing anything, you can tell me directly. Even if you want to kill the world's noble celestial dragons for human experiments, I will find a way to catch 100 or so for you. After Luo Hu left a few words of appreciation, he took a step forward and pushed Bullet, who was still unconscious on the stretcher, out. Outskirts of the island. The sunshine in the early morning is full of warmth and comfort, like a catalyst that can blow life. The soft sunshine peeks out from the clouds, the light shines on the earth, bringing tranquility and warmth. He watched as he successfully developed the ability to use the meatball fruit to directly slap the devil fruit from the human body away. Just like Doflamingo was able to develop silk threads directly into parasite string that can control the human brain. It directly combined with an apple that had been prepared on the ground, forming a fruit of rebirth. Especially Bullet, who was still lying dead, had a relieved expression on his face. The ability of the meat glob fruit is at the bug level. The combined fruit is the third one in the second to last row. Luo Hu looked at Bullet, who still hadn't woken up, and flapped his palms slightly. The meatball fruit released energy, and the thick meat pads that opened up hit Bullet's heart directly. All members must be powerful admirals of the mythical beast species. All of this can also be applied to his subordinates. The government organization that Luo Hu wants to build in the future. The unique devil fruit ability release sound effect appears. The sunshine is neither as hot as in the scorching summer nor as cold as in the winter, but just the right amount of comfort and pleasure for people. It gently caresses every corner, injecting life and vitality into everything. This is a god-level skill that Bartholomew may master in the future. Luo Hu couldn't help but reveal a dangerous smile. But it's Paramecia's devil fruit ability. Directly and simply use the power of the Paramecia fusion fruit that is parasitic in Bullet's body. All the hidden injuries in Bullet's body over the years on the battlefield were removed and directly integrated into the body of a passing creature, shocking the opponent to death. The Paramecia devil fruit, which is a fusion fruit, is not suitable for you. Perhaps he can also become a strong man who is no less powerful than the General Emperor. Even if Minga could be smarter and develop his devil fruit ability in the direction of timeline, gamma rays, etc. As long as your imagination is big enough and your physical strength is enough to support the output. Luo Hu precisely controls the ability of the fleshy fruit. Under Luo Hu's control, all the hidden injuries and pain in Bullet's body were beaten out at once, forming a huge bear paw bubble on the ground. However, for Luo Hu, who already understood the development process, it was very easy for him to master this conceptual ability. It was pulled out from the heart. Eating everything will only harm you. A real man should fully develop his body muscles. With this ability, it means that in the future he can fight on the battlefield while knocking away all the enemy's devil fruit abilities. If you had eaten the mythical beast devil fruit instead of this crappy fusion fruit, then even if you eat a useless fruit, it can directly turn decay into magic. Especially the 5 elders, all 5 of them have the devil fruit abilities of mythical beasts. Plan. What does the Pirates' King have to do with Roger? Late night. The bright moonlight fell on the floating island like a veil, illuminating every corner. It was like a bright lamp, covering the entire island in a silver glow. The island seemed to be endowed with life, trembling slightly with the shining of the moonlight. Under the moonlight, everything on the island became clearly visible, the lush vegetation looked particularly green under the moonlight, and the leaves shone with a soft glow. The flowers bloomed more brightly, with a faint silver glow on the petals. The streams on the island gurgled, and the water surface sparkled, like a silver ribbon running through the entire island. The moonlight also shone into the interior of the island, and through the gaps in the trees, it projected onto the ground to form a Madara-like pattern of light and shadow, making the figures of the busy scientist father and daughter particularly clear. At this moment, Bullet, whose hidden injuries and pain had been wiped away, looked at the clouds flying backwards in the sky with a confused look. He became famous at a young age. At the age of 15, he had been at sea for less than a week when the naval headquarters offered a bounty of 500 million baileys for him. This was his first taste of failure. He didn't even see clearly how the man made his move. Already caught up in a series of combo skills. He had no ability to resist in front of that man. Now even the devil fruit ability in his body has been taken away by the opponent. Lose everything you have again. A crack also appeared in Bullet's strong heart. He has never been defeated since he was 8 years old. I have always believed that my strength is at the top level in this ocean. But this time, the failure was really complete. Snap. Luo Hu, who had walked over to the side at some point, took out a row of gold foil cigars from his pocket, took one out skillfully, put it in his mouth, and then used his Maramara fruit ability to gently release it, and the flame instantly rose. He brought the flame close to the cigarette butt and took a light puff, and immediately wisps of white smoke came out of the cigarette butt and floated towards Bullet's nose. Why don't you kill me? Young Bullet looked at the person next to him, who was not that much older than him, with a bit of confusion. But the man whose strength was enough to crush him into pieces asked in a confused tone. Why not kill you? Because. I want to establish a power that can overthrow the world government and regain control of the world. Luo Hu smiled and tossed Bullet a gold foil cigar of the same model as his own. Luo Hu can easily figure out the psychological changes of this young man. Bullet thought about Luo Hu's words in disbelief. As we all know, in this world, everyone who goes to sea has various dreams without exception. Some people may be pursuing wealth that they can't spend in their lifetime. Some people may just want the top power to dominate others. Or some people will be like him, pursuing the strongest power along the way. But Bullet had never heard from anyone. I want to completely overthrow this huge behemoth in this world that no one can shake. So for a moment, these words, which can make people's hearts vibrate, lingered in the ears. Bullet was also a little stunned. But, your desire to overthrow them shouldn't have much to do with me, right? After being immersed in it for a long time, Bullet turned the question back and looked at Luo Hu's back with a firm gaze. At this moment, he has already obtained some answers that he guessed in his heart. But he still wanted to get to the bottom of everything and get everything clear. After all, he is only a young man of 15 or 16 years old. But having suffered all kinds of betrayal since childhood, his inner maturity has already surpassed many flowers in the garden. Of course this has something to do with you. If you want to achieve something, you naturally need. Carrying the name of Laozi, go and explore this vast ocean. Although he had sworn a solemn oath that he would never trust his partner again. But if Bullet, who is already extremely talented, eats the fusion fruit, it would be a great waste of his terrifying physical talent. Some powerful brothers. When someone really sincerely invites him to join. I didn't expect that Luo Hu also knew him. To be honest, I was planning to challenge him this time when I went out to sea. After Bullet made some bold statements. Brother Luo. From today on, my life, Douglas Bullet, is in your hands. Kaido. The big pirate with a bounty of 3 billion berries. But how could it be that he, who had been wandering on the sea for some time and felt deeply lonely, had not been affected at all? Even though that thing tasted bad, it at least brought him a lot of strength. Only then can you unleash your ultimate power. Luo Hu patted Bullet's young but extremely broad shoulders very appropriately and said. But Luo Hu, can you return the fusion fruit to me? This thing is very precious. One might be sold for hundreds of millions of Baileys. Bullet's body trembled a little, but his eyes became more determined. It seems that the emotional scene has been almost set. If Luo Hu tells me to go east, I will never go west. If he tells me to go to the Grand Line, I will never go to the Calm Belt. And that guy, like you, also called me Brother Luo. Especially a terrifying guy who was powerful enough to crush it like a bug, but was so patient in explaining the various reasons to a weakling like him. In just a few seconds, I experienced countless emotional changes, big and small. His eyes couldn't help but glance at the paramecia devil fruit on the ground that he had eaten. Know him? I guess so. We haven't seen each other for a few years. I heard from the newspaper that this guy has been doing very well recently. Bullet withdrew his gaze reluctantly, and then began to inquire about Kaido's information. Instead of calling him One Ear because his right ear was broken. Deep down in Bullet's strong heart, he still couldn't help but feel the desire. A truly strong person needs the devil fruit of the Zoan mythical beast species. Stop talking nonsense. Eating everything will only harm you. Bullet's entire body shook almost instantly. Luo Hu's words fell indifferently. Wait a few days to find that guy Kaido, and then let Oro Yangma make you an artificial fruit. Luo Hu directly took away the fusion fruit on the ground, not giving Bullet any chance at all. So for a moment, even if Bullet wanted to directly reject Luo Hu's invitation, he could only open his mouth but couldn't say a word of rejection. This kind of thing may be a very good choice for ordinary people to eat. In the first half of the Grand Line, the Naval Headquarters officers are assigned the building locations for the residential areas. At this moment, the General's family building, which should have been peaceful and harmonious and full of the atmosphere of a good life, was engulfed by a sudden fire. The raging fire raged like a demon, ruthlessly destroying all the beautiful scenery. The originally blue sky was obscured by billowing smoke, and the air was filled with a pungent smell of burning, making people feel suffocated and terrified. Around the family housing complex, the once lush grass has now turned to ashes, and the trees have been burned down to black trunks, as if telling of the cruelty and ruthlessness of the disaster. The ground is covered with scorched marks, and the walls of the houses have turned black, giving people a depressing feeling. This was once a place full of laughter and joy, but now it has become a ruin. Those once warm homes no longer exist, replaced by ruins and endless sadness. Countless family members and children fled in all directions with expressions of despair and helplessness on their faces. They didn't know how to face this sudden disaster. The person who created this chaotic sea of fire was standing on piles of charred corpses, carefully identifying the photos in his hands. That's not right. That child's hair should be purple. Damn it, where on earth is he hiding? Is that guy going to take his kids and wife with him when he goes on a mission? Never mind, let's kill all these family members and children first. If those guys react, the consequences of mission failure are not something we can bear. No matter whose children they are, kill them all. No need to report to me. Yes. Captain Luo Hu. Damn it. You good for nothing. Don't refer to your position when you're on a mission. Call me Captain Haodao. The man called Luo Hu slapped his unskilled subordinates in front of him hard with a slap in the face. The mission they are on this time is not an easy one. The family members were like thin, brittle cardboard and could be killed at the slightest touch. The voice transmitted by Den Den Mushi revealed the face of a man with a hoarse voice. His voice, which seemed to be polished by sandpaper, carried an indescribable sense of vicissitudes, as if the years of grinding had settled in his vocal cords. In front of this group of well-trained and extremely fierce people, anyone who witnesses their actions, without exception, will be pierced on the head by finger pistols one after another, shattering into a stream of yellow and white water. At this time, the mother and son, who were hiding in the trash can and covered by all kinds of smelly garbage, didn't dare to breathe. They came here specifically to assassinate the family of Admiral of Headquarters Black Arm Zephyr. This is really troublesome. We have to go to Arcus Island to investigate the newcomer who killed Captain K's pirates. A pirate with a bounty of 98 million berries was actually killed in a tavern. It's really strange. Brew brew brew. Hello, Mary Ling, what's going on? This number shouldn't normally be dialed. She covered her child's mouth tightly to prevent her from crying out of fear. Hey Zephyr. Come back soon. A group of robbers killed many children in the family building. Brew brew brew. If the identity is exposed, the gap between the government and the naval headquarters will be further deepened. Click. Due to the heavy obstructions, the speed at which Den Den Mushi answered the call was a little slow, but fortunately it was still able to get through. The mother's wildly beating heart finally relaxed a little. The leader seems to be called Luo Hu. It's the world. The mother held a dedicated Den Den Mushi tightly in her hand and wanted to call her husband, but she was afraid that the sound would be transmitted and attract a group of unidentified guys. They are looking for our children now. Hasn't the 5 elders already assigned Zephyr to lead the team out? Luo Hu's puzzled voice came and went, causing the mother, who was hiding in the trash can and hugging her child tightly, to tremble even more. Luo Hu's voice gradually disappeared from near to far along with the sound of footsteps. After hesitating for a long time, he heard that the captain's target this time was actually a child with purple hair. What's going on? This shouldn't happen. Beep beep beep. That punch from Black Arm Zephyr wasn't so easy to deal with. Having caused such consequences, let alone the marine officers behind the families of those who were killed. There's really nothing I can do. Maybe he really took the person away. The tension between speaking and hiding the man's face in darkness left only a vague outline. The mother was startled, and with complicated thoughts she understood something. It must be hidden somewhere hidden. Taking advantage of the moment when the crowd had all disappeared, the mother quickly dialed the den den mushi in her hand. It's fine as long as it's not exposed. It's impossible for him to take his wife and son with him on this dangerous mission, right? Before the mother could finish her words, the den den mushi in her hand suddenly lost communication. She looked at the den den mushi in her hand with a look of bewilderment. She was completely stunned. Normally speaking, it is impossible for the signal to be disconnected under this kind of exclusive den den mushi connection. Unless the person on the other end hung up the phone. But on the other hand, that man is her husband. Admiral Black Arm Zephyr from Naval Headquarters. How could he possibly hang up? Unless... Mary Ling's heart trembled, and her terrified eyes seemed to look outside through the barrier of the trash can. It was hidden in the trash can. This is such a surprise. Ha 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 ha, the mission can be completed. Guo Hao's excited voice reached his mother's ears, making the already nervous mother even more panicked. She was helpless and didn't know how to protect her children. There was a bloody hole on her forehead, and Mary Ling was still holding the dead body of the child tightly in her arms. Feeling Mary Ling constantly swinging her fists and hitting his body, Guo Hao suddenly felt a sense of pervert in his heart. The man who is strong enough to give her the warmest arms can appear by her side. Everyone looked at the scene of their families being torn apart with tears in their eyes and remained speechless for a long time. When the Battle of God Valley began, he was 38 years old. Because of the strength of armament Haki, he was promoted to Naval Headquarters, Admiral. At this moment, Mary Ling wished her husband. This is my mother's favorite. After a few minutes passed. Mary Ling was very excited. She rushed forward like a shrew and started to fight wildly with the strong man in front of her who was 3 or 4 meters tall. Guo Hao showed a perverted smile, and then suddenly exerted force with his fingers. His heart seemed to be hit by a heavy hammer and he was unable to speak. He just stretched out his trembling finger and pointed. Sengoku, who was leading the group, suddenly had his pupils shrink. That's Zephyr's. In less than 3 seconds, he grabbed the neck of a child with light purple hair from the trash can with one hand. But as a mother, seeing her child struggling and crying in the hands of this robber. After Guo Hao laughed wildly, he waved his hand to signal his men to continue with their work. A few years before the Battle of God Valley, 34 years old, Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, Alternate Admiral. He actually twisted the child's neck continuously in front of the mother. But there was no action that could affect the other party. Guo Hao acted very quickly. He didn't show any disdain for the dirty garbage at all. He reached out and stirred it randomly in the trash can. Watch carefully. The person who killed your child is a big pirate with a bounty of 300 million berries. Ha 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 ha, I didn't expect Zephyr's women to have such pretty faces. Countless bodies of family members were scattered around the streets. A group of soldiers and officers from the naval headquarters arrived late. But how could Zephyr, who had received the mission instructions early in the morning and had already headed to the sea, suddenly appear at home? This is what happens when you don't obey, Zephyr. Ha 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 ha. Until he completely lost his support and fell to the ground. With a click. At this moment, the only person who could stand in front of him was the devil who was strangling the child's neck. Married in the same year as becoming admiral, and had a son born in 1485. Mary Ling's heart was about to break. The child is born after the mother has been pregnant for 10 months. The second half of the Grand Line, above a certain sea area. A warship flying the seagull flag was sailing forward at top speed against the wind and waves. Mr. Zephyr is really magnanimous. Yes, yes, we are just civilians who have gone astray. Marine's justice has completely touched us. You will definitely let us go like before, right? The makeshift prison on the warship was filled with groups of pirates. At this moment, there was no fear on the faces of these pirates because of being caught by the Marine. Because they know that although the Admiral of Headquarters in front of them is powerful, he is a man who believes in justice and does not kill. In the past few years, Zephyr's reputation has been in full swing in both the underworld and the white world. But no pirates are afraid of him. Because he has never harmed any life. At this moment, his heart was extremely heavy, and under the influence of the noisy pirates, he actually felt a strong desire to kill. Ha 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 ha. I really wasn't wrong about you, Mr. Zephyr. Zephyr Admiral's strength is really terrifying. He has never killed any fire pirates before, but he actually had such a bloody scene. With some excitement, he looked at Zephyr Admiral, who was finally willing to take action. He didn't know what exactly happened in the family building behind the naval headquarters when he just answered the call. At this moment, the face that seemed to be shrouded in shadow and darkness was so dark that people could not see his expression clearly. He just silently opened the prison door with the key in his hand. Seeing this scene, the other pirates naturally became more excited. In order to understand everything as quickly as possible and resolve safety issues. Who cares? These vicious pirates should be killed. Anyway, I will always follow Zephyr Admiral. Zephyr, who was about to let the pirates go, looked at the Den Mushi in his hand, whose signal was cut off for some reason. In their opinion, Zephyr Admiral has finally come out of his own stubborn theory of not killing. Hey, why do I always feel that Zephyr Admiral's mood is a little strange today? Did something happen? However, these indifferent pirates were completely unaware of the purple-haired man in front of them who had always been known for his gentleness. He looked at the still smiling pirates with dark eyes and said nothing. Thank you for giving us a way out. The Marines were so delighted that they could hardly contain themselves. Bang bang bang. Zephyr has issued an order for all Marines to return to the naval headquarters as quickly as possible. And before he hung up the phone, he vaguely heard his wife shouting, "The world," and then there was no news. A pirate who seemed to be naturally outgoing approached Zephyr with a gloomy face, patted him on the shoulder with his hand, and then walked away from the warship in a carefree manner. A hoarse whisper. Mari Ling, must wait for me. However, before the pirates could finish their words, Zephyr's sturdy body suddenly flew into the air and stomped down with his big feet. The pirate's head exploded and blood splattered all over the ground. A group of crazy pirates kept laughing, grateful for Zephyr's mercy. Looking at Zephyr Admiral, whose military boots were covered with minced meat, the detective left a long trail of blood in the cell. But what Zephyr can be sure of is that his wife and son are in an extremely dangerous situation at this moment. Then let's say goodbye. I hope I never have to see you again. The whole person was shattered into a pool of flesh. The death was extremely horrific. The Marines who saw Zephyr Admiral's bloody scene for the first time all gasped. Even the most vicious pirates can be lucky enough to survive if they encounter Zephyr. Hiss. He was originally ready to let the pirates go. The deep darkness, like a thick veil, completely obscured his inner world. The sunlight shone on his face through the windows of the warship, but it could not penetrate the haze, making his face look particularly gloomy. Every line revealed a kind of heaviness and depression, as if carrying endless worries and sorrows. At the same time, Zephyr was furiously killing people in the temporary prison on the warship, swinging his fists continuously, smashing the heads of dozens of pirates, and the blood was all over the floor. From the interior of Wanakuni Onigashima, the second half of Grand Line, a cute female voice that sounded innocent and endearing was heard. However, this sound that sounds quite cute to others is extremely unpleasant to Kaido's ears, even reaching the level of being harsh and noisy. Damn it! You are my Kaido's son. How can you say you want to be a waste? Listen up, Yamato. You're going to be the heir of the demon clan in the future. You can never talk about being Kazuki Oden again. Kaido, with a drunken face, looked at the innocent and cute child in front of him and reminded his daughter in a serious tone. Although Yamato is apparently a girl. But Kaido, who only wants a son, always likes to paralyze himself by calling her son. Although young Yamato didn't understand this, he got used to it. Father. But Lord Odin is really tall and handsome. And his willingness to shed blood for his country is really admirable. Yamato ignored the seriousness in Kaido's tone. Instead, his dark pupils turned into a loving expression as he recounted Odin's deeds word by word. Between his words and actions, there is a sense that he may turn to the enemy at any time. Kaido, who was already drunk at this time, said this to his own blood, and he was almost instantly furious. As a father, Kaido shouldn't interfere with his daughter's pursuit of idols. But Yamato should never, ever define his idol as his enemy, Kazuki Odin. It turns out that the object of this D daughter's adoration is not herself, but this extremely powerful father, but a despicable and shameless Wanakuni villain. The most hateful thing is that this guy Yamato actually kept saying in front of him that he wanted to become a man like Kazuki Odin in the future. When I think of the face of Kazuki Odin, that slave-like person who always ruins my plans. Kaido was so angry that he could hardly eat or drink, and his anger was rising rapidly. The most important thing is that Kazuki Odin is Kaido's mortal enemy at this stage. The war between the two sides has entered a life-and-death situation. Ever since the Holy Land Mariehua War, Kaido has been wandering around looking for Luo Hu while starting to gather his own team. During this period, Charlotte Lin even brought an ancient devil fruit to exchange with him. His only daughter, Yamato, was born during that transaction. Originally, Charlotte Lin was planning to take Yamato and her other son away. But Kaido would not suffer such a loss, so he chose to transform into a blue dragon and take away his favorite daughter. Damn it! Stop saying things like that. Kaido was so angry that he had difficulty breathing as he looked at his daughter in front of him. She was only 5 or 6 years old but had been locked up and imprisoned in Onigashima all day long, and he shouted angrily. But, Father, I won't give in. I want to be a man like Kazuki Odin. Yamato did not succumb to the authority of Kaido as his father. Instead, he stared at Kaido's pupils with an angry look on his face. There's no need to worry about it. Yamato will understand when he grows up. The daughter's voice sounded menacing yet a little fierce due to her immature vocal cords. Ha! Kaido opened his tired eyes and looked at the boy in front of him. He was young, but spoke in a very mature manner and had a rebellious face. Because Charlotte Lin once said in the plot that her 10,000 kingdoms now only lacks the giants, the Lunaria, and a race that disappeared in history, so it can be speculated that Charlotte Lin gave birth to Yamato and a boy at that time, and Kaido was unwilling to give all his children to Charlotte Lin, so he forcibly chose Yamato to take away. Damn father, just wait, Master Odin will come to save me. Reflect on your actions. I will come to pick you up in a month. By then, your father really doesn't want to hear you say anything about that D anymore. After returning to his base camp, Kaido continued to pick up the drink in front of him and started drinking. The angry guy stretched out his right hand and with a click, he completely locked the seastone fence. Kaido gave this rare and precious item to his daughter without even blinking an eye. Even if you are my father, I will not give in. Because my future is to become someone like Lord Kazuki Odin who will never give in to evil forces. This is a fan fiction, so don't dwell on it too much. It's just speculation, so don't come and bite me if you are so smart. He left his own blood, who was only 5 or 6 years old, to stay in this cold and gloomy area with only a dim oil lamp as a means of illumination. Yamato. Snap. It seemed that only the numbness of alcohol could make him feel better and not feel tired and exhausted because of such trivial matters. Kaido's face, as black as the bottom of a pot, became even darker, as if he had been entangled in the ultimate armament Haki. Under the influence of alcohol, Kaido completely lost his mind and grabbed with one hand the daughter who was only 5 or 6 years old but had a very delicate face and inherited Charlotte Lin's beautiful and lovely looks. After turning more than a dozen corners, we arrived in front of a dark cave with a fence made of seastone. P.S. Because of the protagonist, the timeline will definitely change. In the original story, Yamato was just born, but for various reasons, Kaido agreed to Charlotte Linlin's request in advance. As for Kaido's real son, he is still in Charlotte Linlin's Wangua. Zoan, dog fruit mythical beast big mouth true god form. Amidst the gazes of the beast's pirates members who wanted to admonish him, he threw his own daughter in. Walk through a long corridor on the Ghost Island. I will not give in to you, Kaido. What's more, in order to better train their successor, Kaido and his people went to the open sea to find a mythical beast devil fruit for Yamato. Damn you. Looks like I have to put you in solitary confinement. This made Kaido's mature heart somewhat collapse. Yeah, ha 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 ha, Uncle Kaido is going to teach Yamato a lesson again. After sighing heavily in his heart, Kaido left the dark cave without looking back. Don't blame your father. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for worshipping that Kazuki Oden. This is a mythical beast devil fruit with extremely high ice elemental properties and super high burst speed. But he never expected that this daughter, whom he had nurtured with great effort for only a few years, would actually worship his mortal enemy. Yamato is the daughter who inherited his bloodline. A normal cage cannot hold such a ferocious beast. Enel was brought back from Sky Island by Luo Hu. After Rock Pirate disbanded, he took over the care of her. What Kaido didn't expect was that this Enel talent was surprisingly terrifying. The 7-year-old kid actually awakened Conqueror's Haki so early. And under the careful guidance of other beasts' pirates cadres, Armament Haki and Observation Haki are now fully available. Although the current intensity is not very high, it is enough to see a significant improvement. The most important thing is that this kid is really to his liking. Much better than that ignorant Yamato. At least Enel still listens to him very much. I hope so. Have you stepped up your physical training recently? You little brat, you're going to be one of the 4 leaders of Beast's pirates in the future. You can't do that without a good physique. Kaido was somewhat resentful as to why Enel was not his biological blood. Otherwise he would really laugh in his dreams. I am training, but compared to normal training, I prefer to duel with those warriors. This was definitely made for Kaido. Although Enel has always treated it as a qualified father over the years. It's really funny to see you wanting to commit seppuku but also being afraid of death. Or a more handsome Logia devil fruit would also be fine. It's so cool to hit them with a stick and make their heads bleed and their brains splatter. After hearing Enel's answer, Kaido's sorrow deepened. And those guys who commit seppuku for the so-called honor of a samurai are really funny. And the Conqueror's temperament between his brows that is unique to a king. After he finished speaking, Enel strode out of Kaido's base camp with his head held high. His height has reached about 2 meters, and his body has clear and well-defined muscles. He just wanted to get a mythical beast devil fruit, preferably a more precious type like Yamato. The physical talent is also very good. But those ordinary goods were not in Enel's eyes after all. This is absolutely perfect, a future pirate's level existence. As an old man, who has been in Beast's pirates for many years. He awakened Conqueror's Haki at the age of 7, and also practiced Armament Haki and Observation Haki. After Enel's figure disappeared, Kaido withdrew his gaze, waved his hand and directly drove away the ordinary members of Beast's pirates. P.S. Enel was taken to Qinghai before the God Valley War. After the Holy Land Mariehua War, Kaido returned to Hakinos to take Enel away. The current setting is that Conqueror's Haki does not have the devil fruit ability. Yeah ha 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 ha, then thank you in advance Uncle Kaido haha. It makes him look full of the heroic spirit that a young man should have. P.S. The setting here is that Kaido returned to the laboratory where he was imprisoned before to sabotage after the war. Because of historical reasons, he met the last Lunalia again. He is not familiar with other things, but he is very familiar with the abilities of devil fruit. But only Kaido himself knows that no matter how close the relationship is, it cannot compete with the concentration of blood. I have a duel with a samurai this afternoon, so I won't stay here to drink with you, old man. Although Enel was only 7 years old at this time, he was provided with nutritious meals and intensive physical training by the Beast's pirates. Enel's eyes lit up. Why isn't this guy his son? Although Beast's pirates has included many special types of devil fruit over the years. If you work harder, you won't have so many confusions. Remember, physical fitness and Haki are the standards of a person's true strength. The only person left at the scene was a young man with black wings, a blazing flame on the back of his neck, and a somewhat cold and aloof temperament. Enel spoke very calmly about his pervert-like little quirk. Train well, and Laozi will give you a devil fruit of the mythical beast species when the time comes. The only pity is that he is not Kaido's son. Naval Headquarters, Marineford. After a long journey back to the naval headquarters, Zephyr immediately went to the hospital morgue and looked at his wife, whose body was covered with a white cloth and stiff, with a lonely expression. On the way back, he already received a call from Sengoku. The two didn't say much during the call. Sengoku just asked him to come back to the headquarters as soon as possible. After a few days passed. Under the auspices of the naval headquarters, Zephyr attended the funeral of the families of the officers who had suffered, including his own family. He is approaching middle age. His career in the Marine Corps has basically reached its peak, and with his wife and son surrounding him, he is a successful man. But this sudden murderous intent made this usually gentle and polite man panic. The man who always had a smile on his face suddenly became silent. Things were obviously very good a few days ago. His wife and son waved goodbye to him at the door, asking him, as a father and husband, to be careful of the pirates. Now, in just a few days, he has become a lonely man who has lost his wife and son. The breakdown of his family caused Jaffa, who was originally enthusiastic about the marine career, to lose his previous enthusiasm. I no longer have the mood to take care of these tasks. Ever since that day when he smashed the heads of an entire ship's worth of pirates and tortured them to death. Zephyr had already begun to have extremely strong doubts about the justice he had upheld for decades. As one of the 3 most powerful admirals in the naval headquarters, Zephyr's own version of justice is one that does not involve killing. Even if the most vicious pirates are captured, at most they will be thrown into a huge underwater prison instead of being killed directly. Zephyr originally thought that his justice would more or less influence some pirates. But at this moment, he fell into deep self-blame. It was his justice that killed his wife and son. Night. Zephyr came to the Crescent Naval Base where he often took his children to count stars. At this time, the sky is dotted with stars, shining faintly like gems inlaid in the black night sky. Although these stars are tiny, they are numerous and densely distributed in the sky, forming a beautiful and spectacular picture. Some stars twinkle brightly, as if showing their existence to people, while others are relatively dim and require careful observation to be discovered. In this vast starry sky, the boundless vastness is revealed at all times. In the past, whenever Zephyr looked up at the stars with his wife and children, he would feel very calm and peaceful. In the busy life of naval headquarters, such moments allow him to temporarily forget his worries and immerse himself in the beauty and magic of nature. Perhaps it was because of the tranquility and beauty of the company of his wife and son that Zephyr himself began to have a special liking for the lonely starry sky. Now there are 2 less people playing around. The starry sky seems a bit boring. Really, why did I rush into that mission? If I had been on vacation that day and stayed at home, maybe this wouldn't have happened. Zephyr felt deeply guilty. Although I clearly know that I have nothing to do with any of this. But Zephyr could never get over the difficulty in his heart. He has submitted his admiral resignation to Naval Headquarters Marshal Kongu. Zephyr was so grief-stricken that he began to doubt his own justice. Moreover, his wife Mary Ling mentioned a name called Gu Hao during a phone call with him a few days ago. Zephyr thought that if he remembered correctly, there was no one named Gehao among the pirates on the sea with a bounty of about 300 million berries. This is like a made-up pirates. But without any evidence, he had no way to question that hand in the darkness. The matter has become a foregone conclusion. Instead of doubting everything, it is better to find a quiet place and stay alone for a while. Ta. Just as Zephyr was looking at the twinkling stars in the sky in confusion, a steady and powerful sound of leather shoes appeared behind him. In other words, but the so-called Luo Hu in the photo, he had never seen it on Marine's bounty warrant. Absolutely not. Following closely behind him was the hero Vice Admiral Garp the Fist, who also had a frown on his face. He could clearly recognize that it was the finger pistol movement technique that he had once trained his troops on. World government. But Zephyr is certainly not stupid. Decades ago, he trained hard as an ordinary Marine until his current position as Admiral of Headquarters. Zephyr took the photo. The only way a single pirate could get to the family quarters behind the naval headquarters is. But this method is not enough to deceive the secret investigation team members in our naval headquarters. One picture shows his son being strangled to death. Sengoku's tone was rather low. Sengoku paused and didn't continue. The other one was a picture of the wife's forehead being pierced by the so-called pirate's Luo Hu with his finger, leaving a big hole. What interesting old guys. Among the pirates with bounties of over 100 million these days, Zephyr has already been familiar with them. I don't know how to comfort people, but before that, I decided to let you see this photo. After seeing the fear in Sengoku's eyes, he understood the whole story. Lousy is, Z. Zephyr is very familiar with the naval headquarters. Even if he turned into ashes, he would recognize this posture. Then, under Zephyr's puzzled gaze, he took out 2 photos from Garp's pocket. Now take a look at the photo. It has been confirmed that this Luo Hu was a guy sent by other forces. Are you here to comfort me too? Stop kidding. The 2 tall Marines who came to the port area at this time were the current naval headquarters top combat force Admiral Buddha Sengoku. This is the secret of Marine 6 styles, the power technique of finger pistol. The 2 photos above were taken when his wife Marie Ling and son were killed by Luo Hu in the family area behind the naval headquarters. This is. Although these agents were indeed very covert, they even created a series of fake identities by causing trouble at sea a few months in advance. This little pain. Lousy will have to digest it by himself, it will be gone after a while. Zephyr didn't look back, but he could clearly see the figure behind him. The next moment his black pupils shrank rapidly. The second half of the Grand Line, near the Wanakuni Sea. Ha, Luo Hu, who do you think will be the last one standing if I fight Kaido? Although now without the blessing of the fusion fruit, the combat power has decreased. But my Conqueror's Haki is at the top level in terms of quality and level, and it's possible to break through to the next level at any time. Bullet was doing weight-bearing muscle training with his hands on the ground, and he took the time to ask his own questions. He really wanted to have a bloody battle with Kaido, a young and powerful pirate. Kaido is no ordinary guy. He was once an army hero of a country just like you. It's just that the stupid King Kaido sold him to the human laboratory of naval headquarters and he was forced to go to sea. You are still too young at this stage. You are still a little bit behind in fighting Kaido. Young man, don't be too excited. Luo Hu waved his hands to control the direction of the islands floating, and also answered Bullet's question. In Luo Hu's own opinion, Bullet is currently at the level of a general emperor. However, based on these, he is still slightly inferior to Kaido, whose courage and vision have been comprehensively improved. According to Luo Hu's personal guess. At this stage, Kaido's Conqueror's Haki should have barely broken through to the ultimate level. After all, that guy once followed the large army to the Holy Land of Mariehua. Also killed some celestial dragons. With such a brilliant record as a blessing, Kaido's personal morale will definitely be enhanced. The level of Conqueror's Haki is also closely related to the individual's courage. Conqueror's Haki cannot be cultivated. If you want to improve it, you can only rely on the transformation of your personal spirit and strength to become stronger. In general, I went from being a Haki person to being fearless. In the plot, Luffy's Haki level has been greatly improved under Rayleigh's guidance for 2 years. Even Conqueror's Haki has become more flexible and has surpassed several levels. In addition to the reason that he has the bloodline talent of the monkey family. Most of the time, it's because he's not smart enough and is in a state of mind where he's not afraid of anything. In comparison, the other supernovas with Conqueror's Haki did not see such a big improvement. For example, he also has Conqueror's Haki just like Luffy. And Eustace Kid is also rated as the supernova with the highest bounty. After 2 years of experience, not only did the Haki level not improve at all, even the Conqueror's Haki had deteriorated. In the end, he only relied on the ability of the Devil Fruit to launch attacks, and the final outcome was that he was killed instantly by a single sword while challenging Red Hair. The so-called big pirates with a bounty of 3 billion are actually under the situation of an old 4 emperors backing them up. Still killed instantly with one sword. This is enough to show how much the Haki level can improve a person's combat effectiveness. The Devil Fruit ability can only be used as an auxiliary at best. We are not kidding. Ha 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 ha, Brother Luo, are you praising his strength too much? Besides, if young people don't have a strong temper, can they still be called young people? I'm only 15 years old, I should be more passionate. When I get to Wano Kuni, I'm going to challenge that guy Kaido. After all, I am Douglas Bullet. A man who will eventually become the strongest man in the world. Bullet was not at all worried about Luo Hu's praise of Kaido's abilities. He just covered his head and continued to pile more heavy iron plates on his broad latissimus dorsi muscles, and continued to train in sweat. For such a training maniac. Luo Hu's personal favorite is Zoro, the 3 swordsmen in the Straw Hat Pirates. Even though Zoro's talent is not that great, he is really good at physical training and perseverance. Even if Nami or Robin, beauties with first-rate figures, voluptuousness and good looks, were standing in front of him in cool clothes basking in the sun, he would not have any reaction. The first page of the sword manual, if there is no woman in your heart, you will be a god when you draw your sword. This may be the kind of person he is talking about. It's up to you. Just don't howl when you get beaten and embarrass me. Luo Hu ignored Bullet's casual reply and concentrated on controlling his island flight. After floating forward for a few nautical miles, the outline of the strange island of Wano Kuni standing tall can almost be seen in the distance. However, at this moment, Luo Hu's ultimate observation Haki, which was linked to electromagnetic waves, suddenly sensed a very interesting event that also involved the legacy of Wu Wei. There is a small uninhabited desert island below the floating island. The long stretch of sand below is extremely soft, the sun shines through the gaps in the leaves, forming patches of light, and the breeze blows by, bringing a hint of coolness. The waves in the distance hit the rocks, making a crisp sound, which interweaves with the birdsong in the forest, just like a symphony played by nature. In this beautiful mood, a beautiful figure with a slender waist and a sharp sword was now gasping for breath with a red face, and her beautiful big, carnation-like eyes were looking back from time to time. The girl's eyes were filled with fear and despair, as if something terrible was chasing her. After the observation Haki range continued to increase, Luo Hu suddenly understood more clearly. It turned out that a group of ferocious pirates were chasing after the girl. These pirates had ferocious faces, holding sharp blades, and their faces were covered with flesh. It was obvious that they were not good people. They laughed wildly and chased the girl in front of them closely. The girl was terrified and kept running forward, but her speed was far inferior to those vicious pirates. She could only watch them getting closer and closer. Ha 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 ha, little beauty, keep running. The more tired you are, the better. I have been in the human trafficking business for so many years, and I have never encountered such first-rate stuff. A pirate captain who seemed to be the leader, his face was drunk and his whole body was filled with urgency. His eyes seemed to pop out as he looked at the girl in front of him. Luo Hu floated in the air and carefully identified the girl's pretty face, which was extremely delicate and yet full of Japanese style. It's her indeed, Toki. The real user of the time fruit. Originally, Luo Hu had no intention of getting involved in this kind of shitty business between the pirates. But this time devil fruit is really hard to refuse. And the most important thing is, this Tainyushi must not be encountered by trash like Kazuki Oden. Although doing so is somewhat inconsistent with my identity. And there is also a suspicion that Boss Chow loves XXX in the spirit of Wu Wei, but who can control it? It would be perfect if Momonosuke, the mentally retarded child who inherited Oden's intelligence, didn't even have the right to be born. Picture. No color translation. Translation. Huff huff. After running forward for several hundred meters with all his might, Tian Yuesher's thighs felt like they were filled with lead, so heavy that he couldn't even take a step. And due to long-term running and high-intensity mental stress, her physical strength was seriously overdrawn and her body was exhausted to the limit. Her originally slender and fair legs seemed to have lost their support and began to show signs of falling. Every step she took required a huge effort. And as time went on, this feeling of fatigue became more and more intense, and even began to affect her breathing. She was breathing heavily, her chest heaving violently, and her heart beating faster and faster, as if it was about to jump out of her chest. At this moment, her weak body could no longer withstand such high-intensity exercise. A lot of sweat slid down her forehead. It soaked her hair and made them stick to her cheeks. Sweat also kept dripping down along the fingertips. However, even though his entire body was covered in dirty sweat, Tian Yuesher still exuded a charming fragrance. Originally there was a dramatic plot here, however, due to the later review, the book was directly removed from the shelves and I couldn't continue writing. So if the later readers can see this, I would be very sorry. In order to get the book back on the shelves, the author can only delete a large part of the plot here. Posting this article here makes the author feel mixed emotions. Well, the reason to blame is that the author's driving skills are not as good as other authors, so he was caught as an example by the reviewers. Don't drive after drinking, and don't drive after drinking. I would like to remind myself of this. Of course, this does not mean that the author has admitted his mistake. It still needs to be opened. Starting from writing this paragraph today, the author decided to practice driving skills day and night. Until one day he can drive invisible and the auditors can't find any handle. The pirate's leader laughed wildly when he looked at Tianyue in front of him, whose clothes were disheveled, hair was tangled and had no way to escape. As for this, Tian Yuesher could only bite her teeth lightly, with despair flowing all over the floor in her eyes. Although she was very angry at the other party's shamelessness and meanness. But at this moment, she no longer had the extra energy to use the devil fruit ability, and she had no way to deal with these vicious pirates. Is it true that I can only protect my purity at the cost of losing my life in battle? It's a pity that I have never encountered love in all these years. I really want to have a strong harbor to shelter me from the wind and rain. Tian Yuesher was muttering something in his heart, his emotions surging, and tears began to flow from the corners of his eyes. She traveled through more than 800 years of time, from the Great War that was about to end, to this era, just to find her own love. It's a pity that I have just crossed the barrier of time. But they have to suffer the bullying of these pirates. As a pure Wanakuni woman, Tian Yuesher regards her purity as more important than her life. People can die in battle. But you must never bow down and be insulted. She looked at the pirates who had surrounded her with a determined look, and angrily said, "Humph. I'm too naive and stupid, so I fell for you pirates' tricks. But it's absolutely impossible to make me surrender just like this. If a woman cannot even maintain her purity, then in her next life she will definitely be thrown into the woodthorn hell and endure the pain of reincarnation for eternity." Ha! While panting, Toki pulled out the large sword Tsukimi hanging from his waist and verbally threatened the pirates in front of him. "Brothers! Put down the knife, lousy. Don't hurt this girl, we want to catch her alive." Looking at the other party, it seems that he is ready to fight to the death for purity. Seeing that the duck meat that was about to reach his mouth was about to escape alive, Captain Pirate's pupils suddenly shrank. The whole person tried to support his weak body and took several steps back. It was not until this moment that Tian Yuesher's naive thoughts were completely ended. Captain Pirates and his brothers also hesitated for a moment. After all, their main purpose of this trip was to make money. If it doesn't work, just kill her. But in reality, she is too naive in front of these pirates roaming the sea. Before he finished speaking, a group of pirates rushed over with machetes in hand like mad beasts. After hearing the captain's order, the pirates laughed and dropped the machetes in their hands. I narrowly escaped the machetes of a group of pirates. At this point, Captain Pirates calmed down a bit. What the hell? She is actually demon fruit power. And you're a ship that trades in people, right? If you damage my body in battle, I won't be able to sell it for a good price. Suddenly, I felt the back of my head hit a chest that was extremely solid, warm and broad. As Tian Yuesher's sad voice just fell, his entire body began to be enveloped by a faint light blue light. Then his black teeth, stained with soot, were revealed again. The pirate's captain was not willing to be outdone. He drew out the machete from his waist and chopped it horizontally, vowing to cut Tian Yuesher in front of him into 2 pieces. Damn it! Is this the end? In response, Tian Yuesher, whose devil fruit ability was already halfway activated, could only stare wide-eyed and quickly retract his ability. As the light on Tian Yuesher's body gradually became brighter, a hint of ruthlessness flashed in Captain Pirate's eyes. Quick, quick, grab the knife. P.S. I deleted thousands of words. I am so tired. Driving really requires skills. My current strength can only support me to continue jumping back for 1 or 2 days. Brothers, hurry up and chase her. Don't let her run away. Otherwise, all of you will kneel on the deck today. There is also a very exciting dialogue box plot here. It's a pity that subsequent readers can't appreciate the author's driving skills. I can only delete it. I can only hope that these pirates won't stay here for 2 days. Otherwise, even if I have to commit seppuku, I can't let my body fall into the hands of these D pirates. She originally thought that she could use her verbal threats to put these pirates in a position where they could not do anything. However, it was just such a retreat. Tian Yuesher's whole body suddenly stiffened. If you lose money for these things, it's not worth it. Step by step, he pressed towards Tian Yuesher, who was already trembling with fear all over. After realizing that something was wrong, Tian Yuesher quickly twisted his body and turned around to avoid continuing to fall into this unspeakable state. But the moment she raised her head, an extremely domineering and unparalleled figure fell directly into the depths of her pupils. Looking at the person in front of him, he is about 3 meters tall. A black-haired man with perfect muscular body, like a work of art carved out of Western countries. Tian Yuesher can guarantee that this is the first man he has seen in countless years who has the Hakitis temperament and physique. Although there was no expression on the other party's face, there was a faint murderous aura emanating from him all the time. It really makes a Japanese woman like her who often feels insecure feel very comfortable psychologically. Moreover, she had just leaned her body against the other person's chest and heard that extremely strong and powerful heartbeat. This kind of man is more than 1,000 times stronger than any other so-called warriors he has ever seen in his life. Compared to the man in front of me, those men who fought to the death for the so-called honor of a samurai, are not worth mentioning at all. Not even worthy of carrying shoes. A strong and domineering person really gives you a sense of security. Tian Yuesher felt his heart beating even faster in his chest. But it was not the kind of tired and throbbing caused by extreme physical overdraft. But, it's the heart-pounding feeling brought about by the choice of hormones. Guamanasai, I accidentally bumped into you. Tian Yuesher lowered his head. She is over 1.9 meters tall and has a pair of invincible long legs. She is really adaptable. At this moment, Luo Hu did not choose to reject the Japanese woman in front of him. Instead, he reached out his broad and strong hand, which was very understanding of people's hearts, and gently pressed it on Tian Yuesher's back and patted him. "I'm so sorry. Didn't I get you hurt?" Luo Hu's tone was somewhat gentler than usual, but in her heart she had already quietly given herself 100 thumbs up for her high emotional intelligence. If nothing unexpected happens, this move is enough to kill more than 90% of the girls instantly. If you have a little more money, it is no exaggeration to say that you can definitely kill 99.99% of them in seconds. "No. I'm not, too much, sir." Tian Yuesher lowered his head, not daring to look up at the extremely haughty man in front of him. "I could only bury my head deeper and speak in a muffled voice." Now that she has truly enjoyed the broad and powerful chest of a strong man, she will no longer be attracted by some so-called powerful warriors. Continue to lower your head and take a deep breath. After savoring Luo Hu's scent full of male hormones that made all the cells in his body relax with great satisfaction, Tian Yuesher wanted to behave more decently. I could only suppress the pounding feeling in my heart and reluctantly left Luo Hu's side. He bowed deeply, performed all his etiquette, and said in a very elegant manner, "Thank you for saving me. As the saying goes, I can never repay a life-saving favor. I can only." Tian Yuesher did not finish her words, but just stared at the domineering man with her big, blinking eyes full of admiration. "Sir. My name is Tian Yuesher. I am a time traveler from 800 years ago. Can you tell me how to address you, sir?" Luo Hu ignored Tian Yuesher, who was waiting for him with a nervous and expectant look on his face. Because at this moment he has already received the information sent back by the system after absorbing the new devil fruit ability. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the power of the Paramecia time fruit. 100%, awakening. He successfully mastered the power of time. And what surprised Luo Hu the most was that this guy Tian Yuesher actually developed the ability of the time fruit to the awakened state. However, it seems that the devil fruit must have reached the awakening level to be able to travel 800 years in time. However, after obtaining the time fruit, Luo Hu can completely develop more novel moves based on this. After all, compared to Tian Yuesher's pitifully limited physical strength, Luo Hu's strong physique can fully support more consuming moves. After reaching a certain intensity, it can even directly reverse time and restore yin and yang. However, this idea may not be achievable for the time being. Although Luo Hu thinks he is very strong, he is still a little short of this level. "My lord? Are you listening to me? Moxie. Did I do something wrong?" Seeing that Luo Hu in front of him did not reply to him, Tian Yuesher seemed a little flustered. She quickly put her long, straight legs together tightly, adjusting her posture to be more standard and dignified. "Yeah, I understand. My name is Luo Hu, you can call me according to the customs of your country." Luo Hu showed a familiar smile as he looked at Tian Yue, who was trying hard to maintain her dignified demeanor. Regardless of the facts, Toki's looks are definitely ranked in the top 10 in the pirate's world. Especially her natural long light green hair fluttering in the wind, and her gentle temperament unique to Japanese women, which is the best among the best. Although Luo Hu has never had such thoughts in his overseas career for so long. But I will never admit that I am a father-in-law without desires. I was just busy taking revenge and killing celestial dragons before, I didn't have time for these love affairs. It's different now. After the world government's trump card was exposed, Luo Hu also clearly realized that he would not be able to confront the world government with his own strength in a short period of time. If you want to completely eliminate the celestial dragons, you must establish a powerful government that is more powerful than them. And there must be enough technological power to withstand the terrorist attack from Uranus. Of course, the most important thing is, Luo Hu himself also thinks that since he has traveled to the pirate's world, he naturally has to enjoy the scenery. What? A kid who wants to steal my business suddenly appears out of nowhere. Really? If you ask Laozi sincerely, maybe he will let you drink some of the soup. The man who dares to snatch food from Lousy hasn't even been born yet. Guys! Kill him and throw him into the sea to feed the fish. The anger in Captain Pirate's tone became more and more serious. The duck that was about to be in his mouth was about to be snatched away by someone. His inner rage had been completely aroused. After the words fell, the pirates, who had not yet reacted, suddenly raised their shining swords and charged forward. However, before these pirates could take a step forward, a loud thunderclap like a sound ringing in the ear exploded directly on the spot. An extremely dazzling bolt of lightning appeared at Luo Hu's fingertips. Even the scorching sun in the sky could not match its edge. It was as if the whole world was locked by this flash of thunder. Suddenly, the lightning cut through the air, followed by a deafening roar. Under Luo Hu's precise control, Thunder Fruit's ability hit the current pirate's captain accurately. He didn't have time to react as the powerful electric current burned a bloody hole in his forehead and he lost his life instantly. The pungent smell of blood and the aroma of flesh being baked filled the air. Tian Yuesher in front of Luo Hu was extremely surprised, and her slightly opened mouth revealed an extremely obvious sense of surprise. She knew that a Haki man like Luo Hu must be extremely powerful. But she never thought that the evil guys who had been chasing her for so long could be killed so easily. For a moment, accompanied by the strong smell of blood, Tian Yuesher could only step back and stretch out his little hand, tightly grasping the corner of Luo Hu's clothes and unwilling to let go. Luo Hu calmly reached out to comfort the Japanese girl who was leaning on him like a little bird and trembling with fear. I heard that you are going back to Wanakuni, right? It just so happens that the final destination of my trip is Wanakuni. If you are willing, we can go together. Luo Hu tried to slow down his speech to appear less evil, otherwise, it would be bad if he scared the little fangirl away. After all, Kaido is probably fighting with several Wanakuni families right now. If only we could bring Tian Yuesher, a local, back with us to take charge of the overall situation. Then it won't be that difficult to control the country of Wanakuni. Of course, if you rely directly on hard power. Of course Luo Hu could also kill all the tens of millions of people in Wanakuni and make the blood stain the blue sea. But if we do that, we lose the control we mentioned at the beginning and the meaning of the entire Wanakuni. Rather than killing all these people who live a good life, it would be better to control them and force them to do lifelong labor. Just like the 100,000 devils who were taken to Siberia to grow potatoes after World War II. But Luo Hu heard that after that winter, the potatoes in the Soviet Union grew very round. It would be a huge waste if such perfect human resources are not utilized. As for Toki Amatsuki, the Fuso girl who plays a relatively important role, she can also lead her family to better control the entire Wanakuni. Really? I want to go to Wanakuni too. Are you really willing to take me with you, sir? Tian Yuesher, who was originally a little scared of the corpse twitching on the ground, suddenly brightened up when he heard that the island Luo Hu was going to depart for this time was also Wanakuni. Of course you can, but since you are on my island, you have to be obedient when the time comes. The corner of Luo Hu's mouth curled up, revealing an extremely evil smile. This time, Tian Yuesher was directly intercepted. The girl looked hesitantly at the group of human traffickers in front of her, who were retreating one after another with fearful eyes. No, I want to be reserved, but he is so perfect. Even Blackbeard, a pirate who would do anything for the dark fruit and even kill his father, seems somewhat praiseworthy in front of a disgusting creature like Momonosuke. But Luo Hu did this for a better viewing experience. But what about the remaining bad guys? Although it is somewhat inappropriate to cut away the characters from the original plot. The annoying Momonosuke will not be born. It's okay. Compared to the days before when there was fighting and killing all day long and the ground was stained with blood at any time. Let Bullet cooperate with Kaido to kill the useless man Kazuki Oden directly. Then head to Wanakuni. Feeling these extremely strange white clouds, the girl's heart suddenly felt a special warmth, and her little face turned red because of the crazy thoughts in her heart. That is, Momonosuke must die. Kaido can also take control of the entire Wanakuni. The tip of her nose sniffed the special scent on the man. Luo Hu stretched out his hands and let the girl hug him tightly to his chest. Then a colorful cloud slowly emerged and carried the two of them directly to the island in the sky. As a woman, you must never be so lax about etiquette. The girl's heart is already filled with a warmth and sense of security that she has never felt since she traveled through time and space for 800 years. I will be obedient and will never hold you back. At the same time, the entire stupid Kazuki family was sent into labor, and the third-generation people mined seastone minerals together. It's so perfect, I want to lie on the clouds. And Luo Hu himself can also use the territory that Kaido has conquered over the years to develop the situation and directly start the establishment of a new power government. Character fans around the world are definitely different, but the most obvious common point among these comic readers who like different characters is one. Someone will be responsible for dealing with them. Everything is settled now. I will never drive again, never drive again, I will never drive again until I have mastered my driving skills. No. Ah sure, you have to learn to be reserved. But if you still can't defeat the opponent when this happens, then you can basically just go find a piece of tofu and bang your head against the wall. Luo Hu now prefers to stand behind the scenes and control the development of power. Is this the man in the legend who can ride on the seven-colored cloud? Ah. Although Tian Yuesher has not made a direct statement yet. After all, for Pirates King, an anime that has been famous all over the world for more than 20 years. After flying back to the floating island with Tian Yuesher, Luo Hu gave a look to Bullet who was still training madly. Don't worry, Luo Gu. When I was 8 years old, Douglas Bullet was already killing enemies on the battlefield to serve my country. I can beat these few bandits and human traffickers to pieces in just 1 minute. Bullet put down the mountain of weights he had piled on his body. He stretched his muscles and made a crisp cracking sound. Afterwards, the whole person jumped down from a height of thousands of meters like a tiger descending from a mountain. With a loud bang. More than 5 meters tall, with muscles swollen all over his body due to sufficient training, Bullet, with thick blue veins exposed, slammed directly onto the beach below, raising a cloud of dust. Run! This guy is a new monster who has a high bounty on him from the naval headquarters. Is it too late to run now? Our ship is still docked at the shore. And this guy is just a new pirates member. Do you think he's one of those monsters from the Rocks era? His fists are hard, but isn't my knife sharp enough? A large group of human traffickers who had just collected the bodies of the captain, the pirates gathered together, looking solemnly at Bullet in front of them, who looked shiny black because of the armament Haki wrapped all over his body. However, before they could finish their discussion. Suddenly, 8 consecutive dull noises were heard from the spot, and the heads of 8 people who were originally planning to attack together suddenly shattered. They exploded on the spot. This sudden scene frightened everyone in the crowd so much that they were stunned. Almost in an instant, they lost all thoughts of resistance and turned into birds and beasts, scattering in all directions. Bullet, who was standing in place, sneered and shook off the blood on his black fist. These ordinary little pirates were simply too weak for his current strength. It's like garbage made of paper and can be torn into pieces easily. Looking at the enemies fleeing in all directions, Bullet shook his head helplessly. Then, his powerful muscles burst out instantly, turning into a blurry black shadow and chasing after him. Bang bang bang. There were continuous collision sounds. Bullet is powerful, has hard bones, and is wrapped in armament Haki all over his body, just like beating a child. 1 punch each. And every attack location is an extremely tricky and vital part. The fist would land on either the cheekbone or the back of the head, a very fatal spot. With such an extremely precise attack, he smashed the heads of dozens of human traffickers apart like punching a watermelon. The headless bodies continued to move forward with the inertia of escape. After running for a while, they gradually lost their balance and fell to the ground, unable to die. After a few minutes, all that could be seen on this uninhabited island were corpses scattered all over the ground. This is so boring. Looks like I have to go and challenge Kaido-sensei to a duel. Seeing that all the enemies were defeated in just a few minutes, Bullet suddenly felt bored. After all, this amount of exercise is not even considered a warm-up for him now. However, just as he was about to sink his body and jump back onto the island. This is the third stage of armament Haki application. A sound of breaking air appeared. These guys will be the first group of revolutionaries who will seize power in their own government in the future. Two old men, one big and one small, who had lived for more than 200 years, took the lead and rushed over with a bottle of lavender medicine surrounded by a faint smell of smoke. Today, Bullet is still training his body madly. Compared to ordinary people, he is already terribly strong, but he still treats himself so harshly. According to my test data, the success rate of this potion can reach over 99.99%. However, for Luo Hu, this statement is still somewhat fallacious. After all, hard work also requires talent. Compared to the top strongmen, the only difference between him now is that the amount of Haki has not kept up with the rhythm, and the way of attack is not that proficient. Ha! Want to escape? People who are better than you work harder than you. A person had swam to the surface of the sea by diving, and a human head not far away appeared in his Haki perception. Faced with an enemy who wanted to escape, Bullet did not hesitate at all and directly picked up a piece of sand of a suitable size from the beach. Booze. The results of the first generation of multi-fruit genetic potion adapted to the human body have come out. After setting the cruise control and automatic driving for the island, Luo Hu turned his head and looked at the group of people behind him. After weighing the sand and gravel wrapped with Haki in his hand and the head floating on the sea not far away. A genius who understands it at a glance and learns it quickly. Although he is only 15 years old now. Without any surprise, under the precise control of observation Haki, Bullet used a piece of sand and gravel to smash the head of the guy who tried to escape, and it exploded on the sea surface. The gap between this and the hardworking type of thing where you spend 3 hours just to barely understand it is really huge. Image of scientist father and daughter. Their scientific research level is undoubtedly top-notch. But Bullet is basically familiar with the various applications of Conqueror's Haki. A day passed. In this instant, armament Haki directly wrapped around the soft sand and turned it into a weapon hard enough to destroy steel. At this time, the island, which is still floating slowly, is gradually approaching Wanakuni Island. The reefs on the shore are being beaten by the sea water day after day, which is very rhythmic and sounds like a musical score. The salty sea water falls into the cracks between the black reefs and directly creates a piece of light white waves. If I let you run away, where will Bullet's reputation be in the future? Haki is released. However, just as Luo Hu was about to go over to see the progress of the scientist father and daughter's research results. Of course, the success rate is not 100% because the science I believe in must always maintain a rigorous attitude, ha 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 ha. It really proves the unwritten saying. Whoosh. Apart from Bullet, Tian Yuesher, who had just joined the team, was trying his best to show off his cooking skills, quickly turning the piles of ingredients in front of him into delicious dishes. Within an hour at most, Luo Hu will be able to fly directly to Kaido's nest with the floating island. If nothing unexpected happens. Oh, so fast. Luo Hu was somewhat surprised when he took the finished multi-fruit genetic medicine and scientific research experiment report handed to him. After watching it for a while, Luo Hu found that he couldn't understand it at all with his level. He clearly knows every word in the scientific research report. But after putting them together, it's as if I had never learned these words before and have no idea what they mean. In order to avoid embarrassment, Luo Hu could only quickly express his admiration and praise. Of course, as a person who has reached the strength of the world's top power, Luo Hu naturally couldn't just pick his mouth as a reward. At least a portion of the huge amount of gold wealth that was robbed from celestial dragons should be set aside as a research fund. Anyway, I have reached the point where I am not interested in wealth anymore. Even if I have more money, it won't be of much use. No wonder the big characters in those TV dramas reach a certain level. They will begin to focus on power and fame. When the relationship is good and money reaches a certain level, it is really not that important anymore. It cannot be said that it is unimportant, but in the face of strength and power, mere money and wealth can only bow down. After casually piling a large amount of gold on the ground, forming a small golden mountain, Luo Hu signaled the father and daughter in front of him that they could make any requests they wanted. As long as it doesn't destroy the world, Luo Hu will basically do his best to satisfy the other party. However, what surprised Luo Hu was that the scientist father and daughter in front of him only glanced at the piles of money in front of them and no longer paid much attention to them. Luo Hu was quite helpless about this. After all, he really had nothing except money. If his scientists don't like money, then he's really in trouble. Boss, I have lived for more than 240 years. For us, wealth is just a trading item used to purchase scientific research materials. And the funds you have previously provided to support our laboratory have already reached 30 billion baileys. I estimate that we will not need any additional financial support for a long time. The scientist paused, then looked at Luo Hu hesitantly, as if he was hesitating about something. Just tell me if you need anything. Compared to those pirates who beat people to pieces all the time, I think I am pretty easygoing. Luo Hu raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a smile that he thought was very sunny. Really? Boss. My dad and I are currently working on a scientific research project, and we are planning to focus on genetically modifying humans. If we can obtain some strong blood for research. I promise, boss. It will take no more than a year. We can definitely develop genetically modified humans with the strongest bloodline. For example, if we can obtain boss's blood sample as the underlying material support, then the basic combat power of the modified humans that appear in the future will definitely be extremely powerful. So, for the advancement of science, please give me some blood samples, please. At this time, Jia still maintains the figure of a little girl, and her temperament is still like that of a child even though more than 200 years have passed. No ulterior motives at all. Her eyes were extremely sincere without any human feelings. In order to achieve her goal, she even jumped suddenly and hugged Luo Hu's calf, unwilling to let go. Her father was a little hesitant as to whether he should advise his daughter not to be too presumptuous. After all, in Lianhua's eyes, Luo Hu, the current boss, is a strong man who can reach the combat effectiveness of Admiral of Headquarters. No problem. After carefully analyzing the request of the scientist father and daughter, he immediately and quickly agreed to this condition that seemed very harsh to others. As a time traveler, Luo Hu is naturally very optimistic about the application of genetic modification in future battlefields. How unsolvable this aspect is. Let's not talk about the dozen or so that were directly developed by Vegapunk, the scientist who claims to be the most powerful brain in the human race, based on the blood of the Lunaria tribe. As soon as he appears, he can be compared with the seraph of 7 warlords of the sea. Just the cyborgs created by West Blue's genetic technology madman, Judge Vinsmoke, are already an extremely powerful army that can easily control an area of the sea. Really, boss? You are simply one of the greatest contributors to science. Since the father and daughter scientists under my command have such research direction. Luo Hu naturally agreed with both hands. If the father and daughter can really develop their own seraph cyborgs. Luo Hu didn't even dare to think that in a year or two, he would be able to bring a group of his own seraphim to Mariehua again. Once, because his teammates were not strong enough, they could not compete with the world government in numbers, and even their morale was not unified, he ended up in a disastrous defeat in the First War in the Holy Land of Mariehua. This time, if we can really use genetic technology to obtain a powerful army of clones, I don't have to endure it anymore. The 5-year period has expired. Damn it, just welcome the Dragon King back to his throne. Jia, who had been holding on to his calf, moved his ears when he heard that Luo Hu, the boss, was actually as easy to negotiate as his father said. He immediately agreed to donate his blood materials as research support. The whole person was somewhat surprised and quickly freed his hands. Then he took out an enlarged round plate similar to a petri dish in a science laboratory from somewhere and placed it in front of him, looking at Luo Hu with an extremely expectant look. Luo Hu has always maintained great trust in the father and daughter, who are scientists with extremely high scientific research capabilities. Although they say that they can develop genetically modified humans, there will definitely be no mistakes. After all, no matter how you say it, you are now infinitely close to immortality. This is achieved by relying on the technology developed by others hundreds of years ago. In an environment with extremely simple experimental equipment and no financial support. It is also possible to develop pure gold that can bring endless wealth. With this terrifying level of scientific research ability, wouldn't it be a piece of cake for them to create genetically modified humans? Thinking of this, Luo Hu directly drew out the 7-star sword from his waist, which always revealed its devilish edge. Then, with an extremely swift sword, he stabbed directly into the blood vessels in his wrist. Sizzle. Without any special defense, Luo Hu's body was directly pierced by the sharp 7-star sword. Under the strong supply of the arteries, a stream of crystal blood as bright as a ruby spurted out like a fountain. Faced with this hard-earned scientific research material, Oro Jia waved the petri dish in panic, trying to catch all the blood flying in the air. After a few minutes, Oro Jia contentedly put away his 4 large petri dishes filled with fresh blood, and then followed his father to wave goodbye to Luo Hu, the generous boss. Of course, half of the 4 blood samples came from the one next to him who was a little at a loss. But Douglas Bullet still had his blood drawn out. As for the moon time, because the blood material was too weak, it was not favored by the scientist father and daughter. So I could only squat in the corner and draw circles with a lonely look on my face. Sir, is Ashi really useless? Why didn't scientists select Ashi's blood for research? Obviously, I am also a powerful swordsman. The reason I was chased by the human traffickers and pirates before was because I exhausted my energy from traveling through time and space. Tian Yuesher looked very aggrieved, as if his original confidence was shattered by the little girl Oro Liang's words. Your blood is useless and not worth studying at all. Don't waste it. It was completely wiped out like smoke. Of course not everyone's physique is different, and your role is far greater than you think. Your hometown is currently being divided up by several samurai families. I am going there this time to completely unify the entire country. In order to prevent those samurai who only know how to kill people for fun from causing trouble, I really need Asher's help. Luo Hu patted Tian Yuesher's shoulder and comforted her in a tone similar to Captain's. After all, Tian Yuesher is an orthodox Japanese woman. Changing the tone of voice might help her feel better. Although what Luo Hu plans to do next, it is very likely that other Wanakuni clan daimyos will angrily denounce Amatsuki as a traitor to Japan. The reason is simple, Luo Hu has no intention of allowing the indigenous people of Wanakuni to continue living peacefully in the past. If Kaido's rule is anything but making life miserable for these guys, then Luo Hu's goal is to treat them all as emotionless mining machines. What I want to establish is an extremely powerful political organization. The first step is to select a suitable country as the base. Then use this country as the base to continue to radiate power outward. How does the old saying go? There are more than 200 countries in this world. Isn't this a betrayal of Mr. Ing? Moreover, Luo Hu himself did not have much good feelings towards the Japanese on Wanakuni. Because the anime series Pirates King clearly points out the representatives of various countries in the real world. Before Kaido went to sea, he came from a war-torn country called the Kingdom of Vodka, so his nationality was directly determined to be Russia. Luffy is a straightforward, enthusiastic, meat-loving protagonist, and he represents Brazil. Roger and Whitebeard are 2 very important characters in the plot, representing Britain, one of the 5 permanent members of the UN. The place called Wanakuni represents the country of Japanese pirates. As the times change, Wanakuni is currently still in the samurai fighting stage of the shogunate era. The actual controller of the entire country is currently controlled by the general, that is, the current Kazuki family. But relative to the Kazuki family, the other 5 families naturally also retain a group of powerful warriors with superb swordsmanship. This is also the reason why Kaido has not yet taken over the entire Wanakuni at this stage. If you want to kill Kazuki Oden, it won't take much effort, and you'll just get hurt at most. But once he kills Kazuki Oden, the titular general, then the other 5 major families will directly use loyalty to the emperor as an excuse to launch a riot that will sweep the entire country. At this stage, Beast's Pirates has just developed to the first stage. Whether it is the number of people or the level of combatants, it is still in a very embarrassing position. It can even be said that this is the combat power that can be ranked among the entire Beast's Pirates. There is only Kaido. If these family names who covet the position of general directly launched a riot, the Beast's Pirates would inevitably suffer huge losses. Even quit Wanakuni directly. Therefore, at present, Kaido can only use the method of boiling a frog in warm water to slowly wear down the power of the samurai daimyo in Wanakuni. However, this slow-burning way of warfare may soon be over. Once Luo Hu reaches Kaido's sphere of influence, he will directly take over all the territories. Add to that the young power of Bullet and Kaido to start a war. In the war, kill all the daimyos. Afterwards, they supported the establishment of a Manchukuo daimyo family to jointly control the entire country. In this way, we can truly control all the Japanese pirates. Just send them all to the Seastone mine to mine. Because if you directly put pressure on the entire country as an outsider, it will definitely cause public resentment. By supporting the indigenous people to indirectly control the entire country in the form of Japanese traders, the determination of these ignorant people to fight to the death will be completely eliminated. Really? So my role is so important? Tian Yuesher looked at the man in front of him who always exuded a Haki temperament with some disbelief, his lips slightly opened, and the originally depressed and frustrated mood completely dissipated. And when you heard that Luo Hu went to Wanakuni this time, it was actually to liberate her country. The person's original admiration for the strong suddenly became even deeper. Strong but gentle. The mature temperament is enough to instantly kill those warriors who only know how to duel with narcissism all day long. The most important thing is that I am still worried about the dream of liberating the country. And such a domineering man is really handsome. Images kept flashing through Tian Yuesher's mind, and she couldn't help but begin to fantasize about her future. But as she thought about it, scenes kept flashing before her eyes, controlling her emotions. Her cheeks gradually turned red, her heartbeat quickened, and her breathing began to become rapid. She couldn't control her emotions and could only lower her head, trying to hide her thoughts. However, the smell of hormones from the man in front of her continued to affect her mind. The joy in her heart surged like a tide, wave after wave. Wanakuni Onigashima location. At this time, Kaido is still drinking all day because of the overwhelming strength of Wanakuni's warriors and his daughter Yamato's constant nagging about Kazuki Oden. I wonder what Lin Lin is doing recently. If all else fails, we can just team up with him to clean up those bastards. After taking a big gulp of liquor with a depressed look, Kaido's originally eager expression shrank back. No, no. This is absolutely not possible. If I really ask her to join forces to eliminate the warriors of Wanakuni, then where will I put my face? When I took Yamato away, I told you that we would be enemies next time we met. This is really troublesome. After muttering a few words in a depressed tone, Kaido also walked out of his base camp and stood outside Onigashima, looking at Wanakuni, a difficult territory. However, just as Kaido was drunkenly thinking about what to do next, the floating island controlled by Luo Hu was directly reflected in the depths of his pupils. Is that the Golden Lion guy? What are you doing here again? If you dare to ask Laozi to join his damn flying pirate fleet again. Laozi must let the black stick of the 8 precepts in his hand go in and the yellow stick come out. It swayed its body somewhat unsteadily, staring at the island with a slightly dissatisfied expression, and it floated closer and closer. In his impression, the only person who can control the floating of the island in this chaotic new world is the guy named Golden Lion. Apart from him, no one else has this extremely troublesome devil fruit ability. Perhaps, his good brother Luo Hu, who has disappeared for several years and never showed his face, can also be counted as one. Although Kaido has never stopped searching for news about Luo Hu over the years. But in these chaotic times, he has gradually given up on that idea. If Luo Hu is really not dead, after all these years, he should come and look for me. Rox is nowhere to be found either. Could it be that he really died on the battlefield as those world government guys said? Kaido muttered to himself, holding his head in pain. At this moment, Jin, who was wearing a pair of black wings, appeared behind him without him noticing. On the contrary, they will become stronger because of enough training from evenly matched battles. Kaido was distracted and kept shaking his head with a look of disbelief in his eyes. However, after several years of hard training and development, there was once a legend that a reward of more than 6 billion berries was offered. However, just as Kaido was looking into the distance in annoyance and had no time to pay attention to the figure floating down, Kaido looked up with some doubt. But Jean next to him widened his eyes. Although I have only heard of this legend in Legends, which is on the same level as the Sea Overlord rocks. Anyway, no matter how hard we fight these 2 monsters, they won't die on the ground. Jin also has some doubts about Luo Hu, a pirate who only exists in legends. A strong man whom Boss Kaido has great confidence in. Luo, brother Luo. You are really not dead. The floating island stayed directly above the ghost island. For a moment, Jin also became extremely curious about his boss's boss. Kaido didn't even notice that the bottle of wine he had been holding in his hand fell directly to the ground. He looked at Luo Hu in disbelief as his good brother suddenly appeared in front of him. But Jin really wants to find out whether such a person is still alive in this world as the boss said. Even the bounty is as high as over 3 billion Baileys. As one of the few confidants of Boss Kaido. After seeing the familiar shadow in my memory. And it looks like the image of Luo that has been pasted in your room all the time. Boss, this time it's not that guy from Golden Lion. It is obvious that the strength of our boss is already so great that he is one of the rare pirates on the sea. Kaido widened his eyes and stood there at a loss. What kind of powerful person could make Boss Kaido feel resentful for so many years? After a few minutes passed. After all, no matter how true the folk legends are, the information released by the world government's news agencies are all recognized as a state of death. The whole person was so shocked that he stood there in a daze. Let's go. The drunk guy below is the Beast's pirates captain you always wanted to fight, and the so-called big pirates Kaido. Luo Hu would not do anything to stop the conflict that might break out between Bullet and Kaido. Although Golden Lion Shiki is openly a super pirate with a very high bounty. Kaido already thinks that his strength is not inferior to any guy from the old times. Kaido looked at the floating island below him calmly without any hesitation. Luo Hu is really still alive. And Kaido, who just woke up, can be sure that he is not dreaming. That was during the war in the Holy Land of Mariehua, when he single-handedly defended the retreat. Give all the pirates a chance to evacuate the Red Line. With Luo Ge's arrival, can't he kill Kazuki Oden whenever he wants? Kaido was so sobered up by the sudden surprise and wondered if he was dreaming. In his memory, the last image of Luo Hu was a terrifying dragon man who was more than 10 meters tall and looked like a demon. How come my body has suddenly shrunk so much? Only 3 meters high. He couldn't even catch up with me who had grown to 8 meters tall. Speak nicely to Laozi. What do you mean by old man? You are only 20 years old now, Laozi is only 25, right? Also, you haven't taken down this Wanakuni in 5 years. The boss is very disappointed in you. Luo Hu looked at Kaido, who was still affectionate to her after not seeing him for several years, and couldn't help laughing and kicked him to the ground. Oh, it's really Brother Luo. Well, next time when there are many people around, can you please not kick so cleanly and neatly? After all, I am now the leader of a group of younger brothers. After feeling the familiar and completely unstoppable force, Kaido suddenly spun up from the ground and began to show his courtesy to Luo Hu as usual. Back then, before the Battle of God Valley, he was hunted down by the admiral of the naval headquarters and had no choice but to flee to the sea for survival. If I hadn't happened to meet Luo Hu who was out to sea at that time, maybe I will have to soak in the sea for a few more months. And most importantly, Kaido has always believed that he can achieve such brilliant achievements. The biggest reason is still due to the ability of the Zoan fish fruit mythical beast blue dragon form in his body. If you don't have the ability of the blue dragon fruit, you can use it to enhance your own talents. Kaido doesn't think he has the strength to compete with the current big pirates for territory. And, this extremely precious devil fruit ability is a treasure given to him by Luo Hu himself. Kaido will never forget this kindness no matter what he says. Stop playing your off to lousy here. Let me ask you, how come you couldn't even take down a Wanakuni in the 5 years I was away? With this level of strength, do you have the nerve to say you've worked under me? Looking at Kaido jumping up and down, turning left and right, he pretended to be angry and scolded him. After all, although Kazuki Oden is a very annoying guy, he still has some strength. Apart from anything else, he just relied on his body to block Roger's sword attack using Conqueror's Entanglement Divine Avoidance. It's amazing that he can still stand out alive and well. And if there is no influence of your own, Kaido will also not launch an attack on Wanakuni in advance like he does now. Oden, the dual-wielding swordsman, will also go out to sea this year and successfully encounter Whitebeard who is sailing nearby. Finally, with his shameless character, he successfully joined the Whitebeard pirates. This way, there won't be so much resistance in Wanakuni to give Kaido a headache. So in general, Kaido has not taken down Wanakuni yet, and it is entirely because Luo Hu himself caused the timeline to change. Otherwise, a Wanakuni that lost Kazuki Oden would not be able to rely on those dozen daimyo. Brother Luo, listen to my explanation, it's all the fault of that damn Kazuki Oden. If it weren't for that damn guy and those damn samurai who kept blocking my beast's pirates everywhere, I would have taken over this country long ago. And that guy actually has 2 large swords of the same quality as the Golden Lion, which are infinitely close to the Black Sword. It is because of that guy's existence that I dare not let go and control the entire Wanakuni. But now with Luo Ge's help, I have absolute confidence that I can smash his crown with this mace in my hand. Kaido, who was already a big pirate, was shaking left and right with some excitement. The whole person was like those star chasers who saw their idol appear in front of them and screamed wildly. His words and actions are totally unlike what a great pirate should behave like. And facing the dialogue between Kaido, the apparent boss, and Bullet, the new strong man. In his opinion, all the strong men under Luo Hu should be ranked according to their strength. Are you Kaido? I heard from the boss that you were also an army hero in that vodka kingdom. Besides, Laozi just destroyed a country and the world government offered him a bounty of 300 million berries as soon as he went out to sea. The 2 guys in the Protagonist group are also Luffy's first and second in command. How is it possible to use such a boring first-come first-served ranking? This is a bit unexpected. Why do we have to rank people based on who joined Luo's group first? Shouldn't it be whoever has the bigger fist who has the final say? Facing the quarrel between 2 young people. With such a strong performance, Kaido has naturally become the most loyal fanboy. And after all, you're just an intern now, right? He could even hear Jean, next to him, Enel, Jack, Quinn, who had rushed over at some point, and Yamato, who was wearing shackles and shouting that he was going to find the great Kazuki Oden. All of them were stunned. And those lives that were killed were not ordinary civilians. Orlololoyalu, got it, number 3, you go down first, I have something to talk to Luo Gu. Come to think of it, back then, Luo Hu could kill thousands or even tens of thousands of lives with just a wave of his hand. But they truly belonged to the world's aristocrats and those so-called senior government agents. Bullet, who had been standing behind Luo Hu, used his sharp fighting eyes to examine Kaido's possible fighting ability. Such blatant provocation naturally attracted Kaido's attention. However, due to the fact that he is currently at war with the Wanakuni daimyo warriors led by Kazuki Oden, he does not have enough time to visit them for the time being. He had also heard a little about Douglas Bullet, who had an experience similar to his own, as if they were cast in the same mold. Huh. Hole. What are you talking about? At this time, Bullet, a young man who was only 15 or 16 years old, was naturally unwilling to be ranked in such an unreasonable way. Damn it. Do you want to fight? Laozi will let you know how hard his fists are. When he joined the army at the age of 8, he was already killing people on the battlefield. However, Kaido didn't buy it and still showed a disgusted expression. He waved his hand and said to Bullet, who was so angry that he was about to explode. Looking at Bullet in front of him, who is as young and energetic as he was back then. Orlolololalu, what? Laozi joined Luo Ge's team 5 years ago. I just think the boss is bragging. No one except me, Douglas Bullet, has ever been able to get such a title at the age of 15. Kaido directly used the relationship of seniority to suppress Bullet. Kaido naturally has a certain intelligence system under its jurisdiction. As the current captain of Beast's pirates, Luo Hu was in a trance and seemed to see Lu Zoro and the sexy chef from the Straw Hat Pirates. How dare you, a mere number 3 person, say such things? I couldn't help but stand up and shout in a provocative tone. I didn't expect this guy to become Luo Ge's little brother. He destroyed a country and an army just by relying on his personal strength. What courage and means this requires. Even if it is a small country, the total population, including citizens and the military, must be at least several million, right? Could it be that this bullet directly sank an entire island? How is this possible? It should be that only the top leaders of the country were destroyed. Otherwise, how could a population of several million be wiped out so easily? Bullet probably destroyed his own country and army only with the help of some devil fruit ability. Faced with everyone's questioning gaze, Bullet did not give too much explanation. Because he was caught up in the storm of national betrayal at the time and he no longer cared about so many things. My former comrades in arms and the highest general at that time all wanted to kill me. If I continued to be merciful, it would only bring about my own death. However, compared to the young people's doubts about Bullet, Kaido chose to believe it. After all, since this young man of 15 or 16 years old can gain the recognition of Brother Luo, he must be quite capable. Kaido. I'm going to be Kazuki Oden's man. Your Seastone prison can't stop me at all. Ha 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 ha. Just as Kaido was about to introduce his current situation to Luo Hu, Yamato, who had appeared nearby at some point, was shaking the shackles on his hands and started saying those infuriating words again. Yamato. Are you still saying that? Get back to jail right now. If you dare mess around again, I'll put you in solitary confinement for a year. Kaido's eyes were fierce, veins were bulging on his forehead, and he looked completely furious. But, Dad, Kazuki Oden, is really brave. Faced with his father's unprecedented anger, Yamato couldn't bear it and took a few steps back. After all, at this moment, she was still young and couldn't bear to make her father so angry. Forget it, forget it. Remember not to say such things again in the future. Today is a very important day, Daddy won't punish you. Go back to your room first. Kaido, who was almost mad at his daughter, waved his hand and refused to say anything more. However, after the words fell, Kaido was annoyed for a few seconds, and then looked at Yamato standing in front of him with some confusion. Huh? You, why are you here? Didn't Dad put you in solitary confinement? How did you break out of the cage? Hee, because I am also a man who possesses Conqueror's Haki. You didn't expect that, Dad. Those bastards refused to give me the key, and I was really angry. Then I don't know what happened, but suddenly I had a kind of energy in my head. Then I learned to use Conqueror's Haki. Yamato looked at his father with pride and said confidently. You also have Conqueror's Haki. You are worthy of being Laozi's son. You will definitely become a pirate as powerful as your father in the future. Kaido was originally feeling a little depressed, but after hearing that Yamato had also awakened Conqueror's Haki, his mood suddenly brightened up. Yamato was suddenly freed from the handcuffs and regained his physical strength. Kaido confidently introduced himself as he didn't know what was going on, but suddenly the Conqueror's Haki's daughter awakened. Orlololoyolu, Luo Hu, I forgot to introduce you that this is my daughter Yamato, a little ghost who inherited the blood of the Ghost Clan and will become the strongest pirates in the future. In the future, the thunderous 8 trigrams will be able to make the 4 emperors' father bleed from his forehead. This little kid has indeed inherited Kaido's demon bloodline. If nothing unexpected happens in the future, he will definitely be able to reach the emperor level. He also used the shiny black armament Haki to directly cut off the sea stone handcuffs on Yamato's hands. Much better than that stinky dad. There's something wrong with the style of the mace. This guy couldn't help but get together with Charlotte Linlin. It seems that Charlotte Linlin has made an offer that Kaido cannot refuse. No. I don't want to be someone like my dad, I want to be. Luo Hu looked at Yamato, who was struggling in his hands and making fierce expressions from time to time. As a father, he is really happy that his daughter can achieve such success. At this time, Yamato, who was only about 140 centimeters tall, was lifted into the air by Luo Hu's hand like a doll. His white and tender feet had no strength to support him in the air and could only flap their feet in dissatisfaction. Luo Hu ignored Kaido's excuses. Although she didn't know who Luo Hu's father's friends were. He gave Kaido a meaningful smile. Hey, these are the sea stone handcuffs that my dad always asked me to wear. He traded me a Zoan dragon fruit, ancient species, pteranodon-shaped devil fruit. Luo Hu gently touched the pair of red horns on Yamato's head that curved and stretched upward. Even Kaido couldn't help but blush when Luo Hu looked at him like that. She swung her 2 white and tender arms like lotus roots in the air somewhat at a loss, and couldn't help but curl the corners of her mouth and smiled happily. Her little baby face looked extremely adorable. He even took off the handcuffs for himself. Shocked expression. Although Yamato kept yelling Kazuki Tameda, which made him a little irritated, Kaido thought that as long as he killed Oden in 2 days, there would be no such problem. But it seems that this uncle is really nice. Hey, Luo Hu, it was just a night when the fire was so intense that the gun went off accidentally. It is worth cultivating well. He just gently put the cute Yamato, who looked like a porcelain doll, back to the ground. Before Kaido could be happy for 2 seconds, Yamato was ready to express his immature ideals again. Ignorant children can be educated, but don't be so extreme. Luo Hu was very interested and reached out to grab Yamato, who was still in the form of a little loli. However, before she could finish her words. Of course, I am very reluctant, mainly because of that guy Linlin. Brother Luo, you can't spoil Yamato like this. You don't know how annoying she is. She actually kept saying she wanted to be that B asterisk 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 D Samurai Kazuki Oden just to P asterisk asterisk S off her dad. Facing the daughter who had already jumped to Luo Hu's side and hugged his thighs tightly and refused to let go. Kaido explained with a bit of a smile on his face. Yamato, tell me honestly, is what your father said true? Luo Hu was picked up by his hands and was only about 6 years old. Yamato, whose snow-white hair had fallen down from the top of her head until it gradually turned into blue-green and had a pair of cute devil horns growing on it, asked. Although Luo Hu himself is only a young man in his 20s. But compared to Kaido's daughter, I can really be called an uncle. After all, Kaido also has to call me big brother, so the seniority is not messed up. Yes, a little bit, but the main reason is that my damn dad kept telling me not to learn. Odin. So, I did this just to *****s him off. I promise I won't do it again next time, uncle. After hearing Luo Hu's question, Yamato looked at his father hesitantly, and then frankly explained the reason for his rebellion. Kaido. After hearing that his guess was actually correct, Luo Hu naturally touched Yamato's little head happily. After all, it is said that daughters are most like their fathers. How could a daughter born by Kaido fall in love with a loser like Kazuki Odin? Impossible, absolutely impossible. It's clearly just a rift between a father who has a bad temper and drinks all day and a rebellious daughter. As long as they can mediate properly, how could the relationship between father and daughter become so rigid? Then Yamato, you must listen to your uncle in the future and stop imitating Odin. He is a very bad person. Luo Hu stretched out his finger and gently scratched the tip of Yamato's nose, and tried to persuade him earnestly. And Yamato realized that he suddenly had an uncle who was willing to understand him. He nodded very obediently to indicate that he would never do that kind of thing again. After making the promise, Yamato even took the time to turn around and make a face at his old father Kaido. After putting Yamato on the ground and letting him run to wander around the floating island, Luo Hu then turned his gaze towards the several teenagers surrounding Kaido. There are blazing flames burning on the body of Yen Zai-jin, who also possesses a pair of black wings. Although the child is still a young boy, he already has the appearance of a future emperor. Standing next to Jin are Quinn and Jack, two young men who will also be able to become Kaido's right-hand men in the future. Overall, the talent is still there. Although not much, but it is barely enough. Moreover, Quinn, a guy with flexible hands and feet, can be directly assigned to the scientists to help and learn. Then he took out the Logia Thunder fruit he had obtained on Sky Island. If it weren't for Brother Luo, you would have died on Sky Island. How can you still be qualified to stand here and act cool? You know, even the pirates King Roger's child had to be 8 years old to awaken Conqueror's Haki. What are you looking at? Why don't you call someone? I didn't expect that the baby I brought down casually has now grown into a young boy with a gifted physique. Compared to staying on Sky Island and being bullied, it was indeed a very good decision to bring him down. Kaido sighed that his father-daughter complex was so easily resolved by Luo Hu. Hello, uncle. Well, this kid is not stupid. Thinking of this, the clever Enel directly called out to Luo Hu in a respectful tone. Although Luo Hu himself has already absorbed the abilities of Thunder Fruit. All this time, he thought that his life was saved by Uncle Kaido. Seeing him standing there with a defiant look on his face waiting for Enel, Kaido slapped him in the face angrily and knocked him to the ground. At the same time, he also took the time to introduce the origin of Enel. However, this does not mean that subsequent users will not be able to gain abilities. We should cultivate it well. Yeah, ha 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 ha, I get it, Uncle Kaido. Uncle Robert hasn't asked me yet. Take the thunder fruit to the scientist uncle on the floating island and ask him to try to make a few more fruits of the same type. By the way, ask him to bring down a few bottles of multi-fruit gene potion. After looking through all of Kaido's current main team members. As long as Enel eats the fruit, he can still obtain the full version of thunder fruit ability. I'm currently planning to give him a mythical beast devil fruit. This guy will definitely become a very good pirate in the future. Also, remember not to eat it all, take a bite and swallow it, then gain the ability. But I think it's because this guy didn't stay for long before our Rocks pirate disbanded. Luo Hu also disappeared for about 6 years. It's normal that I don't recognize this guy. Enel's talent can indeed make greater progress in Kaido's hands. When you brought him to Hakanosu from Sky Island, I was the one who took care of him. Brother Luo, you haven't forgotten, right? This guy is Enel. After eating it, you must develop your abilities well. Well, the talent is really good. Don't waste this thunder fruit. After Kaido's reminder, Enel realized that he was brought down to Sky Island by Luo Hu himself when he was a child. This kid is really talented. He's not even 10 years old yet and he can already use Conqueror's Haki flexibly. Luo Hu turned his gaze to the young man who had been standing silently beside him, holding a golden stick and with unexpectedly long ears. Luo Hu looked at Enel, who at this moment already had a bit of that middle school vibe, and said in a flat tone. Luo Hu looked at the Enel in front of him with great satisfaction. Luo Hu looked at Enel, who was smiling, and gave him careful instructions. He took this thunder fruit from the altar on Sky Island before the battle in God Valley. If nothing unexpected happens. According to the normal development trajectory, Enel grew up after suffering great humiliation on Sky Island. Eventually, he will eat the thunder fruit and become the god of Sky Island. Luo Hu just brought this process forward and brought Enel to Qinghai. Hey, hey, hey. Enel, don't you smell anything special? Uncle Luo, I'm going to find the scientist first. See you next time. Yeah, ha ha ha. He sighed deeply, feeling old. Kaido felt a bit of a headache as he watched these little guys making a fuss under his command. Once a full-scale war breaks out with the 6 major families of Kazuki, Fujetsu, Kurazumi, Shimatsuki, Ugetsu and Amatsuki on Wanakuni. That's not right. I remember that devil fruit has the same flavor as asterisk, right? Among a group of pirates cadres, someone couldn't help but remind Enel. At present, except for the most powerful group on the sea, the Roger Pirates, who once cooperated with us to attack the Valley of God, the war conflicts among the remaining big pirates are becoming more and more intense. Everyone nearby looked at Enel eating the thunder fruit with such relish that Kakuzu was almost drooling with envy. Except for the 3 captains John, Silver Axe, and Achiku who died in the holy land of Mariehua. Why does this guy enjoy eating so much? Besides the 4 of us, there are several famous pirates in the second half of the sea. Burndy World, Barrick Redfield, and Green Pepper, all have their own territories. There is a reason why he hasn't been able to defeat Wanakuni after all these years. Even though he had acquired the lightning ability that allowed him to be extremely free, Enel still hadn't forgotten what Luo Hu had told him. Ah. No. It's just that the taste is a bit pungent, and I just happen to like it. It's because these little kids under his command are too young and still have a strong desire to play, and they are of no use at all. Boom. Even Luo Hu was impressed by the unique taste on the tip of his tongue. Just as Luo Hu cast his admiring gaze on Enel, a loud thunderous explosion was heard. This is so cool. From today on, I am the future thunder god Enel of the Beast's Pirates. Yahahahahaha. Enel can be said to be at the top of the list. Newgate, Lin Lin, Shiki, and I have basically carved out a piece of our own territory in the second half of the Grand Line. The losses caused by that time will be unimaginable. He grabbed the remaining thunder fruit pulp and rushed directly to the floating island. By the way, Brother Luo, it has been almost 6 years since you and Captain Rox disappeared in the sea. Rox Pirates has been disbanded. What is the status of this man whom Kaido calls the boss? Many of them are looking for the last island. They want to become the Pirates King. Wow. You're giving away Logia Devil Fruit right away. Isn't that too extravagant? Enel had his mouth full of fruit residue, and he reluctantly stopped eating only when only 1/4 of the fruit was left. Maybe in the future, the protagonist Halo Luffy will also be able to keep a straight face when eating rubber fruit. The boy in front of him, who was only 6 or 7 years old, turned into a beam of lightning and floated in the air after digesting the devil fruit. People say that the taste of devil fruit is actually similar to the taste of the gold that has rotted in a manure pit. Yeah, ha 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 ha. Is this the power of thunder and lightning? Over the years, no one has ever thought that this thing is delicious. Kaido introduced the current situation of the ocean to Luo Hu, while lamenting the difficulty of life. Now he is the leader of a large team of pirates, and the pressure is really great. When Roger and Captain Rox were on this sea, no one had ever dared to make such a fuss. Once this chaotic sea loses its true ruler, those guys will start to jump out. And Kaido's own strength is not enough to intimidate these big pirates. Therefore, he could only go with the flow and occupy a piece of land while looking for news about Luo Hu and observing the situation. I didn't expect that Boss Kaido was on the same ship with Whitebeard, Big Mom, and Golden Lion, the three biggest pirates in the territory. We were actually teammates on the same boat. Oh, I didn't expect these guys to be so quick to disband and divide the luggage, and Roger hasn't even found the final island yet. Brother Luo, please stop laughing at me. I, Kaido, am willing to follow you for the rest of my life. He was able to suppress so many big pirates. Luo Hu listened quietly to Kaido's introduction and gained a general understanding of the current situation of the ocean. Then he directly threw the multi-fruit gene potion he had put in his pocket into Kaido's hand. Even in this era, it is said that even 500,000 people may not be able to awaken the Conqueror's Haki. Could it be that he has met the one and only true love of his life? He must have married and had children. Following Kaido's introduction, Jin, Quinn, Jack and the other little guys who had been keeping aloof were all stunned. It seems that Golden Lion hasn't started a war with Roger yet, and there's no rudder stuck on his head. Ever since he disappeared in that battle, the general plot direction of the pirates' world has gradually returned to normal. Brother Luo has no problem letting me go through fire and water. If I go to the first half of the Grand Line, I won't stay in the second half. Luo Hu made some dark guesses as to why rocks had never appeared on the sea for so many years. It was really very common in that era. Originally they thought that the current Beast's pirates were strong enough. From now on, all members of the Beast's pirates will be directly under the command of Brother Luo. Such a loyal little brother is worthy of being trained to become a dual fruit ability user. However, these big pirates on the sea are now causing more or less trouble for Luo Hu's future plans. Kaido was shocked when he heard that, and then his whole body, as if by reflex, he uttered a long string of words expressing his loyalty. Even Yamato and Enel, two kids under 10 years old who had already awakened Conqueror's Haki, who had been running all the way back, stopped and stood there in shock. It turns out that there are so many legends in the legendary old times. But after hearing what Kaido said, it seems that their current team is really not as good as before. Even that Roger Pirates group has had contact with our boss's boss. Those bored guys started fighting for the sea again, looking for the final island. Moreover, after Rocks was photographed on Sky Island by me, he hasn't shown his face for 6 years. It's really hard to imagine how glorious and terrifying that era was. Why have I never heard Boss Kaido talk about these things? And what is the Valley of the Gods? Why have I never heard of this island? After roughly understanding the changes in the world situation, Luo Hu turned his attention to Kaido, who was standing there waiting for orders at any time. If this is the case, then how terrifying are Luo Hu and Rocks, whom even Kaido respects so much. From today on, I will take over your territory. You should have no objection, right? Looking at Kaido in front of him, who remained the same as he was back then, Luo Hu nodded with satisfaction. They even went to Mariehua, the holy land of celestial dragons. Moreover, now there are those big pirates who have directly carved out their territory on the sea. I don't know what to eat up there. Kaido took the potion in a daze, but without a doubt in his eyes he opened it and swallowed it in one gulp. Burp, what kind of wine is this, Luo? It tastes good, but the quantity is a little small. Feeling the waves of spicy and stinging sensations on the tip of his tongue, Kaido thought for a moment that this bottle of potion was strong liquor. Until the moment the medicine enters the stomach. Kaido's expression suddenly changed. Brother Luo, did you brew this yourself? The alcohol content seems a bit high. Kaido felt a burning pain in his stomach and his face turned red. Then all the pores on his body opened up and his muscles became tense and red. He looked like a terrifying red monster. Boss Kaido, did you drink poison? Hiss, that's too scary. Is this a struggle for power and status? Even though Boss Kaido had handed over the command, he still couldn't escape the poison. Shoo, stop talking nonsense. How could Boss Kaido die of poisoning? I think he just died of constipation. Looking at Boss Kaido, who looked like he was steamed, the pirates around him were talking and muttering. However, before they could finish their words, Kaido walked up to everyone with his eyes wide open, holding a mace and started scolding them. You bastards! Luo Hu would never hurt me. When Luo Hu and I met at sea, you guys were not involved at all. If you dare to say anything more, I'll beat you bastards to death with my mace. Seeing Kaido's whole body burning as if he had taken poison, Luo Hu couldn't estimate the effect of the potion for a moment. After all, this is just the first generation of drugs developed by scientists. If it really has a poisonous effect, then it would be hard to say for him. A man stood quietly with a mace in his hand, waiting for the drug to take effect throughout his body after 3 full minutes. Suddenly, Kaido only felt that his body suddenly became empty, and it seemed as if a magical power suddenly appeared within his body. And at this moment, Kaido could clearly feel that his body seemed to no longer be affected by the devil fruit's ability. And after being exposed to the faint smell of seawater in the air, they will fall into a weak state. Although the amount of seawater mist in the air is extremely small, its impact on those with special abilities is minimal. But Kaido, who was extremely perceptive in observation Haki, still noticed this subtle change. This bottle of wine clears the side effect of demon fruit power being hated by the sea. How is it possible? In other words, can I now become a multi-fruit ability user like Luo Hu? Kaido's expression was somewhat astonished. With an extremely shocked look on his face, he grabbed a piece of freshly fired sea stone from the hand of a little pirate next to him and held it tightly in his hand. Bang! At this stage, Luo Hu only got a lava fruit with strong penetration. In the next choice, you can add another Zoan, or any devil fruit from Paramecia or Logia. The moment his finger muscles suddenly burst out with powerful force, Kaido grabbed the sea stone that could make all people with special abilities lose their ability to resist instantly, and crushed it into pieces on the ground like tofu. If nothing goes wrong, your next devil fruit will be Logia's artificial thunder fruit. Odin. Wash your neck. And now, with the help of Luo Hu, he can once again choose a devil fruit ability that suits him. Orlololoyalu. I told you Luo Hu wouldn't hurt me. After casually throwing the pieces of sea stone in his hand onto the ground, Kaido's eyes revealed a strong sharpness. So that your own strength can be broken through to a higher level. Ordinary devil fruit abilities can no longer significantly enhance your own strength. Regarding the abilities of the 2 extremely precious devil fruits, shock fruit and hurricane dragon fruit. For example, or maybe it is the Zoan's dragon fruit mythical beast, hurricane dragon form that has now been taken away by Garp's sun monkey, Drag during the Battle of God Valley. Ha 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 ha. Next, we just need to find the next devil fruit ability that suits Lousy. Drink this bottle of gene potion, and you will gain the ability of the second devil fruit. There is no extra time to absorb it yet. But for Luo Hu himself. As for the choice, you can wait for a while. My scientists are already developing artificial devil fruit. These 2 devil fruits are known as the 3 most destructive devil fruits along with the Logia lava fruit. That makes sense, after all, Luo Hu already has more than a dozen devil fruit abilities in his body. He is able to adapt quickly. This is undoubtedly a great enhancement. The man who could develop the immortal pure gold is indeed so terrifying. For others, having an additional devil fruit ability might directly increase their strength by 1 or even several times. I can become the second strongest pirates in the world. It looks like the effect is good. Ever since the Holy Land Mariehua War, Kaido's strength has been steadily increasing over the past few years. However, since his physical strength has almost reached its limit, this improvement is quite slow. Luo Hu's tone was as calm as water, as if there was nothing to be happy about being able to become a dual fruit ability user. Luo Hu quietly watched Kaido running like a wild monkey in front of him, and in his heart he once again increased his stakes on the scientist father and daughter. Even this bottle of medicine took less than a month from the time the research was finalized to the time the results were produced. Unless it's an extremely rare ability. Paramecia shock fruit in Whitebeard's hand. This genetic medicine, which is said to be able to change the whole world, is just an extremely superficial research in the research of the scientists under his command. Naval Headquarters, Marineford. Inside the Marine Marshal's office. At this time, all the elite vice admirals and senior marine officers above the naval headquarters had gathered in the large conference room. But what is puzzling is that almost all of these marine senior executives have gloomy faces, and their expressions are so dark and heavy that they seem as scary as if they had encountered an evil spirit. The entire conference room was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. It was as if time had stopped, with everyone's eyes focused on the marshal standing on the podium. They sat so quietly that even their breathing could be heard. At this time, Kongu was forcing himself to remain calm and speaking on the blackboard in a calm voice. The bounty that had been completely deleted a few years ago. Although his tone was very calm as the naval headquarters marshal, his eyes revealed extreme fear and terror. This gloomy atmosphere made all the Marines on the scene feel creepy, as if a storm was about to come. Except for some Marines in the new era who have just been promoted to Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral and have not seen the world yet. The remaining Vice Admirals who had participated in the battle all looked at the pictures pasted by Kongu with their heads buzzing. Is this true? Wasn't that guy killed along with Rox a few years ago? Ah, this is really bad news. If a man like this appears again, it won't be a good thing for us Marines. How scary he really is, a very scary man. The Naval Headquarters has just mobilized 3 recently promoted Naval Headquarters Vice Admirals to serve as alternate admirals. Akainu Sakazuki, Kizaru Borsellino, and Akiji Kazan all had changing expressions. Sakazuki looked a little serious. Borsellino's eyes, which were usually narrowed, were now completely wide open. Cold sweat dripped down Kazan's forehead, obviously because he knew who the man on the bounty order was. At this time, the Marine hero Garp, who was also sitting in the stands, put away his usual lazy actions. Originally, Garp didn't believe in this kind of thing. But when the senior agents of the CP organization under the world government placed a photo of his back taken on AKA's island in front of him, Garp's jaw dropped. This horrific incident happened so suddenly. The man who was once called the evil ghost of hell actually appeared in the world again. Marshal Kong, I think the authenticity of this matter needs to be investigated. If that evil spirit is really not dead, why did it only reappear now after so many years? And the location photographed by the CP organization is in a tavern on ACAS Island in the first half of the Grand Line. The most important thing is that the size and shape of the evil ghost don't seem to match their previous appearance, right? There must be some unknown secrets in this matter. We need more accurate intelligence sources, to avoid causing unnecessary panic. Although he, whose position within the Marine had been promoted to Chief of Staff at the headquarters, had an expression of extreme fear in his eyes. But as a representative of the think tank, she still maintained basic rationality and analyzed the truth of the matter. Well, although his body shape and demeanor are indeed very different from those of the evil ghost back then. But that face is so similar. I'm wondering if I should report this directly to the government and ask them to pay attention to this situation, or even restart the reward order. In order to warn the world about the dangers of evil spirits, the bounty this time should be more than 9 billion berries, or even break through 10 billion berries. Kongu looked silently at the photo that the CP organization had taken on AKA's island. He said with a somewhat melancholy look on his face. As the current Marshal of Naval Headquarters, he also participated in the Battle of the Valley of the Gods and the defense of Mariehua, the Celestial Dragon's Sanctuary. Of course, I know very well what kind of impact the reappearance of a man like Luo Hu in this world will have. After all, that guy was a terrifying man who had a bounty of more than 6 billion berries on his head. He was once known as the most vicious Rocks pirate in history and was the only one who was recognized by Rocks as a double captain. Even within just a few years of Pirate's career, the number of Marine soldiers, CP agents, officers and generals killed by Luo Hu has reached nearly 100,000 or even more. What's even more terrifying is that this evil ghost seems to be born without any fear. Even the world government has banned the touching of the world's noble celestial dragons. A total of more than 50,000 were killed. The noble gods were like lambs to be slaughtered in front of him and could be killed at will. If this guy is determined to gather power, being able to become a candidate for admiral in the future shows that he is indeed capable, but he was not promoted because of the different factions within the Marine. The next moment, I quickly realized that the Marine Rear Admiral in front of me was the god sister that Chief of Staff Crane had adopted many years ago. In an instant, a series of questions were thrown out. How can he be so powerful? He even dares to kill celestial dragons. Has Sister Crane ever seen this person? Is he a real strong man? Kongu smiled and made a slight joke. But let's wait until the matter is thoroughly investigated before making any plans. The last people to leave were Marshal Konguha and Chief of Staff. This terrifying murderous aura and personal influence are definitely much greater than those of the so-called big pirates in this era. Even Chief of Staff Crane, who was always known for his wisdom, was at a loss for a moment. Kongu, who was able to hold the position of Naval Headquarters Marshal, was naturally not a stupid person. It looked like a real terrorist incident. It is very likely that a massive war that will sweep the entire world will be launched again. Hello Marshal Kong. Kongu looked back in confusion. Her looks are okay, not worse than other female pirates. 10 billion Baileys. This amount is ridiculous, but it is indeed worthy of an evil spirit. Guion, who was full of youthfulness and looked like a real girl, blinked her big, Katsulan eyes and watched Marshal Kongu leave. Including Sakazuki and others, these young people will be the backbone of the future naval headquarters. You guys can chat first. I have some business to attend to at the government office. The crisp and slightly youthful voice fell. He turned and looked at his god-sister. As for the government, I think we can go over there to negotiate and remind the higher-ups to pay attention to such incidents before we talk about it. At this time, Guion was already itching to know more about this hidden historical figure. She was so curious that she wanted to know more about this hidden historical figure. Sister who was that person Marshal Kong was talking about in the meeting just now? All the officers above the rank of Marine Vice Admiral left the meeting room with heavy hearts. It was obvious that Guion came here specifically to pick up his sister. How could he, an old man who has already entered middle age or even old age, continue to be a light bulb here? Oh, it's Guion-chan. It's been a long time since we last met. You've grown a lot taller. In a few years, you might even be taller than Marshal Sora. Momosaji's age should be about the same as Tsuru's, at most 10 years younger. Kongu simply found an excuse and disappeared in a flash. At this moment, a young and beautiful figure wearing a Marine General's uniform cloak came in front of the two people with long legs and a gust of fragrance. The two walked in silence on the streets of the headquarters. Soon, with everyone whispering and discussing, this meeting, which was only held among the top management, ended. Guion's words had just fallen. The fear that had just dissipated on Staff Officer He's face reappeared. How did you know this information? Only Marines above the rank of Vice Admiral can participate in this meeting. And knowing too much is not good for your future development. Staff Officer He was a little helpless about his naughty sisters. The headquarters has clearly stipulated the military rank levels for participating in the meeting. But Guion always manages to get a little information out. The most important thing is that Chief of Staff Tsuru does not want to transfer his fear of that man to Guion. Well, Sister Crane, although Marshal Sora said that only Marines above the rank of Vice Admiral can participate in the meeting, he didn't say that people below the rank of Vice Admiral can't go. It's fine if the law doesn't prohibit it, and I didn't eavesdrop on you on purpose. I just happened to pass by and overheard a little bit. Gion waved his hands playfully and pretended to be really innocent in front of Sister Tsuru. Upon hearing this, staff officer, he was also speechless. Could this little guy pretend to be any worse? I really don't want to turn a blind eye to cooperating with you in your performance. That man's name is Luo Hu. He was born on an island in the second half of the Grand Line. The highest bounty ever offered on him was over 6 billion berries. And Luo Hu, this great pirates, is not only the Grandmaster Conqueror's Haki, Taijutsu, swordsmanship, and fighting, but he is also the only person in the world who has multiple fruit abilities. He is also a terrifying man nicknamed the Devil by the world government himself. Staff officer, he spoke in a low voice about his impression of Luo Hu. In every battle, there is a horrifying scene of rivers of blood flowing wherever the army passes. Wherever that man appears, there will be no exception and a horrific war will break out. This resulted in a large number of casualties. However, after summarizing so many war experiences, staff officer, he gradually discovered a pattern. Luo Hu basically won't be cruel to the lower-level Marine soldiers. However, even so, if the soldiers and officers of their naval headquarters stand in the way of Luo Hu's advance, then, unfortunately, the other party will not hold back at all. In Luo Hu's belief, anyone who stands in the way is fine. Then he is an enemy that must be killed absolutely. No matter who it is. No matter what your identity is. Therefore, after many war command experiences, staff officer, he has summed up a very applicable method. That is the war once Luo Hu is involved. Then she can do her best to command the Marine soldiers and stay away from that man. Avoid more unnecessary casualties. Grandmaster Conqueror's Haki, who knows all the physical skills, swordsmanship, and fighting. And he's also a multi-fruit ability user. Then has he reached the standard of Admiral, the highest combat power in our naval headquarters? The more Gion counted her slender little fingers one by one, the more she realized something was wrong. According to what sister he said. Isn't Luo Hu a true all-round master? A man who can learn everything is really cool. The young Gion looked at Sister Tsuru with a green glow in her eyes. She was eager to know more about the strong men of the old times. Although Gion is just a young man now, he has been in the naval headquarters for many years. She also knew something about the world government and the nature of those high-level political figures. Many times, things that clearly happened in history will be tampered by them. Or even deleted directly. Therefore, this is also the reason why Gion himself is more interested in the strong people of the old times and the stories that happened to them. Luo Hu's strength is very terrifying. Even the admiral with the highest combat power in our naval headquarters would not be a match for him. Staff officer, he sighed deeply, as if he felt a heavy sense of powerlessness that such a terrifying and powerful person was on the side of the evil camp. Then, is there no one in our naval headquarters who can stop Luo Hu? How could there be such a powerful person in the world? Even the admirals of our naval headquarters can't beat him. What about Marshal Kong Gu? And the heroic Marine Uncle Garp can't stop him? Gion pursed his lips, his thoughts a little scattered for a moment. His little head was brainstorming non-stop and no one knew what he was thinking about. It's undeniable. After listening to Sister He's intentionally concealed words of introduction, the flame of curiosity in her heart became even stronger. Are there really people in this world who are so powerful that they are beyond comprehension? Or is today April Fool's Day? There has never been a terrifying guy whose bounty was as high as 6 billion Baileys a few years ago, and even now it has been directly changed to more than 10 billion times. In her worldview, the most powerful group of people in the entire world, except for the admiral with the highest combat power in the naval headquarters where she is. There are only those big pirates on the sea with bounties of billions of berries. And now, it seems that the evil spirits that were once completely deleted from the historical records by the world government are about to revive. The entire naval headquarters senior management began to get nervous. Especially those three who have reached the rank of vice admiral. The three young Marines Akainu, Akiji and Kizaru, who had even been promoted to admiral candidates and received honorary code names, were sweating profusely. Well, it's been almost 6 years since that guy started the last war. I don't know if his strength has become even more terrifying. According to what you said, if Marshal Kongu and that guy Garp go up together to stop the evil spirit, maybe they can barely hold on for a while. And this is just barely holding up the situation. Once the war reaches a certain limit, I'm afraid Marshal Kongu and Garp will also have to. Staff officer. He did not finish his subsequent words. But the clever Gion also understood what Sister Tsuru meant. Really looking forward to it. His swordsmanship should have reached the highest level. If I could compete with the world's most powerful swordsman in swordsmanship, my strength will definitely be greatly improved. After understanding all the context of the matter, the flame of curiosity in Gion's heart did not disappear, but instead turned directly into an extremely expectant yearning. The second half of the Grand Line, Wanakuni, and Onigashima. There was no scorching sun in the sky above Wanakuni today, but only a patch of gray clouds, revealing a feeling of loneliness. The air was somewhat refreshing under the cover of dark clouds, but the occasional flashes of lightning like long dragons between the thick clouds filled the entire ghost island with a feeling of oppression. Yalak Dumo. From today on, Laozi is no longer the captain of the Beast's pirates. In the future, all of us, including me, must obey Luo Ge's orders. We will build a powerful organization together. Let this corrupt world fall into a huge war. Orlololoyalu. Kaido's hoarse, dull, yet powerful voice echoes throughout the entire track. He gently tore off the pirate's flag of the Beast's pirates in front of a group of fierce pirates' brothers. A breath of dragon flame turned it into ashes. At this moment, Luo Hu sat quietly on the honorable chair that Kaido had prepared for him in advance, watching this scene unfold with a calm expression. In these few days, Luo Hu has changed his thinking to a great extent. Luo Hu has completely understood that it is difficult to fulfill his dream of killing all celestial dragons by relying on his own strength. He must establish a state machine that is as powerful as the world government, or even more powerful. In other words, it is to directly control the vast majority of countries in the world through war and merger, thereby obtaining more sufficient military forces and overthrowing the world government. As for how to win over the power within those countries, it couldn't be simpler. What the lower-class civilians need is actually very simple. Who can keep them well fed and watered? Does it matter who the new king is? Who care? Is this true? Kaido worked so hard for several years to build the Beast's pirates, and they were disbanded so easily. What kind of strong man is Kaido boss's boss? His goal is not to seize Wanakuni, but the whole world. I'm afraid we can't do it with just a bunch of scumbags like us. Even if we are led by a strong person, we may not be able to defeat those bastards who shout for justice at the naval headquarters. At the bottom, a small group of pirates expressed their distrust of the plan. But more pirates burst into crazy cheers just because of Kaido's words. They were once ordinary people from various countries. Destroy the so-called nobles in this country. All they need is to maintain their noble power and rule by squeezing the pitiful blood and sweat of the lower-class cattle and horses. And built this Beast's pirates. But after becoming pirates, why were they born nobles? How could such lofty ambitions fail to move these pirates who have been homeless for a long time? The children of the lower classes would be forcibly captured as slaves to provide play and entertainment for the children of the nobles. Anyone who becomes a pirate must have a reason. Even killed directly. Perhaps a large number of people are born to be lazy and only want to gain wealth, status, and power by robbing and plundering others. Now the appearance of Luo Hu has directly made their boss Kaido follow him loyally. The pleasure of having wealth at their fingertips gradually overwhelmed their conscience like poison. Build a country that is truly peaceful, free, equal, and aims to unify the world. Most of the pirates joined this group only because they had no other options. We are willing to work together to completely overturn this world ruled by the aristocracy. Those princes and nobles don't care about the lives of the lower-class people at all. But we, the people at the bottom of society, have to eat hard-bran bread. Therefore, the tragic fate of having their families broken up and their loved ones destroyed befell them. Rewash the world. The royal nobles had a life of luxury every day, and they were surrounded by many wives and concubines. Such a chaotic world should have ended long ago. Let's start with Wanakuni today. Even so, can we leave a little chance of survival for the people at the bottom? And at this moment, nobody likes pirates. Boss Kaido appeared almost out of nowhere and directly faced the pressure from a group of big pirates, and forcibly marked out a large area to accommodate them. I hope to use war to completely put an end to those arrogant aristocratic faces. Should this kind of thing be passed down from generation to generation? But compared to the hundreds of millions of lower-class civilians in the world. Because of the high-priced system of collecting gold from the sky within the country, it is a mad bloodsucking. Even because of the nobles' momentary interest. They had fallen into this situation because of those kings and nobles. After all, such people are only a minority. No one wants to be a pirate. An hour later. Under the 20-level military merit reward system established by Luo Hu himself and Kaido's war mobilization, the Legion, although with a size of only 3,000 or 4,000 people, directly demonstrated an extremely terrifying cohesion. According to Luo Hu's regulations, the military's rank hierarchy is divided into 20 levels. The first level is ordinary third-class private. After gaining enough military merits, your rank can be upgraded to second-class private and first-class private. After promotion, the allowances and rewards of your rank will increase. The rank system after private is roughly the same as the current naval headquarters rank system. The military ranks are roughly divided into corporal, sergeant, staff sergeant, warrant officer, ensign, lieutenant junior grade, captain, major, lieutenant colonel, colonel, senior colonel and so on. And like the naval headquarters, Luo Hu also has a corps admiral seat. However, compared to the system where the naval headquarters is restricted to only retain 3 admirals, there will be no restrictions on the rank of admiral in the Legion established by Luo Hu. In other words, anyone within the Legion who meets the required strength can choose to be promoted to Legion Admiral. And ordinary soldiers in the army can get a reward of 1,000 berries as long as they kill the enemy and cut off the left ear of his head and keep it. The higher your rank, the more enemies you kill and the more rewards you will get. This is in contrast to the system at the naval headquarters where employees are restricted by the world government in every way and can only receive a fixed salary every month. It can better consolidate the fighting will of the entire Legion. The more enemies you kill, you can gain more wealth, power and status. This has allowed countless privates to see a way to make their lives better. Instead of working hard all day and night like in the member countries of the world government, barely making a living by earning a pitifully low salary. Kill, kill, kill. Kill all the nobles and destroy their lackey armies. Thousands of guys who were originally just ordinary pirates members obtained the legal status of privates. The inner desire to kill has increased greatly. They desperately need a war to change their identity. Wanakuni, which has been elusive for a long time, will be the open source site for the merger war. In a few minutes, thousands of soldiers on Onigashima were assembled and rushed directly to the nearest Wanakuni general's mansion. As the supreme marshal of the Legion, Luo Hu naturally followed the Legion and came to where Kazuki Oden lived. Although his current basic attributes are already difficult to improve further. But killing a powerful warrior like Oden, you can still barely get the attribute improvement of 3 sesame seeds and 2 dates. At this time, the huge commotion caused by the battle of several thousand troops naturally attracted the attention of Kazuki Sukiyaki and Kazuki Oden, father and son, who were having fun with **st*** youths in the shogun's mansion. Under Luo Hu's gaze, thousands of guards holding samurai swords emerged directly from the huge Japanese-style general's mansion. Behind these warriors were Kazuki Oden and his son, who were walking slowly, holding up their baggy pants. Kaido. The last battle is still undecided. Let's fight again, risking the fate of our warriors. Kazuki Oden seemed to be very familiar with Kaido's big move. There was no fear in his eyes at all. He believed that with his powerful samurai swordsmanship, sooner or later, the entire Wanakuni will be completely restored to the general's rule. And purge Kaido, the outsider, and those rebellious daimyo. But what he didn't notice was that this time, Kaido didn't come to the shogun's mansion alone. Kaido doesn't just have Luo Hu's support behind him. There is even an additional Douglas bullet, whose strength is not weaker than Kaido himself. Brother Luo, this guy is Wanakuni's future general and the current strongest samurai, Kazuki Oden. Let me warm up first. If you, Luo, crush it to death right away, it won't be that fun. Kaido twisted his fingers and made a sound of joints cracking, and then his strong muscles quickly tightened and expanded. After pieces of green dragon scales grew between his flesh, he rushed towards Oden with the mace in his hand. Naturally, the soldiers of the Legion also picked up their weapons and rushed towards a group of warriors, starting a bloody war. In just a few minutes, the strong smell of blood had spread throughout the entire battlefield. People are dying tragically everywhere all the time. Among them, more deaths came from the samurai side. Because compared to the privates who were once ordinary pirates, members of Beast's Pirates, there are really not many of these ordinary warriors who can be of use. As you wish. Before tonight, I want to see at least half of the population of Wanakuni die. Luo Hu stretched out his index finger to activate the sparkling fruit ability, shooting out golden rays of light. The warriors who were fighting desperately and had already defeated their opponents and were about to chop off the heads of the legionnaires had their heads blown up on the spot, and yellow and white substances splattered all over the ground and they died. He said in a calm tone. After participating in so many large-scale wars, he no longer cares about human life. What's more, these are the extremely disgustingly dressed samurai in Wanakuni. Killing him is fine, no big deal. But what surprised Luo Hu the most was Tian Yuesher, who traveled through time from 800 years ago, didn't seem to have any reaction to this at all. He just quietly watched the war between the legions that had already started. It seemed that he felt Luo Hu's gaze. Tian Yuesher frowned and spoke in a gentle tone. Sir, Wanakuni is in your hands, these so-called samurai are so evil. We can all live in peace in one country, but they want to achieve this kind of tyrannical rule. As for liberating Wanakuni, Ashi will definitely find a way to repay you. When Tian Yuesher finished speaking, Luo Hu also showed an extremely decent smile on his face. This Japanese woman who traveled through time from 800 years ago is very sensible. Although Luo Hu never questions his hypocritical claim of justice. But let's be fair. Wanakuni itself is a corrupt and isolated country. A group of Wanakuni warriors who had no rules or etiquette, who knew small etiquette but not big principles, under the leadership of the so-called general, controlled the entire country. In addition, the country's fragmented political power is controlled by those daimyo. So, in Tianyue's opinion, the Wanakuni that was part of the vast kingdom 800 years ago no longer exists. The country now is just controlled by a bunch of chaotic and disgusting warriors. The appearance of Luo Hu is no less than the light that cuts through everything in the darkness. Give your time and money completely and unconditionally just to help liberate a country. Isn't such a man worthy of admiration? Of course, there are some preconceived notions here to a greater or lesser extent. If Tian Yuesher had not met Luo Hu on that deserted island, but was rescued by Kazuki Oden, then she would naturally consider the political correctness of the country directly from the perspective of a samurai. Don't worry, I will make these ignorant warriors understand thoroughly today. No one can stop world peace. Luo Hu patted Tian Yuesher's back in a very happy mood. After this traditional Japanese woman who had never experienced any hardships, she smiled and joked a few times. Then he stood up and watched the fight between Kaido and Kazuki Oden. At this point, the battle between Kaido and Odin has entered a white-hot stage. Kaido's huge body of nearly 7 meters has transformed into a half-beast form, with bulging muscles and full of momentum. As Odin is the most powerful warrior in the entire Wano Kuni, his strength is naturally not weak. The figures of the two people were almost transformed into a blurred shadow as they collided and fought with each other, raising huge clouds of smoke and dust. Mogen Shirataki. Great Power Thunder 8 trigrams. After the two of them screamed at the top of their lungs, Odin's figure suddenly shot out, with Jianyu Yuzan and Yaodao Yanma overlapping in front of him, and directly slashed towards Kaido's eyeball, which had the weakest defense. Boom! Haki's clash erupted into a violent roar. The mighty gust of air exploded directly, spreading out like a sea wave, directly shattering dozens of warriors around who were fighting desperately to come and support Odin. Bang bang bang! After they exchanged dozens of attacks, Kaido used the Conqueror's Haki's extremely high entanglement advantage to hit Odin back dozens of meters with one stick. It is obvious that Kaido's morale has greatly increased after the battle in the Valley of the Gods, where he learned Conqueror's Coil, and the battle in the Holy Land Mariehua. He was able to easily suppress Odin within this period of time. However, if this is the only strength, it is far from enough for Luo Hu. This guy Kaido really needs to undergo some special combat training. Luo Hu drew out the 7-star sword hanging from his waist. As he swung his sword, he released an extremely sharp and terrifying dark green sword energy. This blast of sword energy instantly cleared out the piles of Kazuki family warriors holding blades in front of Luo Hu. In just this brief moment, at least 50 warriors who followed Kazuki Odin had their heads flying and fell to the ground, dying tragically on the spot. Damn it! Here comes another guy with terrifying strength. Even General Odin may not be able to perform such swordsmanship. Catch the leader first. After we kill him, these bastards will naturally retreat. Bayan is right. Let's attack together, entangle Haki and attack, and then hack this guy to death. Not far away, Odin's retainers who were chopping off the soldiers' heads one by one were shocked when they saw their samurai heads falling like rain. In Wano Kuni, a country with a strong martial spirit, those who can be called warriors are all strong-willed and physically strong. Only truly strong warriors and top warriors like General Kazuki Odin can easily defeat these warriors. But at this moment, these warriors were as weak as chickens and dogs when facing Luo Hu, and were completely vulnerable. Capture the leader first. What an interesting phrase. He was faced with a sudden force of 18 Odin retainers holding famous swords and rushing towards him. Luo Hu's expression did not change at all. The 7-star sword in his hand, which had long been trained into a black sword, flew out of his hand directly. Under the control of Lion Fruit's ability, it freely shuttled across the battlefield, reaping the lives of warriors one after another. This was a new move that Luo Hu came up with by chance through the monk's practice of flying swords in fantasy novels. Under the floating control of Lion Fruit's ability, the 7-star sword can rely on its extremely sharp black knife attributes to freely harvest the heads of people below the Admiral's combat power on the field. And the 7-star sword flies very fast. It is entirely possible to chop off 100 warriors' heads in 1 minute. Although this move is of no use to a truly strong person. But in this world, there are almost no people who can be called strong in front of Luo Hu. Under the control of Luo Hu, the 7-star sword turned into an indistinct black light with a swish, and shot out from its original position at an extremely fast speed, shuttling across the battlefield. The 7-star sword, which had been forcibly refined into a black sword, repeatedly pierced through the crowd of warriors, piercing through their heads one after another. After only a few seconds, a large blank and bleeding area had been created. After letting the 7-star sword fly everywhere and killing one warrior after another, the terrifying energy inside Luo Hu's entire body exploded instantly. Under the power of the 8-clawed blue dragon fruit, Luo Hu's body quickly rose in height, and in just a few seconds, it reached a terrifying 10-meter dragon body like a monster. The breath was terrifying, and the air waves were rolling. Between this terrifying dragon body, one after another, huge and hard dragon scales are neatly arranged, revealing endless cold light under the illumination of the light. Don't we have to catch the leader first? Come on. Watching this horrifying scene. Seeing that the gap in strength between the two sides was so huge, the surrounding warriors were terrified and some were kneeling down to surrender. Boom! The mentality of fear towards themselves grew in the hearts of the warriors who were still fighting back frantically. General Odin, save me. Has the evil dragon that once swept across Wanakuni appeared again? But the Ryoma warrior has long since passed away. He is not a human being at all. After this horrifying scene was deeply imprinted in the minds of these warriors. Although he didn't need to use such a complete form of combat power. Luo Hu's terrifying dragon body, which was more than 10 meters tall, opened its terrifying big hands and waved them forward. The black Haki entangled him with an invincible force, and he directly grasped all 18 neatly arranged retainers in his palms. Luo Hu felt nauseous on his blood-stained palms, and the Logia Maramara fruit energy in his body exploded instantly. Even if he wanted to commit suicide by seppuku, there was no need to go up and get beaten into shreds, right? In the blink of an eye, 18 lives, including their heads, were crushed into a bloody ball in Luo Hu's hands. Click, click. Where is Wanakuni's future? Although they shouted all day long that they were willing to sacrifice their lives for the general. But that's just talk. Feeling his internal organs nearly being crushed, the 18++ let out a miserable howl on the spot. All the loyal warriors of the Kazuki family at the scene were so frightened that their faces turned pale as snow. However, this is not the end. Luo Hu, who had transformed into a dragonman body, laughed dully and looked at Odin's retainers who were as small as ants compared to him. However, just after they turned around and ran a few steps. After the laughter died down, the faces of more than a dozen Odin retainers changed drastically and they retreated frantically. Faced with such a monster, who would be willing to go up and die? Damn! What kind of strength is this? He actually captured all of General Odin's retainers in one fell swoop. It is hard for them to imagine that they have spent most of their lives in a state of isolation. Deep red blood dripped from the gaps between the dragon claws. There really are men as powerful as Luo Hu in this world. The terrifying high temperature directly lingered on the huge dragon claw. The bluish-white flame instantly burned the slightly wriggling flesh ball in the hand into a cloud of green smoke and dissipated into the world. In an instant, more than a dozen once loyal retainers fled in all directions like birds and beasts. But it is still necessary to relax your body occasionally to avoid becoming rusty in future battles. However, Luo Hu did not react at all at this moment. He just instantly clenched his hands into fists and squeezed the 18 captured children. Pa pa pa. After casually patting the ashes of more than a dozen lives turned into ashes in his hands and dropping them to the ground. As far as Luo Hu could see, the 7-star sword was already circling the battlefield and had harvested about 700 or 800 warriors' heads. As a demon sword, the blade of the 7-star sword itself contains a mysterious soul. Just like the first pirate's ship owned by the Straw Hat Pirates, the Mary. It's just that the Mary symbolizes companionship. And this happy thing called the 7-star sword is simply a bloodthirsty and ruthless demon sword. After calming down from not killing for a long time, Luo Hu returned to the size of a normal person. However, even in Luo Hu's normal form, the cold and terrifying murderous intent in his eyes had not diminished in the slightest. Walking on the road step by step, controlling the 7-star sword to continue harvesting the last few hundred heads. Luo Hu looked up at Kazuki Odin, who had been suppressed by Kaido and could only barely resist his attacks. According to the normal battle situation, Kaido probably only needs to continue to attack at a rhythmic pace. In about a day or two, he can definitely beat Kazuki Odin, known as the strongest samurai in Wanakuni, into a pulp. After all, although Kaido's personal combat effectiveness has improved to a certain extent due to historical changes. But in the final analysis, Kaido's overall combat capability at this time is only approaching the level of a normal admiral of headquarters. Kazuki Oden also failed to learn Conqueror's entanglement attack technique from Whitebeard's ship because he had never been out to sea. But with his strong physique and outstanding armament Haki, he was still able to barely withstand Kaido's attack. After watching quietly for a while, Luo Hu's patience gradually disappeared. He walked gently to the front of Kaido and took over the battlefield directly. Luo Hu stared at Kazuki Oden with murderous eyes. "Tell me, how do you want to die?" Luo Hu spoke in a calm tone, as if he was telling a very ordinary story. "Humph. You killed so many of my retainers, do you think I will let you go? Once I finish off Kaido, you'll be the next to die." Facing Luo Hu's murderous intent, Oden remained calm and firm. "Oh. Is there really someone who is not afraid of death?" Luo Hu was a little surprised by Kazuki Oden's equally murderous look. It seems that this guy, apart from being a bit stupid, can still barely be considered a top-level expert. At least being able to face death with a frank attitude is worthy of praise. But then again, Luo Hu himself will definitely not let Oden go. Praise is praise, but killing must be done. However, just as Luo Hu took back the 7-star sword and was about to kill Kazuki Oden, Kazuki Sukiyaki, who had been standing at the back, suddenly stood up trembling. He swallowed hard, his eyes filled with fear, his body, mind, and spirit already terrified to the extreme. It was as if the person standing in front of him was not a human being, but rather an evil ghost from hell, covered in human blood. "I am the current general of Wanakuni, sir. Please allow me to offer you the loyalty of Wanakuni. On behalf of Wanakuni, I surrender." Kazuki Sukiyaki said under great pressure, his voice trembling and his face extremely pale. At this time, Kazuki Oden, who was standing nearby to recover his strength, looked at his father in disbelief. He couldn't believe that this man, who was a general of the country and also his father, would surrender so easily. And his words revealed an extremely humble and shameful attitude. In Oden's opinion, it was an insult to the identity of a samurai. However, he had a fierce battle to fight and had no extra time to persuade his father. Because in his subconscious mind he could clearly sense Luo Hu in front of him. He will definitely be the strongest man he has ever met in his life. It is even possible that he won't be able to take even a single blow from his opponent and will be hacked to death on the spot. Surrender? Luo Hu looked a little indifferent. In my impression, men in places like Wanakuni are always fickle. He knows small etiquette but lacks great righteousness. Fear power but not virtue. When you are strong, the people of this country will serve you like a father. Once he discovers your weakness, then the people of this country will easily turn against you and bite you back. Yes, yes. I surrender to you on behalf of Wanakuni General's office. Kazuki Sukiyaki nodded repeatedly and said in an extremely humbly manner. Hearing this, Luo Hu's mouth curled up into a compassionate smile. He, I don't accept surrender. Boom. The 7-star sword in Luo Hu's hand fell lightly. The next moment, a loud roar was heard. A magnificent sword energy of golden and green color, dazzling to the ultimate, rose directly from the ground. The radiant light carried an indestructible aura of terror, tearing apart the corpses on the ground along the way, and directly pushed towards Kazuki Sukiyaki in front of it. Laugh. Ah. Kazuki Sukiyaki let out an extremely tragic howl. Afterwards, the whole body of the man, which had already entered middle age, was torn apart on the spot by the extremely sharp sword energy like a rag sack. His flesh and blood were all over the place, and he was cut in half instantly from the center of his head. The warm blood splashed onto Kazuki Oden who was resting nearby. However, this bloody scene with the warmth of family affection did not touch Kazuki Oden at all. It was as if the middle-aged man who had just been hacked to death was not his father, but an ordinary person on the street. This is the will of Bushido. Even if a mountain collapses in front of you, you won't change your expression. Kazuki Oden, with sweat on his forehead, said this in a very determined tone. At this moment, the powerful force in him and his spirit began to transform. Luo Hu frowned and looked at the pervert-like Kazuki Oden with a little surprise. This is the case now. This guy could actually raise the level of Conqueror's Haki by 1 level. However, Luo Hu was merely surprised by this and did not experience any psychological changes. No matter how much he cheats or perverts. After all, it's just a speck of ants between your fingers. What about a samurai? What Laozi killed was Bushido. With a slight shake of his body, Luo Hu's speed exploded to the point of teleportation and he disappeared into the air in an instant. The physical body has been elevated to the ultimate level, and has even reached a state where it cannot climb any higher. Even though Luo Hu didn't transform into a dragon, he was still full of ultimate explosive power. The next second, Luo Hu's disappeared body instantly appeared behind Kazuki Oden, who had already completed enlightenment and had an expression full of the aura of a strong man. He put away the sword, and the hard dragon palm turned into a dragon claw-like meteorite from outer space, wrapped around the black Haki, and quickly grabbed it. With a click, he grabbed Kazuki Oden's crown like dunking a basketball, and then suddenly pulled him up. Kazuki Oden, who just exuded the aura of a strong man, didn't even have time to react before he instinctively felt the pain on his forehead. He tried his best to release the Conqueror's Haki, which had reached the ultimate level, in order to resist Luo Hu's dragon claw. But even so, it still didn't work. With a click, Luo Hu's terrifying power directly pulled out his entire head along with the spine inside his body. Blood splattered, with blood-red nerves and blood vessels dangling in the air, just like the bloody lamb ribs sold in barbecue restaurants. P.S. Yesterday I saw some people discussing how to replace the 5 elders of Egghead Island with 5 Kaidos. How many people would it take to win? It's obvious that the emperors are of different levels, brothers. The reason why there is such a term as General Emperor is because the older generation of Garp can fight against the emperor level. This feeling of oppression is not something that 3 admirals can handle. Kazuki Oden lost his head and an entire spine before he could even begin to fight, and became a headless and spineless corpse. The mutilated body staggered forward 2 or 3 steps before slowly falling to the ground. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the strength attribute 5.3217. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the agility attribute 3.1009. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the physical attribute 8.9005. Following the tragic death of Kazuki Oden at his own hands, Luo Hu's originally extremely powerful dragon body once again underwent a small wave of enhancement. Although the amount of improvement gained from killing the opponent was extremely small, it was even far less than the points gained from killing the pirates when they first went out to sea. However, this forced increase in value is already a precious item that is extremely difficult to obtain for me, who has basically reached the world's limit. You have made some contribution, right? Although it's not much, I still thank you for your generosity. Luo Hu, who once again felt his long-lost strength increase, smiled from the bottom of his heart as he looked at the head of Kazuki Oden, whose mouth was opening and closing in his hand as if he was saying something. Every man cannot resist his own strength and becomes more powerful at this moment. After thanking Kazuki Oden in his hand, Luo Hu brutally wrapped the black Haki around the head of the few hundred remaining defeated warriors and threw it out like a hard rock. Lord Kazuki Oden is the future Wanakuni general. Is he going to die just like that? This is like AF ****** G dream. Is there really such a powerful man in this world? In less than a second, he was hit on the head by Luo Hu when facing his master. The remaining hundreds of Kazuki samurai lackeys screamed in fear. However, before they could escape a few steps, the head thrown out by Luo Hu was like a bomb, causing a violent roar on the ground. After Kazuki Oden's head, which was wrapped in ultimate armament Haki, flew to the ground, his emission Haki instantly erupted and exploded directly on the spot. The power was horrifying, smashing dozens of fleeing samurai into pieces on the spot, and the minced meat flew everywhere. After doing this last resort, Luo Hu gave Bullet, who was smoking and ready to break the samurai's head at any time, a look that said, "You know what I mean." Although these so-called warriors had been defeated and were willing to surrender. But Luo Hu was not so idle and bored, so he incorporated all these devils into his own army. These devils are all the same as those who sneak to the United States to avoid taxes in peacetime. These guys have the choice to surrender today. If the world government attacks one day, these guys will be able to turn around and bite immediately. In short, this child must not be kept. The entire Wanakuni culture is still around the time of the Japanese shogunate, and the whole nation's culture of advocating the use of force is extremely deep. When facing such a country, we must never talk about reason or seek peace. The most severe measures must be used. It can also make them feel fear from the bottom of their hearts. In this way, we can control them better. I promise to complete the mission, Luo Gu. Oh no, now it's the great national marshal. Upon receiving the signal command, Bullet jerked violently as if by reflex. The tiger's body shook, and he smoked the long cigar in his hand into ashes, then threw it to the ground. The power of his body and mind exploded instantly. He rushed forward with great strides, and in just a moment he caught up with the warriors who were fleeing in front of him. Blow, blow. Then came a series of brutal killing sounds. Hundreds of Kazuki warriors were like crisp watermelons costing $2 a pound in Bullet's hands, and were vulnerable to any blow. Every attack was made with a huge fist, smashing the watermelons in front of him, causing flesh and blood to splatter, and bright red blood to flow everywhere. Please, sir, please let me go. You really won't even give me a chance to surrender. I am willing to work like a slave for the rest of my life in return for your kindness. After 7 or 8 minutes. There were originally hundreds of Kazuki warriors left, but in the blink of an eye, only the last female warrior was left, with red and swollen eyes, crying bitterly and begging for mercy. He, I also want to let you go, but unfortunately, I, Douglas Bullet, am a qualified soldier. I must unconditionally complete the order given by Mr. Marshall. So, please die. Maybe the pain will be less if you close your eyes. Thank you. Facing this female warrior who had fallen to the ground with large areas of white skin all over her body and thighs exposed. Bullet chuckled. Then, he suddenly raised his fist, which was as big as an iron pot, grinned fiercely, and smashed it directly into the chest of the female warrior quickly and fiercely. Bang! A soft touch cannot withstand absolute power. In the hands of the powerful Bullet, the female warrior couldn't even hold out for a second, and her whole body was broken into 2 pieces by the powerful Haki on the spot. In just less than an hour. The entire Kazuki family, Wanakuni's current shogunate, was completely wiped out. No one survived. Kills all men and women. All the earthworms in General Kazuki's mansion must be cut into 3 sections horizontally before they can rest assured. Luo Hu looked at the corpses on the ground with an extremely calm expression, and a long trail of gelatinous blood was left between his feet. Wow! White flames began to burn, and the scorching heat gradually spread. In a short while, the corpses on the ground were burned to ashes. After cleaning up all these disgusting corpses, Luo Hu looked at Kaido and Bullet, 2 of his men who had barely reached the level of a general, standing nearby, as well as Enel, Yamato, Jin and other rookie privates who had not yet grown up and were also killing people in the war. These guys will become the first and second batch of his subordinates in the future. Kaido and Bullet are 2 of the most powerful ones. He can be promoted directly to the position of admiral after the war ends. As for other soldiers with outstanding performance, they can naturally receive enough rewards for killing enemies, as well as improvements in military rank and treatment. Kaido, Bullet, each of you will lead half of the team and set out immediately. You must wipe out the dozen or so daimyos of Wanakuni and the samurai army they secretly formed before tonight. If we encounter any civilians who dare to resist on the road, we will treat them as our accomplices and kill them all. Since they have taken up arms, they are the enemy and we do not need your sympathy. Luo Hu calmly issued a seemingly cruel order. He could send all the people and the whole group to be wiped out in just a few minutes. Orlololoyalu, don't worry, Luo Gu, Kaido, will definitely not show mercy to these guys. Kaido led half of the army and left first. After receiving Luo Hu's order, Kaido and Bullet both accepted the task with serious expressions. That depends on your performance. I plan to promote 2 admiral-level military ranks recently. If you can do your best to satisfy me. Luo Hu's dream has never changed since he went to sea at the age of 18. Ever since I lost the fusion fruit, I've always felt really uncomfortable. Is it possible that my name is on the list of this batch of artificial thunder fruits? Me too. Owning one can directly and significantly increase your speed. Bullet, who was only 15 or 16 years old but already over 5 meters tall, looked at Luo Hu expectantly, like a child weighing thousands of pounds. My idea has always been to clear out all the princes and nobles in the world. Without thunderous means, there is no way to gain a foothold in this world. But this is a cruel world in itself. Perhaps after all this is done, new nobles will emerge. Bullet couldn't even imagine how powerful his fighting ability would be by then. After the celestial dragons are dealt with, all the dignitaries around the world who have been drinking and feasting at high-end banquets all day and all night will also have to accept the judgment of fate. It's not difficult to give you a thunder fruit. What's more, this is the thunder fruit, which is known as the strongest Logia. Judging from the performance of these 2 guys, we can only say that Kaido and Bullet are worthy of being the former National Army heroes. Wano Kuni is just the first part of Luo Hu's plan to unify the country. What the hell are these pirates with billions of dollars in bounties? Although Bullet doesn't need the devil fruit, his strength is still terrifyingly powerful. Luo Hu never considered himself to be on the righteous side. But who wouldn't want this artificial devil fruit that has absolutely no side effects? After resolving this place and successfully establishing a country of your own. Even after so many years, one can still see the tough style of the 2 men as they once were as soldiers. I just want to cleanse this world of the lower classes that are oppressed by the nobles. Hearing this, Luo Hu smiled and responded to the young man Bullet's expectant gaze. The next step is to slowly radiate to the surrounding small countries until they are all merged together, thus controlling the entire second half of the Grand Line. At that time, you can pair it with a suitable Zoan devil fruit to increase both strength and stamina. Brother Luo, I heard that our science department will be able to directly reproduce the first batch of artificial thunder fruit within this month. But at least this will definitely be much better than the current world where the bottom of society has no room for upward movement. The celestial dragons, as the world's nobles, are just the cancer that needs to be solved at the beginning. Bullet hesitated for a while and finally walked in front of Luo Hu with a serious face. Luo Hu's words fell as if he were drawing a pie in the sky. Bullet had no doubt at all. After getting the guarantee, he led the other half of the army with great momentum and rushed towards the direction of the other daimyo's army of Wano Kuni. After all, in Luo Hu's words, in addition to the thunder fruit ability, there is also a promotion to the admiral rank. For Bullet, who had already reached the title of army hero and was just a little bit away from obtaining the rank of national admiral. Military uniform and military rank were literally engraved deep in his heart. This is also the reason why he has destroyed the army of his former country but still wears the military uniform of that time. But everything is fine now. Bullet no longer needs to be wary of teammates who are antagonistic and stab him in the back. You can also obtain the National Admiral rank that you most desire in your life. Looking at Kaido and Bullet who were already attacking the daimyo families on both sides, Luo Hu turned around with great satisfaction and prepared to go back to wait for news from the 2 men. And at this moment, he had been standing beside. When Tianue witnessed the death of Kazuki Oden, the future general who controlled most of Wano Kuni, he always felt a strange feeling in his heart. Do you feel like you have been PUA'd? But it seems not. Luo Hu's army is indeed helping the country to liberate. He jogged all the way to the body of Kazuki Odin, which had turned into ashes, and stood firm for a few seconds. Tian Yuesher picked up Odin's sword from the ground without hesitation. One of the 21 skills of the Great Sword, Rain of Rain Slash. And the Demon Sword Enma, which is also one of the 21 Great Swords. Fortunately, Jianyu Yuzhan didn't have any other major feelings. It's different with this Demon Sword Yama. The moment Tian Yuesher hugged Yan Mo, she felt an extremely cold murderous aura enveloping her. It was like being stared at by a devil in the dark, and she couldn't help but shiver all over. Sir, these two blades are of pretty good quality. Tian Yuesher jogged along with two sharp blades in his arms. He didn't care at all that his proud figure through his clothes was trembling because of the scabbard. Luo Hu turned and looked at Tian Yuesher, who picked up the sword. Oh, I almost forgot, these two blades are still very good. It would be good to train all of them into black knives and use them as flying knives. After giving Tian Yuesher an appreciative look, Luo Hu directly took the two long swords, one black and one white. Then the muscles in his arm tensed instantly, and as the jet-black Haki condensed, the translucent blade instantly wrapped around the ultimate armament Haki at a speed visible to the naked eye. After a few seconds passed, Luo Hu slowly retracted his armament Haki, which had turned black and purple. But what shocked the people around was that the two originally hard and sharp swords were actually refined into indestructible black swords. Ha! Tian Yue, also a swordsman, widened his bright eyes after seeing this outrageous scene, and his pink lips opened into a small, O shape in surprise. Your Excellency can actually directly train your weapon into a black sword. What kind of overbearing power is this? Watching the black knife suddenly jump from a high-quality blade to a more precious one, Tian Yuesher could hardly believe his eyes. Only a swordsman can deeply understand how difficult it is to practice a black sword. A high-quality blade can only be refined into an indestructible black sword after being immersed in top-level armament Haki for at least 10 years. However, if you want to speed up the process of training the black sword, then you need to make your armament Haki level and quality stronger. However, since Haki had already reached the perfect state, Luo Hu naturally did not need to go through so much trouble. The conditions for refining a black knife seem extremely harsh for ordinary people. But in Luo Hu's view, it's nothing more than wasting some physical energy. The pure and rich armament Haki is directly poured into the blade to color it. Luo Hu himself can easily practice the black knife. Armament Haki, rocks of the same level can also be used. However, compared to rocks who had to take a few breaks after practicing for a while every day, Luo Hu's terrifying and unlimited physical strength did not have so many restrictions. Practice as many times as you want. He raised his hand slightly, and the power of lion fruit directly entangled the seven-star sword, Jianyu Yuzhan, and the black sword Yanmo, and then the two black swords. These three black blades, which exuded endless sharpness at all times, floated directly in front of Luo Hu. Compared to the ordinary Jianyu Yuzhan, the seven-star sword and Yama are both demon swords and knives with a certain consciousness. However, Luo Hu has not yet felt any rejection from Yama. The seven-star sword beside him seemed to be shaking, communicating with Yan Mo with some special frequency. It seems that no matter whether it is the demon sword or the demon knife, they will eventually succumb to absolute power. The words fell. Luo Hu stretched out his finger and drew a circle in the sky. Then, three sharp blades floating in the air suddenly broke through the air with a swish, cutting through the air, shooting out sharp edges in the air at an irregular speed. After a few seconds of continuous slashing, the three black knives flew back again, and directly floated beside Luo Hu with the power of lion fruit. Looking at the two blades of ideology that do exist, Luo Hu was thoughtful. Originally, he simply controlled the seven-star sword and let him slaughter the samurai army at will. It is possible to kill hundreds of warriors within 1 minute. Now that I have three black swords at the same time, wouldn't it take only 1 minute to kill hundreds of enemies? If I continue to search for those high-quality swords on the sea to refine them. Luo Hu realized that he seemed to have discovered a blind spot. In the past, I was always too concerned about taking action myself. After the battle, I am always beaten to a bloody mess by the opponent. It's okay now. Just collect enough. And if the quality is also good enough to withstand his ultimate armament Haki and be directly refined into a black sword. Doesn't that mean we can just play Wanjian Guizong in the pirate's world? After just a brief thought, Luo Hu made up his mind. This thing really works. No matter how you look at it now, I have already succeeded in starting a business just like the Taliban. As a giant in the magic world, it would be shameful to bully children frequently. With a simple wave of his hand, thousands of swords were launched. Let the so-called enemy troops lose tens of thousands of people every second. How can I lose with such sword-wielding skills? Although there are very few blades in the entire world that can reach the level of the Supreme Sword. But the high-grade Supreme Sword cannot be found. Aren't the lower-level large sharp swords of 21 gongs and good sharp swords of 54 gongs still not enough? Even if I can't find it again. You can also directly notify the scientists to find a way to solve the problem of mass production of the famous sword. The plan is quite feasible. Finally, I won't have to be beaten to a bloody mess anymore. Standing behind the scenes and raising his hand, a sword flies, and taking someone's life from thousands of miles away is as easy as taking something from a bag. Moreover, after the new country is established, the more than 100 member states of the world government will definitely receive orders to send troops to invade here. When the time comes, if they dare to come in with their troops, we must let them feel what it means to kill people without mercy. There will be no good consequences. The depth of Luo Hu's pupils outlined an ultimate murderous intent. The ancient said, "Those who achieve great things do not fuss about small details. Not to mention it's a state affair. To unify more than 200 aristocratic power countries of various styles throughout the world. In a blink of an eye, killing tens of millions of enemy troops is just a drop in the ocean." Luo Hu is a loyal reader of the poem, "The cold wind blows in the valley, the cicadas chirp in spring and autumn, and the young man returns." But I won't get bogged down in self-determination over a few enemy lives. But they are just clouds. And he wanted to establish a new regime after solving the Wanakuni problem. That is a great country that uses the black bird as its flag. The belief in unifying the world passed down by our charming ancestors is a lifelong achievement that no man can refuse. There is an old saying that goes, "As long as you sit in that position, it doesn't matter even if you only unify the country for one day. Then no matter how history is told in the future, you will always make a significant contribution." It's time to get down to business. After putting away all three black knives, Luo Hu walked into the general's mansion, which originally belonged to the Kazuki family, with steady and powerful steps. Now all the samurai armies that supported Kazuki Oden and Kazuki Sukiyaki have been burned to ashes. But within this huge general's mansion, there are still 5 other major family forces that have served the Kazuki family for hundreds of years. The Kazuki family is a hereditary shogunate. Under this family there are 5 major families: Kurazumi, Fujetsu, Yujetsu, Shimatsuki, and Amatsuki. Tian Yuesher, who has chosen to serve Luo Hu's science department and specializes in using the time fruit to accelerate the experimental progress of scientists, is a descendant of the Tianyue family, one of the 5 major families. It's just Tianyushi in a strict sense. He can be considered the ancestor of the Tianyue family in Wanakuni today. Although Tianyushi is still in the form of a girl at present. But after all, they traveled through time from a huge kingdom more than 800 years ago. If we really talk about seniority, it would not be an exaggeration for these family members to call them great-great-great-grandma. At this time, inside the general's mansion, the patriarchs of the 5 major families gathered together to discuss how to deal with this war. Since Kaido the pirates came to Wanakuni, they have ruled 6 years ago. The country's originally stable rule fell into chaos. The original beast's pirates would gather forces almost every once in a while to try to challenge their dominance. Fortunately, this period's Wanakuni General Kazuki Oden is still very strong. For 6 years, Kazuki Oden was able to successfully defeat the beast's pirates led by Kaido almost every time. Of course, this is still due to the assistance of the powerful swordsmen from the 5 major families. However, the extent of the war this time seemed far beyond their imagination. Just looking from a distance, the patriarchs of their 5 major families could feel an indescribable palpitation from the man beside Kaido, whose aura was no less than Oden's. Moreover, behind these 2 imposing men, Kaido and Bullet, there was actually one who sat upright and cut off thousands of Kazuki Bushido heads with just the slightest movement of his fingers. Hundreds of young elite warriors from the Fongyue family who had all mastered swordsmanship to the level of sword masters raised their samurai swords and chopped the paper door outside into pieces. Then, a huge crowd of people surrounded the scene. Moreover, outside the meeting room inside the general's mansion, a large number of wandering warriors supported by the Fongyue family gathered at some point. Countless figures with knives flashed around the room. As an elderly person with decades of experience. Obviously, in the eyes of the patriarchs of the 5 major families, Luo Hu's strength far exceeds that of Kaido. The head of the Fujetsu family, Fujetsu Inoue, with his black hair and shawl exposing his breasts in a samurai style, looked at the 4 old men around him with a gloomy face. The head of the Shimatsuki family, Shimatsuki Sanjuro, with a head full of white hair, looked at the other family leaders around him with a far-sighted gaze. The few bodyguard warriors now lined up around them are no match for Patriarch Fongyue at all. He felt more anxious about Wanakuni's rebellion this time than any other time before. What's more, there is a large group of samurai troops surrounding them outside, and 1 sword from each of them is enough to chop them into minced meat. In everyone's opinion, Kazuki Oden obviously won't be able to hold on for long this time and will be defeated. This Wanakuni is our Fujetsu family, and was born to me, Fujetsu Inoue. Should we surrender, or should we directly start a new round of war for the position of general? I will not hide it from you. I think the family power of our Fongyue family in the past few years is fully qualified to be the new general position. The faces of the other clan leaders were as gloomy as an iron pot. That's why they choose to gather together at this moment to discuss the next response strategy. He is currently the youngest among the patriarchs of the major families. Seeing that the young Fongyue clan leader was planning to seize the position of General Wanakuni at such a perfect time at this critical moment of war. Ha 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 ha, I am the future General Wanakuni. What if I just hack all of you old guys to death right now? A flying slash can easily cut through a huge rock. He clapped his hands. Although their family also supports some swordsmen and warriors, there is simply no time to summon them now. Everyone. I think the Kazuki family is unlikely to be able to withstand Kaido's army this time. We must come up with the most appropriate plan to deal with this crisis before Kazuki Oden is defeated. In addition to these basic samurai warriors, Fongyue Inoue is also an extremely powerful swordsman. In just a few minutes, under the annoyed gazes of several other clan leaders. Damn you! When did you? Ha 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 ha. Old guys. I think you are getting senile and confused. The moment he heard the slightly threatening words from the other clan leaders, Fongyue Inoue curled up a dangerous smile. Do you think you can stop Kaido with your own strength? In the decades that the Kazuki family has ruled Wanakuni, they, as clan leaders, have never experienced such a serious situation. These powerful warriors have always been hidden by Fujetsu Inoue and used as trump cards to compete for the position of General Wanakuni at any time. Without the joint efforts of our major families, even if your Fongyue family has developed rapidly in recent years, it will never be able to resist the Kazuki family and the invading Kaido. As long as I deal with those invaders outside, I will then destroy the rest of your families one by one. It seemed as if this country was about to be completely destroyed in an instant.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.